Welcome to the Postgame live show brought to you by BuckeyeHuddle.com. I am Mark Givler. We will have Devin Radcliffe here shortly, and of course, the other Buckeye Huddle guys later on for our postgame wrap-up. Ohio State putting the finishing touches on a dominant Rose Bowl win over Oregon. It's 41-21 Buckeyes. It's a 2-minute warning. We think they can handle the last 2 minutes of this game with a 20-point lead. Going to get rolling here. Huge win for Ohio State, obviously. They get their revenge. They do it in a way that leaves, as Ryan Day would even say, leaves no doubt. They left no doubt this evening. A dominant performance. 34-0 before you could even blink. A game that I guess, even more dominant than Tennessee when you look at how this played out, especially in the first half. Just an unbelievable performance. One of the best big game performances Ohio State's had in recent history, actually. You have to probably go back to at least 2014 to find a similar type of dominant effort with these types of stakes. So a huge win for the Buckeyes. They're facing Texas next week in the Cotton Bowl. Great week of prep by Ohio State as the comments are rolling in. Chip Kelly called a tremendous game. Especially in that first half when they really needed it. Defense came out and played well. They got huge performances from who they needed to get huge performances from. They got big performances from Jack Sawyer, Cody Simon, JT Tuimoloau on defense. They got a huge performance out of Jeremiah Smith, huge performance out of Will Howard, huge performance out of Travion Henderson. Everything just working this evening for Ohio State. And yes, as I'm already seeing in the comments, no, I don't think they can get a holding call. It's been over 3 years since Jack Sawyer drew a holding call. There were probably 3 obvious holds on him tonight that they didn't call. So yes, it went everything was perfect tonight, except they still can't draw that holding call. Their defensive linemen just don't get held. Everybody else's defensive linemen get held, but Ohio State's don't, apparently. But this was about, I don't know, this was darn near perfect. For Ohio State in terms of how this game played out, in terms of what they got out of their offense and defense. You look at some of the stuff in the box score, even no one had 30 carries tonight. So Trey Henderson, Quinshon Judkins, not a lot of wear and tear. Will Howard didn't have to run it. Will Howard didn't take a lot of hits. So you're coming out, not only are you coming out of this game feeling amazing about how you've played the last 2 times out, but you're coming out of this game really about as fresh as you could hope to be at this time of season. You didn't have to strain anybody tonight. Again, you were probably able to keep some stuff back from the playbook even in the second half. You probably didn't have to show everything you had in the game plan offensively or defensively. You were able to play pretty vanilla in the second half. I know everyone loves style points, and during the regular season, there's probably a case to be made for that, but you don't get any extra benefit next week against Texas by how many you beat Oregon by. So, you were able to kind of go vanilla there later in the game and maybe save some stuff for Texas. So this played out really perfectly for Ohio State. And again, just an unbelievable rematch performance. I got to say, I picked Ohio State to win the rematch, but I never in a million years thought it would be this big of a blowout. And I know I even said on one of our podcasts this week, like a lot of times these rematches are blowouts. A lot of times these rematches don't have the same level of competitiveness that the first game had. And but I didn't think that would be the case here. I really thought this would be a 7-point game either way, within 7 points either way. It obviously was not. Ohio State asserted themselves early. We'll get into my 3 and out a little later, but just the way they were able to come out looking fresh, looking motivated. I mean, they're just this is a team that, again, we talked about during the year, was not a fast starting team most of the season, but this is now 2 in a row where they have just absolutely come out and blown a really good team's doors off and made it, basically a game over after the first quarter and a half. So Ohio State playing their best football at the right time, playing in these great environments again. I mean, the shoe was hopping last week. The Rose Bowl, I thought this was a perfect setting for this game to be played. Was it being played a week or two too early? Yes, but I think there was something really cool about the Ohio State-Oregon rematch ending up happening in this environment of the Rose Bowl, a classic, even though they're now both Big Ten teams, obviously a classic Big Ten, Pac-12 type of matchup. So I thought that was also really cool. We'll have all sorts of analysis coming up here with myself and Devin. We've got Tony and Tom and Kevin and the crew. They are in Pasadena, so we'll get some on the ground stuff from them later. Post-game stuff going to be a little different this week because we're now away from campus sites and we're into the big bowls. There's weird like streaming and broadcasting rights. So what we're going to do tonight with the post-game press conference, media availability stuff is we're going to do our best to get you guys the recorded stuff. So we'll get it up on the YouTube channel, obviously at youtube.com/Buckeye Huddle, but we're also going to try and run some clips on here on the show, but we are actually not legally allowed to stream the press conference live. So we can record it with our guys on site, and then we can bring you guys some clips and things like that and get the press conference uploaded after the fact on the channel, but we're not gonna be able to like bounce back and forth to live shots. So just kind of a fair warning on that. But we'll get you everything you guys need as quickly as we can, obviously. And we'll be a little bit at the mercy of the Wi-Fi there at the Rose Bowl, but in terms of getting that stuff up, but yeah, like I said, we'll get that to you guys as soon as possible and as cleanly as possible throughout the show. This will be a long show. Myself and Devin, we're going to break things down. Tony, Tom, Kevin are going to do their thing as usual after post-game interviews. And then we're probably going to stay on a little longer after that, just because, look, it's, hey, it's New Year's Day. It's still fairly early on the East Coast. Everyone's pumped. So we're probably going to do a bit of a marathon here and really, interact with you guys and really celebrate this big game from Ohio State. So we will get started here momentarily. I think Devin's just about ready to join me for the post-mortem here. But again, Ohio State dominating Oregon here to win the Rose Bowl and move on to the college football semifinals. It is final. It is 41-21, Ohio State over Oregon. The Buckeyes, again, a dominant wire-to-wire victory. Are we, Devin, ready?
I'm here.
Okay. Wow. Right?
That is the great word for it. Great feeling. Great emotion. I mean, unbelievable performance today by Coach Day and his Ohio State Buckeyes, taking down the number one team in the country, who, if I'm not mistaken, wire to wire, number one team in the country until today. Maybe he corrected on that one, but again, number one seed in the close to it, number one seed in the playoffs. You could say, obviously there's the revenge factor, if you will, round two from the 1 point loss earlier this season. So obviously a tremendous victory, fantastic victory, Rose Bowl champions. I can't help myself but say, this is almost a nostalgia game, throwback to the college football years past, with the way things are, Ohio State, Oregon in the Rose Bowl. Again, Oregon had won the last two. Oregon was obviously looking like they were going to be the new big bad ball team in the Big Ten block, and for Ohio State to go out there and absolutely do what they did to them really does, make a statement. And you can't say that strong enough. What a statement win this was for the Ryan Day 2024 Ohio State Buckeye football team.
Yeah, this has been a dominant 2 weeks. It is a little reminiscent of the run they went on in 2014 when they blew out Wisconsin, had the great performance against Alabama. We'll see if they can finish it the same way, but this is probably the best ball this program has played since that time in terms of putting back-to-back performances like this together in big games. So your thoughts on, I guess my thing was, so I picked Ohio State, and I kind of did it ironically. I kind of picked them to win by a point, just kind of to be funny because Oregon won by a point the first time. I thought it'd be a close game. But the one thing I kept pointing to was, there's just no, like, obviously the game being in Pasadena is a general help to Ohio State versus playing them in Outson. But the one thing I kept looking at was Dylan Gabriel was virtually perfect in the first game and virtually untouched in the first game. And so that was going to be tough for Oregon to replicate. It was going to be really tough for Oregon to not have a single sack go against them, to not have Dylan Gabriel face any pressure, and for Dylan Gabriel to play another perfect game. That was going to be really difficult. It was also going to be, I think, a benefit for Ohio State up front, where they had the chaos of the Josh Simmons injury that they had to deal with in real time that night. This offensive line, while not as good as if they had Simmons and Seth McLaughlin, they've at least played together. They found a good combination here. You're not throwing this together on the fly. I thought those were two big things that would lead to an Ohio State victory tonight. But talk about that defensive line, man. I think it was 4 or 5 sacks. It was at least 4. They might have got a fifth there at the end. And so many more pressures. Like, Dylan Gabriel faced the minimum amount of pressure the first time. And he probably faced just about the maximum amount of pressure this time. Just total night and day from the defensive front.
A lot more stunting, moving an end out, tackle out, looping around. You saw a lot of that. It seemed like it was almost about every down they were moving a slant or a stunt to use 4-man rush to get after Gabriel and get him off his spot. Not give him that opportunity to sit in the pocket. Like you said, like he had in the first game earlier this season. So that was a big thing. So it wasn't just getting home with the sacks, which is obviously huge, but it's just the fact that you're forcing the quarterback out of a rhythm to create on the run. And I think a big thing, and they talked about on the show too, is talking during the broadcast, was the coverage. A lot of the pressures hit home because of how good the coverage was. So it gave a chance, even Gabriel had an opportunity to move off his mark and potentially reset himself. Well, because the coverage was so good and he's still trying to work his way through his reads, that would then free up a rusher on maybe a potential second move to create the sack. I think of just fresh off the top of my head, I think Caden Curry's sack towards the end of the game there was a great example or illustration of what I'm talking about, where Gabriel's able to move out the pocket, potentially reset, but because the coverage was so good, Curry was able to make the big sack there on third down, if I'm not mistaken. So that's just an example of how they changed things up to create pressure on Dylan Gabriel. Because like you said, he threw himself there in the Heisman discussion basically off of the performance in the first Ohio State game. So they knew, obviously the coaching staff knew they couldn't sit back and let that happen again, or you'd probably face the same results. So they kept doing defensively, big picture. They kept doing what they've been doing since basically the first time they played Oregon. A lot of coverage mix up, a lot of 3 high safety again this week. We saw it last game against Tennessee. So a lot of the 3 high safety disguise, 4 down front stunt. I saw another good dime pressure where they used Cody Simon as a spy. I think they hit that home twice, if I'm not mistaken, where they only brought 3. And when Gabriel made a move, Simon would then activate as the 4th rusher. And I think it hit twice for sacks throughout the course of this game.
Yeah, and look, I mean, the pressures were great. The sacks were great. They got tipped passes. I want to say at least, Sawyer had 2 or 3 himself. I want to say they had 4 or 5 tipped passes. The lane discipline, the pass rushing lane discipline, I thought was really good. There were a lot of times where they were able to box Gabriel in, and maybe they didn't get a sack, maybe they didn't get a tip, maybe they didn't even get a hit on him, but they boxed him in long enough where he finally just had to throw the ball away or force something. And so I thought they did a great job of not only getting the pressure and getting the sacks and getting the results, but they were able to do it in a way where they also stayed very disciplined in their pass rushing lanes and didn't let him contain very often.
It does definitely seem like you're exactly right with your observation there. It does seem like they did a much better job of game planning and scheming up for what's our secondary contain going to be. And that's typically what you're talking about, where, hey, all right, he's broke the pocket. Where's our secondary contain play going to come from? And I think a lot of that stunting you saw, let your defensive ends, unlike the first game, be much more aggressive in attacking Dylan Gabriel. And again, you'd have that secondary secondary contained player coming. Could have been from a defensive tackle on a loop stunt, or like I just mentioned before, a linebacker activating as Dylan Gabriel broke out the pocket. So again, just a huge overall defensive performance. Yeah, I know they gave up 21, but this is an Oregon offense that, I don't know what they're averaging, but I'm sure it was at least 40.
Yeah,
and
it's a lot.
And they put up almost 50 on Penn State in the Big Ten championship. So to hold them to 21, it was just an absolutely incredible performance by Jim Knowles and his defense.
Yeah, this was a great all-around effort from the Buckeyes. Obviously, they are. It's like everything has come together on defense. We've talked about this in the past, like Jack Sawyer, JT Tuimoloau, Cody Simon to an extent, have all had some ups and downs, some times where they've been criticized for not being consistently great, consistently dominant. There's been whole seasons where they haven't put it all together on the same Saturday type of thing. And, it might be Sawyer one week and then JT the next, but it just doesn't seem to – these guys are firing on all cylinders right now, all three of them in that front seven.
I think a lot can be said. They're all fourth, fifth-year senior guys. We talked about that all year long. All the media outlets have talked about they came back, the reasons they came back, and you're really seeing that relentless effort. Would be how I describe it now. And I think some of it could be tied back to, like we were talking about already, the scheme, especially in pass downs, allowing them more freedom to attack the quarterback because they have contained mechanisms built into what they're doing in the pass rush now that they did not have early in the season. Cody Simon is playing incredible football. He doesn't get it does not seem like he gets a lot of the media coverage that he probably deserves at this point. I mean, he has been, I think, at 2 sacks today, had at least one tip pass, I remember. And, who knows how many tackles he made today. So he's on a 2-game tear at this point since the playoffs have started. And just making impact plays after impact plays. Jack and JT are looking, better late than never. They were the number 1 and number 2 prospects in the country, if I'm not mistaken, when they were coming out of high school. And, like you said, like led with the show, no better time than now for that to kick in and just absolutely go on a tear. I think what Jack had today, 3 sacks, I think, if I'm not mistaken.
He was out there a lot. I don't have the official stat. We'll throw that up, but yeah, he was very, very involved. What I think is so impressive is when you look at like the box score here, as I'm looking at it now, we'll get some graphics up throughout the show, but this is an Oregon team that on the broadcast, they said only gave up 13 sacks in the first 13 games of the season. And then tonight it's 4 or 5 and he's in Gabriel's running for his life, and it's officially 2 sacks for Sawyer, but it felt like more than that. But yeah, Sawyer officially with 2. But Cody Simon, I think, had a couple or at least 1.5. JT was in there. Caden Curry had 1. So I think it was at least 5 sacks for the team. So we're talking about almost half the total sacks they had given up the entire season. And yes, Simon 2 and JT 2. Sawyer 2, Simon 2, JT 2. Unbelievable.
So that's 7 sacks total. They had
6, so that'd be 7?
And then Curry in there had 1.
Curry had 1. My goodness, was it 8? Because I swear they showed a graphic in the fourth quarter. 8 sacks. My goodness. So more than half. So 13 sacks in 13 games, 8 sacks tonight. That's incredible. That's incredible.
The only thing I could say, and I'm going to have to be clever about it. That's hard to do in Xbox. Excuse me, turn on your Xbox and put it on All Pro, whatever game you play, and see how hard it is to get 8 sacks. And that's just what kind of performance this defensive line and defense in general had tonight. And one of the things we talked about, I'll use this as a segue since we brought up Caden Curry a few times. How about the defensive line rotation tonight? 2 weeks in a row now. You're seeing guys that I'll call them 2s, if you will, early and often. Excuse me again, early and often in the ball game. Jackson Curry. Excuse me. Jackson Curry.
Yep. Kenyatta had a big one.
Gets them run.
Yep.
True freshman 3 technique. Excuse me again. True freshman.
You're so excited. I'll allow. Look, Kenyatta Jackson had a big one. Had some big reps. They got Edric Houston involved. They got Caden McDonald involved. As Devin hopefully is still with us after that. Just an all around dominant performance from the entire defensive front. The type that I think Ohio State fans have been clamoring for throughout the careers of these guys, of JT and Jack and Tyleik Williams, who I guess doesn't register a sack tonight, but Tyleik Williams was just all over the place. I mean, they could not block Tyleik Williams. As we look here at the first quarter comparison here, this is how it just boy, that you get that escalated quickly. The Will Ferrell meme, right out of the gates, 17-0. Ohio State 233 to 37 total yards. It's just a total domination there right out of the gates. They never gave Oregon any reason to believe that this was going to be a game this evening. They never gave Oregon any chance to get their footing. We've talked about like the bye week and like, is it good? Is it bad? What does it mean? They didn't give Oregon a chance to like dip their toe in the water tonight and kind of test things out and get the playoff feel. They got right after it. Go to my 3 and out here. We've already talked about some of this a little bit, but just get to the point across. The D line coming up big. Devin, you want to finish your point there about the substitutions? Kenyatta Jackson, Caden McDonald, Caden Curry, Edric Houston, all getting big minutes, all making impact plays.
Yeah, apologize for that. Playing through it, if you will, playing through the cough. No, you're exactly right. Caden Curry, Kenyatta Jackson rotating early and often. You get fresh legs down the fourth quarter, so you're still able to generate that pass rush, especially in a situation where you're up 3-4 scores and the other team's got to pass the ball. And you're still able to roll your defensive line through there, really effective 2 deep or 8 guys rotating in and out the game throughout the course of the game so that your main guys are still fresh there in the fourth quarter when you need them the most. Tonight it was for pass rush. It could be, you need them to stuff the run in the fourth quarter going down the stretch here. So again, it was just really, really, really nice, really good coaching to see them trusting their 2s, which has been an issue in the past with the defensive line, wearing guys out. So, in a game like this, to see those guys really early and often rotate in and out has really paid huge dividends for them in the playoffs.
Yeah, absolutely. Getting great contributions. Even like if you go back into the secondary, they're getting really good contributions from Jermaine Matthews this postseason. So taking full advantage of their depth. But my number 2 point on 3 and out, Jeremiah Smith. I said before the game, you have to force feed Jeremiah Smith the football. Do not let the flow of the game dictate when Jeremiah, just force feed him the football. Do not let a series go by where he is not directly involved in what you're doing. And once again, just cannot be covered. Once again, single coverage oftentimes results in a touchdown. Double coverage still usually results in a big play. There's the one play, Will Howard just throws it up in a double coverage, and it doesn't matter. Jeremiah goes up and gets it. Monster game. You almost wonder what he would have done if Ohio State hadn't pushed tonight. I mean, they were able to kind of take the foot off the gas a little bit there in the second half. What would have happened if they would have needed to keep that foot down and keep throwing the football the way they were, what he would have done. But monster night, 7 catches, 187 yards, 2 touchdowns. I could have went Cody Simon. I could have went Chip Kelly. I could have went Will Howard. I could have went Jack Sawyer. But I did go Jeremiah Smith on the game ball, just once again showing that on a team full of freaks, he's like the ultimate freak. Like it just, it's insane. I don't think I've ever seen a player at that position like this. The closest thing I think was Julio Jones. Like Jeremiah Smith starts let's assume 3 wide receiver sets, because that's the general rule of thumb at this point across all of football, but especially the NFL. I don't think there's an NFL team he doesn't start for tomorrow.
Well, go ahead. I'm sorry.
No, I just at 19 years old, I don't think there's an NFL team he wouldn't start for right now.
You know, I was watching a pregame commentary or reading a pregame commentary and about Jeremiah Smith and a particular match and bigger picture, the matchup advantage, all things being equal between Oregon and Ohio State. The gist of it was Ohio State has really good NFL wide receivers. And for Ohio State to do what they need to do, they need to take full advantage of that mismatch and go after Oregon's secondary. And to your point, I mean, fortunately, they didn't have to keep forcing the ball down the field. You know, defense obviously played a phenomenal game, and they're able to build that big lead and you know, basically protect it in the second half. So they didn't have to be as aggressive. But one thing you see with Jeremiah Smith, let's obviously take in consideration the deep ball, which is obviously a tremendous deep ball threat. I mean, that goes without saying. You know, he's disadvantage nightmare or for defense in one-on-one jump ball situations. But let's talk about his first touchdown. That was the throw you or I could have made. I mean, really boils down to it. And he took it 50 yards, ran through 2 defenders on the way, and basically walked into the end zone on a 50-yard touchdown catch. That was a 5-yard throw. And to have a receiver, typically you have receivers that are one or the other. They're great after their catch. They're dynamic with the ball in their hands. They're a phenomenal possession receiver. They're a great deep ball guy. To be all of it as a true freshman is just incredible. And that's what Jeremiah Smith is. However you try and take him away, you can just go to him somewhere else. Motion him out of the backfield, throw him the ball on a 5-yard throw. He could catch a run for a touchdown. Obviously, throw it up to him on a bomb. He can go. He can go get it. So just incredible freshman wide receiver.
Yep. And, you know, the interesting thing for me is like watching him erase angles. And he's nothing alike. These 2 players are nothing alike really, except in this one way is he erases angles very similarly to how Ted Ginn Jr. used to erase angles. And I think it's for different reasons. Like Ted Ginn Jr. just had that long stride, so it was very tough. It was very tough to judge because of that long. He's taken so few steps, and it's just very tough to judge Ted Ginn Jr.'s speed. With Jeremiah, I think it's more. There's no way at 6'3", 225 he's going to erase this angle on me. Like there's no way he's actually moving this fast. Like with Ginn, it was more of like the stride. With Jeremiah, it's more he's such a big receiver that it's just I think it's a lack of belief by defenders that they're actually not going to be able to cut the angle off, and they just are shocked at how fast he is at that size. I mean, that's my only explanation for how he's able to erase those angles, because the way he split those defenders on that first touchdown was like magical. It was unbelievable. And just the things he's able to do at that size, it's incredible. I talked about it after the Tennessee game in my post-game column. I said, I'm not usually a hyperbole guy, but he's going to be the best wide receiver that's ever come out of Ohio State. And I know what that means. I know there's Paul Warfield, there's Chris Carter, there's Marvin Harrison Jr., there's Terry Glenn. I get it. I am not ignorant of the Ohio State wide receiver tradition, but he is like the best parts of like the 3 best receivers at Ohio, like in terms of like size, speed, hands, route running, intangible stuff like work ethic. Just he's like the best parts of all the best receivers Ohio State's ever had. And it's just crazy to watch. I've been watching him since his sophomore year of high school, and he still shocks me. It's crazy. Like I've seen him, there's a lot of people who don't follow recruiting that closely and just, wow, this kid's really good. in September, starting to realize, whoa, this guy's pretty good. I've been watching 3 years before this. It still shocks me what he does. It's just absolutely crazy. And boy, that to have 2 more years of that, it's just terrifying to think what he's going to be in a year or two.
I'll add some hyperbole on, and it may not actually be hyperbole, as I'm sitting here thinking about a response to add on to your thought on Jeremiah Smith. It is actually more of a shock when he's defended than when he makes a Jeremiah Smith play. And I don't think that's really an outlandish statement as I thought it necessarily was. When you see, and it happens, I mean, it's football, but other players make plays. I think they had a 3rd and medium play where they targeted Jeremiah Smith. The defensive back made a great play, breaking up the pass. And when that happens, that's actually more of a what just happened moment than when he goes up over 2 guys and comes down with the ball. You expect that from him, even as a freshman. You expect him to outrun the defense. You expect him to go up and win in double coverage. You expect the one-handed touchdown catch. When he gets defended, that's almost like what just happened. I can't believe what I just saw. Did someone actually guard Jeremiah Smith successfully? And to your point, that is just how incredible he is as a receiver already in his career.
So another monster game from the true freshman. The other thing in my 3 and out, this was a team all year, for the most part, that was a slow starting team. They were a second half team. Just for whatever reason, they were struggling to get out and kind of dictate the terms and get out to these big leads and put teams away early. This was not a thing they were really doing a lot of during the season. And so to watch them the last 2 weeks against Tennessee and against Oregon come out and, basically end the game. Like, I know, Tennessee crept back in. I know Oregon got that, end of first half, early second half touchdowns to kind of keep things on life support or whatever. But no one has felt, with 10 minutes left in the second quarter of their last 2 games, everyone has known these games are over. These are total mismatches on those given nights. I'm trying to figure out how they've been able to go from a team that doesn't seem to get rolling until after halftime, to a team that is punching teams in the face before. It's like the boxer it's like the opposing boxer runs into the middle of the ring to start the fight, and he just immediately you're landing 2 haymakers. It's just insane to me how that switch has flipped.
I think a lot has to do with I'll give you a little cliche, that I like to do. What's a desperation is the mother of innovation, or something like that, or inspiration, however that quote goes. You're down the best center in the country. You're down a 1st-round draft pick at left tackle. You've had to work through your entire offensive line basically this entire season to figure out what fits. And what do you find? Okay, what are we really good at? And I think Coach Day talked about this after the Tennessee game, having that opportunity to go really dig in after the end of the season, regular season loss, and figure out what we are and what the team is really good at and what they're going to hang their hat on. And I really think it was just, hey, you know what? Our defense is playing really good ball. If we can just get out on front of teams early, let's just take those shots right now where we have an advantage over everybody they'll potentially play, meaning Ohio State's wide receivers versus probably anybody's corners and secondary left in the playoff possibilities. Will Howard's a very accurate quarterback. Take those shots. Build that quick lead and just avalanche them. All it takes 2 or 3 stops. And that's a ball game. We can dig more into how the clock rules have changed everything and whatnot, but you get 2-3 score lead, 21-0, and you get 2 or 3 stops. That could be a wrap. And that's what Ohio State has demonstrated these first 2 weeks of the college football playoff.
Yeah. It makes you wonder, okay, it's almost been too easy so far. how you have to refocus now for Texas. Like, you're gonna have to do that pretty quickly. You're not gonna have quite the same gap as you've had between the last 2 games. How do you now manage in that locker room, keeping the confidence up, but not letting the confidence turn into complacency or, oh, it's just going to be this easy? Because it's actually, I think it's going to get harder. I'm not even saying I don't think Texas is better than Oregon. It's going to be harder to consistently do this every week, as you're going to have to do this 4 times in a row. How do you keep the balance there? As everyone's going to now, everyone went from writing you off, huge underachievers, fire Ryan Day, fire everybody, let everyone transfer anywhere else, to, oh, this is the best team in the country. They're a huge favorite to win. No one's beating this version of Ohio State is something I've seen thrown about by just about everybody at this point. How do you manage that? Because you want them to stay confident.
I'll give you an old coaching strategy. You want to, you suffer a devastating loss or a bad loss. That's when you build back up in practice. When you have these 2 huge wins, that's when you get after them about everything's got to be perfect. Jim Knowles talked about this last week at his press conference, and I bet he'll talk about it tonight when we get to him. He is not going to be happy that they gave up 21 points. He is not going to be happy at all. They gave up 2 passing touchdowns. He is not going to be happy. I'll give you one. He's not going to be happy giving up those 3rd and 4th and longs. It doesn't take much to find right now to refocus a team on, hey, if you want to say you're a champion, I want to go play for a champion. If you want to beat Texas, this can't happen again, period. And that's the stuff you take and really focus in on. Offense, offensive line.
Yeah.
You can say, hey, guess what? You missed this block, or running back, you missed this cut. We got to convert this 3rd down throw. And you missed a protection. That's why you get rushed. And you just take all that. That's what your film study is. And you break it all down and get back to work. Again, and that's how you challenge these guys. They're veteran guys. This isn't a young team where you necessarily even have to really manage emotions necessarily like you do sometimes with a young team. This is a veteran team across the board, and veteran guys who want to call themselves professionals here before too terribly long. Treat them accordingly. Hold them accountable for the stuff that didn't work, and really challenge them to say, hey, guess what? I'll use a quote, another coaching quote for you. And I can't remember where it came from, but it was, you never stay the same. You're either going to get better or you're going to get worse. And that's your challenge when you go back to work. You're going to get better or get worse. And that's what really got to challenge the team to keep getting better. So there's still 2 ball games left to play potentially.
Yeah, there was some good that came out of that like second half, in my opinion. You made some really good points about that, about film study and motivating and just keeping everyone locked in. Is you can go back and be like, hey, we gave up, it was at least 3 like 3rd and 13 type situations, or a 4th and long. Like, how do we fix that? And I agree with that. But to build off of that, this is going to be a grind. And as I kind of mentioned earlier before you jumped on, this played out almost perfectly in terms of the wear and tear component of this, because there is a wear and tear component to this, especially if you didn't get the 1st round bye, where you have to play 4 great teams back to back to back to back. And that is, nobody was overused today. Judkins eventually got up to 17 carries, but he didn't have a ton of carries against Tennessee. That was kind of the trade. Trey had like 8 carries. Will Howard, I don't think he was sacked. He might have been sacked once late in the game. He was rarely hit. You didn't have to use him in the run game. They're going to be as fresh as possible. Like, how could you be more fresh for Texas than they are right? Like, I don't know that you could be more fresh given what you've been through the last couple months than Ohio State is right now.
A lot goes to, tying a couple conversations together. the style offense they've adapted here for the playoffs. It's not going to be, and again, this almost hurts my soul as my personal coaching philosophy. They're not going to try and, 3 yards in a cloud of dust. This is not an Urban Meyer tight zone team. It's not a Jim Tressel power team. Oh, they are running a lot of counter now, so I guess we're still in the gap scheme. But it's counter has become their go-to. This is Ryan Day, call it 2018, if you will, or just ripping the ball down the field, getting the ball out quick with an accurate quarterback to guys who could do something with the ball. And as a result, you get it like we talked about just a little bit ago. You're not finding yourselves in these slugfests. We are trading body blow for 4 quarters. It's what Ohio State's built for. It's a track meet, and they're the fastest team out there. So they're playing catch me if you can on offense. And as a result, on defense, you're running up, making open field tackles in space or breaking up balls. You're not slamming into a pulling guard all getting long as a linebacker, having to spill counter as a defensive end. It becomes much more of a game where you're making open field tackles, putting guys on the ground, playing, almost 7-on-7 defense for 2/3 of the game because the other team's trying to play catch-up ball at that point.
And look, that's what I said before the Tennessee game. I said, don't worry about the toughness narrative. Like, nobody is going to come out and say, you know what, you did rush for this many yards, or you did this, that, and the other in the trenches. We were wrong. You're actually tough. Here's a pat on the back. No one admits they're wrong anymore. No one's going to call you tough. They've set the narrative that you're not. So go. I said this for the Georgia game too a few years ago. Just go be a 7-on-7 team. Who cares? No one's going to care. Like, if you win the championship, who cares if they call you tough? Why does that matter? If you win the championship, why does it matter if they remember you as like this tough team? It doesn't matter. You get the ring, you get the trophy, all the same. So I think they've embraced that. And it's funny, by doing that, by embracing not caring about that, they've actually been tough the last 2 weeks, the last 2 games. It's been a different thing. It hasn't been like stubbornly like we have to establish the run on the very first series of the game. Like, they've come out and they've thrown the ball and they've opened things up, and then they've been able to run the ball later in the game, and they've played great defense. So they have been tough by not worrying about being tough. It's funny how that works, isn't it? You can't fake or force toughness. It has to be natural. It has to be natural.
My thing on toughness is, these guys are all tough guys to play football at the level they're at. High impact game, not high impact game, like we were just talking about. You have to be tough, period. They're all tough. But what I think you have found now is they're demonstrating a toughness, if you will, because they're confident in what they're doing. They have found a run scheme that works. They've obviously found a pass game that they're confident in. So as a result, you're seeing really confident team. And when a team is confident, all of a sudden they're more physical because there's no doubt about what they're supposed to be doing. And they're doing it as fast as they possibly can. And that's what you're seeing in the run game. That's what you're seeing in the pass game. That's what you're seeing defensively. A lot can be said. I'll be curious to see what the statistical breakdown is of explosive plays of Oregon game 1 versus the Rose Bowl. And you're seeing guys running the ball, putting guys on the ground on defense. Again, they're a very confident team right now. They're confident in what they're doing. They found something again in the off week between the first round of the playoffs and then in the regular season that obviously the team really believes in. To give an example of your point there, Travion Henderson's 65-yard touchdown run or whatever it was tonight. I don't think he got touched.
Didn't seem like it.
Yeah, I don't think he got touched. And he came through completely clean, followed his blockers around, built the wall inside, created an alley with the kick out and the counter. And he went 65, hash number sideline, 65 yards for a touchdown. And that's not because I'm a big, strong kid. That's because I'm confident in my ability to execute at a high level as a football player, and that's what you're seeing this team play like now at this point of the season.
Here, here's a toughness observation and then followed by a toughness stat. That is the hardest hitting defensive game I've seen an Ohio State team play in a very long time. I would really have to think about that. You could hear the hits so vividly on television. There were Oregon players, limp into the locker room in the first half. There were so many, and I give Dylan Gabriel credit because he took some huge hits. That was about as physical of a defensive performance as I've seen Ohio State play in a really, really long time. As we see the Will Howard, Dylan Gabriel stats up here, and got to give Gabriel credit. I mean, a lot of it was kind of game was out of hand. He kind of padded the stats a little bit late, but he stood in there and continued to battle. But then the toughness stat, negative 23 yards rushing for Oregon in this football game. Soft teams do not hold an opponent to negative 23 yards rushing.
I'm trying to, as you're mentioning that, I'm trying to go back and think of a game to compare to what you're talking about. And, ironically enough, I kind of remember that being the case when they played Oregon in the national championship 10 years ago, where they really just kind of physically dominated them. The Alabama game before that, throughout, is kind of a legendary, just absolute slugfest between two teams.
And thank you, Lane Kiffin, for forgetting you had Derrick Henry also.
Exactly. Yeah. And I'm going way back. I mean, I kind of remember 2005 Iowa, and just how they absolutely, it was A.J. Hawk, Bobby Carpenter, all those guys, just absolutely just obliterated Drew Tate as, it's a revenge game for 2004. And that, I'm like you. I can't remember last time I saw them just absolutely rip and tear through an opposition like they did tonight. It's been a long time. Like you said, they had them to negative rushing yards, which is just, I know sacks are thrown in there, but normally you kind of balance and equal out as the game goes on. But Oregon basically had zero run game other than Gabriel scrambling tonight.
Yeah, you win the rushing yards battle by 200 yards. I mean, that's going to be tough. I'm not one of those people who thinks you have to win the rushing battle. Like if you have 155 yards and your opponent has 120, like it's the biggest thing in the world. But when you win the rushing battle by 200 yards, that's when you look at the stat sheet here, as we look at the total yards and everything else that goes, everything else we're looking at right now, especially when you look at the first half, and like Oregon caught up a little bit in the second half. Like this was much more lopsided even than this in the first half. When you look at that box score, sometimes box scores lie, but tonight's didn't, and it painted a picture that basically gave Oregon no shot of winning the game. Like if you had looked at the box score of this game, you're thinking, yeah, you're thinking the score is 41-21. Like you are thinking that you're getting exactly what you got here. Just a total dominant performance. Like building on your thought of kind of like past performances, the most recent one I can think of, and it wasn't the full 60, and they ended up losing the game because of all sorts of craziness. That 2019 Clemson game, they were beating the crap out of Clemson for a few quarters until the targeting and the strip six that wasn't, and everything on kind of the wheels came off of that. That was like the last time I thought, boy, they're just defensively just asserting like their will on this other team, and guys are going to eventually tap out. There were guys coming off that field today in the first half against Oregon where I give them credit. I give Gabriel a lot of credit for staying in there. I give like Tez Johnson credit for trying to come back in the game, but like they were not dirty, but they were hurting people. Like Oregon was feeling the tackles. Oregon was feeling the hits. And it does feel like it's been a while since they've done something like that defensively.
And that just takes a toll on you as a ball player at any level. If you play ball at any level, you know that when you get struck like that and that game goes on and you know you're going to get struck like that again, it does wear on you as a ball player. And then we do as a collective. And again, just momentum's a real thing. And this team really does play. I'll go back and quote, I believe it was Gus Johnson in 2014 Wisconsin game, just bloodthirsty. I mean, they were playing like, sharks in the water tonight, and they were just getting after it every opportunity they had to really do. I'll use Coach Day's quote. His whole mantra has been leave no doubt. And this was another one, 2 weeks in a row now. There's been absolutely zero doubt about who the better ball team was during that ball game. And that's what they demonstrated on both sides of the ball tonight. And you know what? You got to give credit where credit is due in the kicking game.
I thought that early kick from Fielding was big moving forward, because at that point in the game, like it's 14-0. If you miss that kick, and it wasn't a chip shot, it was like 45, 46 yards maybe. If you miss that kick, you give Oregon some life, you give them some decent field position, and they can kind of maybe gather themselves and, get off the ropes, so to speak. But making that a 3-score game, kind of drilling that kick with confidence, I think that was big, not only for the way the rest of the game played out. I think that could be something that's helpful moving forward, like, moving into the Texas game where he's seen a couple go through the uprights, especially, again, that first one was kind of wasn't maybe a super high leverage situation, but there was some pressure to that kick. I mean, I think everyone knew that, Heisey was off to another fast start. And if they missed that kick, that was going to give Oregon a chance to steady themselves. So, that was important. Just a great, it's just a great all around performance. I'm, as someone who's probably been more optimistic than most about this team, I'm still surprised at just how dominant they were in this game. But the other thing I was mentioning earlier, I think before we got on, yet you would have to think there's no doubt, no matter how much you have to show from week to week, you're always going to save some wrinkles. But the way this game played out, you got to think they got into halftime and said, well, here's how we're going to play the second half. You got to think there were some wrinkles that they probably planned to use tonight that they didn't have to, that can now be pushed forward into the Texas game on top of whatever they find on film for Texas. I think that's a good, we talked about complacency and just the negative component of all this in terms of, what you have to avoid, what you can't let yourselves fall into. But like the glass half full look of this is there has to be some cool stuff left in the tank, right? There's no way they blew all that in a quarter and a half today.
They're doing some stuff offensively to this is classic Ryan Day. I know your rules as a defense, and I'm going to use them against you. This is 2 weeks in a row. We saw a lot, especially early on, motions, shifts, in and out of formations, pre and post snap. I go back to the first touchdown. They run counter to the right, and Jeremiah Smith, of all players, gets lost behind the counter, running to the left, and a little dump pass turns into a touchdown. So it doesn't have to be a huge, let's use Ted Ginn as a tight end for the one and only time of the season type wrinkle, right? It's just variations on the plays you've been running, constraints, if you will. You're building off of your foundation. Excuse me. And
they ran it back the other way later as probably the only throw of the night Will Howard wants back. It wasn't an easy throw. Like Oregon covered it much better when they ran it back to the right side. But Jeremiah did have a step.
Yep.
And if Howard was able to lead him and he was able to turn the corner, that was going to be another big play. They're finding things. Again, Chip Kelly kind of has to get a lot of credit for the game plan today. We're not going to harp on the Michigan game. It just doesn't feel appropriate at this point. We've done the postmortem on all that, but with the exception of that game, I thought his big game calls have been really good this year. I thought he was very good against Oregon the first time. I thought he was good against Penn State. I didn't think the players always executed particularly well offensively against Penn State, but I thought schematically, in the play calling was very good against Penn State. It was very good against Tennessee, very good. So it feels like Chip Kelly is also sort of has his finger on the pulse of that offense right now, and what guys like to do, what guys are comfortable with. It sure feels like that players and coaches meeting a few weeks ago has just changed everything for that offense.
I'm actually going to quote Justin Whitlatch on this one. I'm going to steal his thought. And it seems like the last 2 weeks we're getting, as fans, what we were hoping to see with the Chip Kelly hire. We're seeing more of a Chip Kelly run game combined with that Ryan Day pass game now the past 2 weeks offensively. And obviously the results speak for themselves. What we've seen the last 2 weeks offensively have just been epic performances against, top tier opponents. And to your point about, obviously, I think you actually hit the nail on the head. I think there was there's obviously in the media about this players coaches meetings, what have you, and whatever it was worked. I mean, we'll never know the ins and outs of it probably as fans, but whatever happened in there, it worked because the results speak for themselves. The performance the team has had the last 2 weeks.
We might get some insight after the season, especially if they win it all. Especially if they would, but yeah, we're not going to find out anytime soon. But these stories have a way of coming out eventually, so I'll be very curious to see if that's the case there. As promised, as I mentioned earlier, if people are just joining us now, we are legally not allowed to live stream the post-game press conferences. We are allowed to record them and show them here. We'll have the full press conferences up tonight on youtube.com/Buckeye Huddle for you guys to watch the full press conferences. But we do have some of Oregon's post-game where Ohio State's actually at the podium right now. So we'll get that to you guys as soon as we can. Let's go. Let's have a few minutes of Oregon's post-game here for you guys to watch.
Go ahead and get started with our post-game press conference with Oregon. I'm going to ask Coach Lanning to give a quick remark, and then we'll open up the floor for questions. Coach?
Yeah, before we get into the game, first off, just want to recognize the people in New Orleans and how we're thinking of them, praying for them. There's no place for that in this world, and disappointed to hear that happens. And the loss of life is always something that you don't want to take for granted. So I'm hoping for some solutions there. But getting into the game, they clicked tonight. We didn't, and I didn't get our team prepared. And that's a great team. When you play a great team like Ohio State, you can't not be clicking on all cylinders. And they were clicking on all cylinders. We didn't really have the ability to stop them, and didn't have the ability to get something going for us on offense. And we haven't faced a lot of moments like that this year. It's an unbelievable team. Coach Day and his staff have done an unbelievable job there. Don't want to discredit what our players have been able to accomplish this year. We had a great team. We just ran into a great team tonight, and we didn't play our best. So credit to those guys. I'll say this about our team. There wasn't a second we stepped on the field where I felt like our guys were disheartened. They didn't want to give the effort to go out there and play. I just don't think we had a good enough plan as coaches, tonight, and we got to find ways to prepare ourselves for these moments, better as a coaching staff. But I love that team. I love that team in there. I love what those guys were able to accomplish. And what's tough is when you play great teams at the end of the season, somebody's not going to come out on top. And those guys came out on top tonight. Obviously that's a team I think that has the ability to go win it all. So proud of our guys. Certainly proud of this season. And disappointed in the night. If you're a competitor, there's no way you're not going to be disappointed in the result tonight.
Thank you, Coach. We'll now open up the floor for questions. Please raise your hand and state your name and media outlet when asking one. Our first question comes from the front right here. Mike's coming to you.
Ryan Clark with the Oregonian. Dan, your thoughts on just how the long layoff between games between now and the Big Ten championship game impacted the guys in terms of how the game started?
Yeah, I think that's an excuse. I thought our guys prepared well going in. Obviously, they had a better plan than us, but that's an excuse. That's an opportunity that we had to recharge. I thought our guys did practice well. I'd tell you if that wasn't the case. I thought they had great focus. I just don't think our plan was good enough, and I think they had a great plan to attack us. So credit to those guys.
Our next question will come from the gentleman right behind him. We just pass the mic.
Eric Scopel, Duck Territory. Dan, you've obviously talked about the growth mindset a lot, talked about this game and maybe some of the things didn't go right. What do you learn from this and maybe things that you need to adjust going forward?
Yeah, we got to be able to adjust a little bit faster, right? There were some things that we were able to get going at points, throughout the game. We didn't adjust fast enough, and it's tough when you play a team that doesn't have a lot of weaknesses, right? They got strengths, right? Their wideouts were creating a lot of success, down the field, and then their ability to run the ball, right, makes them a dangerous team. They didn't make mistakes in special teams. You need some of those things to bounce your way, and then, offensively, we struggled to get a first down, early on, and I thought Dylan did an unbelievable job there at the end of the half, creating a spark for our team. But a lot of those weren't natural plays. It wasn't like the first read was there. It was this guy, busting his tail, and guys like Trayshawn and the O-line fighting like crazy to extend plays and, create those moments. And we just didn't have enough of those moments tonight.
Our next question comes from Pat Fording in the middle.
Thank you for Dylan. What were you hoping to do game plan-wise that they took away from you guys?
You plan to create explosives, be really good on situational football, and move the chains that way. We just didn't do that on third down, and they had a great plan, like Coach said. If you don't go get the third, then you can't move forward.
Our next question comes from the back right.
Hello, Rashawn Haylock, KTLA 5. This is for Coach. How was Ohio State able to execute differently offensively tonight versus when you played them the first time?
Well, I think they were able to find some shot opportunities. They caught us in a couple coverages that gave them the chance to have success. And you can decide, okay, we're going to try to pressure, and that's still going to leave some one-on-ones. But they got us in some situational checks, some stuff that was, successful. And they have great players, right? I mean, they have some guys out there that made plays, and you have to give those guys credit.
Our next question comes from the green jacket right there.
Zach Neal, USA Today. Dan, a lot of teams, when they fall down 34-0, they, roll over. You guys didn't. You kept fighting. You scored in the next two possessions. What does that say about your team and kind of the mentality that they have?
Just that. If you give them a great plan, that they're going to have the chance to go out there and execute at a high level. And they got a lot of fight. Like I said, I thought our guys fought all night. There's probably even more opportunities where I could have given them a chance to fight, and I didn't do a great job of that. But those guys went out there and battled every second tonight.
All right. That was Oregon head coach Dan Lanning, a little bit of Dylan Gabriel there. Credit to Dan Lanning, had the opportunity to throw his players under the bus, had the opportunity to also use the layoff as an excuse, didn't take either of those paths, kind of put the loss on the coaching staff there, and kind of brushed off the layoff as just an excuse. So any thoughts or takeaways from that? I thought Lanning did handle himself well in that press conference on a disappointing day.
A very impressive press conference from Coach Lanning. He really stood up and said, hey, you know what? My guys fought, and I didn't do a good job as the head coach of putting in positions to win the ball game. Gave all the credit to Ohio State, having a great plan, complimented the players, took full responsibility for the way the ball game turned out for his football team. So, as a ball coach, that's the stuff you like to see from a head coach of a program like Oregon. He took all the blame himself for the performances his team made. And, there's a reason why he's one of the best young ball coaches in a ball game. And, you got to give credit where credit's due. He had his team in this ball game in the first place. So there's a lot to be said for that. They had the number one seed. They had the bye week. Like you said, he did not use that as an excuse. I know that's something we talked about after the Tennessee game of, it seemed like that was something that plagued Ohio State, kind of going back to the Tressel years when they would play the last game of the regular season before Thanksgiving. And it was almost like 6 weeks before they played their bowl game, it seemed like. So again, it wasn't an excuse. He talked about how great the players had practiced, talked about how hard they fought, and again, took the blame as the head coach of, I didn't put him in a good enough job to succeed. So, again, it's easy to see why he's such an impressive ball coach in college football today.
And we know who Ohio State's rival is, and that's never going to change. But it sure feels like this could be the start of quite an interesting sub-rivalry. This could be a fun 5 or 10 years, I think, between Ohio State and Oregon. These are teams that are recruiting at a high level. They've got young head coaches, resources. This feels like part 2 of a very long next 5 or 10 years, where even if they're not on the regular season schedule, that these two are probably going to be running into each other every year.
Yeah, it kind of reminds me of, I'm trying to think, kind of like could be looking at, dare I bring it up, but the Urban Meyer, Nick Saban, 2000s SEC, where it seemed like this is going to be something that's going to be, year in, year out. It's going to be Alabama running into Florida and Florida running into Alabama at some point. Kind of does have that early feel to it. Or I'll go back old enough. I'll go way back to when Penn State, we talk about Big Ten expansion, but when Penn State came in to the Big Ten way back when, they came in, and with, some really good teams when they first came in the Big Ten. And that's kind of how it was when Penn State came in is, hey, this new kid on the block, they're not here just cause. I mean, they're here to play and win the conference. And that definitely has that feel to it with the addition of Oregon into the Big Ten, that this is not going to be a one and done type meeting for Ohio State and Oregon, whether ends up being regular season, conference championship, with the way they do conference championships now, 12-team playoff. They can run into each other again in the playoff. So I agree with you that this is not going to be a one-season occurrence for Ohio State and Oregon at this point.
And rivalries can only be built by hurting each other, taking something from the other. You don't build rivalries playing great games between 2-8-4 teams. Like, you have to cost someone a conference championship, which kind of Oregon basically did this year. You have to cost someone a national championship, which Ohio State has now done. You have to take something from the opponent. They've now taken something from each other twice in one season. This is how rivalries really begin. So I think this is going to be a fun few years between Ohio State and Oregon. We do have more from Oregon's press conference now. Let's go to that. More Dan Lanning and Dylan Gabriel, and just reaction from the Oregon football team on the loss in the Rose Bowl.
Luke Evans, One County Register. Dan, just what makes Jeremiah Smith so tough to stop? What didn't work with the game plan against him tonight?
Yeah, he's strong. He attacks the ball in the air as well as any receiver I've seen. I mean, the guy's NFL ready. He's that talented. He's very special. And, Will Howard did a great job of getting the ball to him tonight. And he's tough to defend. He's physical. He's got all the tools. So, really talented player.
Our next question comes from the back. Yep. On the right side.
Matt Preem, 24/7 Sports. Dan, how do you use this game as fuel for motivation, but at the same time know that this team went 13-0 prior to tonight?
We're probably not there yet. There's disappointment, but I talked to the team, about life in that locker room and how grateful I am for the opportunity to coach this team. I love these guys, and they put it all out on the field for us, blood, sweat, and tears. But, adversity happens in life. And we're going to get an opportunity, in life, to continue to attack and move forward. And I know there's a lot of winners in that room, right? And there's guys that are going to have a chance to go on in life and be great fathers and great husbands. I hope they saw those examples here on our team. They're going to be great business leaders. They're going to be great NFL players. And they gave their heart and soul for us. So to me, it's not about, getting knocked down. It's about when you get back up and what you do next.
Our next question comes from the gentleman with the khaki shirt.
It's more of a taupe, really. Dan, Bill Orm with the Oregonian. Dan, Evan was such a weapon for you guys in the first matchup against Ohio State. Sounded like something happened pregame. Could you maybe elaborate a little bit on what happened with him, and what did you miss most about not having him?
Yeah, he's a dynamic player. He's been great for us all year. Kind of got tweaked in pregame and had been able to practice, but has been somewhat limited. But we thought he was going to be, potential go, and leaned on the side of protecting the player. In that situation, I think if you ask Evan, he want to be out there on the field, but you don't want to put him in a situation that it's not going to be safe for him. And he's certainly been a dynamic piece for us all year, and would have loved to have him out there for us. But grateful for what he's been able to do for us this season.
Next question comes from the gentleman in the brown in the front.
Josh Peter with USA Today. Dan, why do you think Ohio State struggled the way they did against Michigan, and do you see any significant adjustments they've made since then to get things turned around the way they have?
Sometimes it's not your day, and I think that was us today, right? It wasn't our day today, and it wasn't their day, against Michigan. But what's unique about college football right now and this dynamic is you got to be playing your best ball at the end. And I think anybody that's watching Ohio State recognizes they're playing really good football.
We have time for 2 more questions. The next one you have one on the front, left-hand side.
Jordan Mendoza, USA Today. Jeffrey, what were you seeing out of the Ohio State offense that was really just causing you guys some issues in the first half?
Yeah, overall, I think that they did a good job taking shots early on. Like Coach had said previously, they caught us in some coverages, where receivers were able to get open downfield, right? And then as well as their offensive line, I think that the offensive line, with the injuries that they had in their room and, a lot of moving parts and pieces, I think they did a good job, just up front as well. And then, of course, the quarterback, I think he did a good job, just getting the ball to his receivers, commanding his offense. So, yeah, they were just firing on all cylinders, and, credits to them.
Okay. Our last question will come from the gentleman in the jacket right there.
Pelle, you got ESPN. Dan, obviously you guys won the Big Ten title, and you had to face Ohio State in the first round. There's been a lot of talk about the CFP format and that changing, potentially changing going forward. What was your thought about the path that your team had, maybe compared to other teams?
We had an opportunity. We didn't take advantage of our opportunity. I'm not going to make excuses for our opportunity, right? And ultimately, you got to be great teams to be in position at the end of the year, and we didn't do that. This is the road that we had to travel, and they did it better than us tonight. So no complaints for us for having that opportunity. They just took advantage of it, and we didn't.
Thank you for your time. I appreciate your time, Coach Lanning and Dylan.
So that was more from Oregon post-game. Dan Lanning, again, had an opportunity to take the easy way out with an excuse about having to face Ohio State in the second round and just maybe some of the seeding controversy. But once again, was just grateful, said he's grateful for the team's opportunity, and they're not going to make excuses. So hats off to him for how he's handled this evening's loss. And again, I just look at this matchup and the age of Dan Lanning, the age of Ryan Day, the future outlooks on the recruiting trail, the way these programs have kind of built to this point, and this just feels like a matchup we're going to see quite a bit here in the next 5 to 10 years, if not longer. So interesting kind of post game there. Again, just I was hoping he'd give us a little more about the Ohio State Michigan thing, but I know why he didn't. You don't want to give a soundbite to either Ohio State or to even Michigan, who you're eventually going to play, and you don't want to give them a soundbite that maybe you'll regret later. But it was interesting, kind of him being asked about, how did this basically being asked, how did this team lose to Michigan that you faced tonight? But Devin, it just feels like again, as kind of as Lanning said, it feels like they're playing. Ohio State is playing their best football right now.
No, exactly right. I mean, we keep harping on it, but it's proven to be true at this point. And the last 2 games demonstrate that. It really is that layoff between the end of the regular season and the first round of the playoffs. They really did find something, build something, and have really, again, the proof's been the last 2 ball games. They are playing their best absolute ball at the right time of the year. Again, now the challenge is going to be to keep going forward, and I think leave the fans to be the ones that talk about what didn't happen, and let them focus on what they have the potential to do. And they got a big ball game coming up, obviously with Texas now, which is Again, your third round of the college football playoffs, their SEC, SEC runner-ups, they're playing good ball. So you can't harp on what could have been, because everything, end of the day, at any level of sport, you play to win a championship. So that's still all in play right now. So just keep building, keep getting better. Don't dwell on the past. Leave that to people who like to talk about things, and let the players go keep working on making more plays.
Big narrative game on deck here with Texas, right? With the SEC Big Ten thing. I've been very critical of the national narratives being spewed by mostly people at ESPN, but other national type college football types, and that just, to me, couldn't see that clearly the SEC this year, not that it doesn't have good teams. Texas is a very good team. Georgia's a very good team, but clearly this is not the juggernaut, like 5 or 6 deep league that we've seen at points in the past 20 years. And so that narrative has really taken a beating the last week or so, with Michigan's win over Alabama. Even with like Texas's performance today against Arizona State, they were a whisker away from losing to Arizona State today. We saw South Carolina lose to Illinois. Like there's been a lot that's happened, but a lot of that will get forgotten if Texas beats Ohio State next week. I really believe that. I think this is a big narrative game. Whether you want to buy into whether the narratives even matter, that's up to you. I don't know that they even do matter, but the point remains. There will be things that are said coming out of this Ohio State-Texas game. Someone's narrative is going to be pushed to the forefront, and it's either going to be the Big Tens or the SECs.
You're exactly right. There's going to be something that's talked about in the sports media world. Is the Big Ten versus SEC conference. That debate's been going on for as long as I can remember now about which is the better conference. But I think you said it best there in the middle. It's neither Texas nor Ohio State is concerned about the reputation of their conference at this point, nor should they be. I mean, they're both one game away from playing for a championship. So if you're Texas and Ohio State, that doesn't matter. At this, that is for people to talk about that aren't playing the game. Again, the focus is all on your opponent. It has to be. If anything else, you could just say that's a distraction to the actual teams playing the game at this point, because there's nothing you can do about what happened in South Carolina, Illinois, or who else played the Alabama, Michigan game. That's not anything Texas nor Ohio State needs to be concerned about in their preparation, other than potentially, do you need to watch their game film when you're scouting your opponent? That'd be about it. And that is all for sports media talk that should have no bearing on your preparation for the ball game.
Yeah, and look, but Day and Sarkisian are going to be asked about it. They're going to hold their press conferences before the game, and there's going to be national columnists there who are going to push that. So it'll be interesting to see. My guess is neither of them will take the bait, but it'll be interesting to see what questions are asked about that and what answers are given. We are currently working on Oregon was first at the podium. That's why we were able to bring that video and audio to you guys first. Ohio State obviously was after Oregon. They brought up the rear on this. So we are working on turning OSU, and I think actually we have it. So let's throw to some OSU podium action.
We're going to go ahead and get started with questions for Ohio State. Please state your name and media outlet when asking a question. We'll start in the back right.
Good evening. Rashawn Haylock, KTLA 5. Coach Day, how much of tonight is a reflection on what you were hoping to get when you brought Chip Kelly on?
Yeah, I thought Chip called a great game. I thought the whole offensive staff worked hard to put the plan together, but ultimately it comes down to the players putting it on the field. I've said that all along. I think sometimes in this game coaches get too much attention. This is about these guys right here. A lot of good plays out there, but they got to make it work. And I thought they really put it on the field and it came out aggressive. But I thought Chip called an aggressive game and certainly had a big smile on his face after.
Question in the front right there.
Hey, Ryan. Ari Wasserman on 3. You've been in a position the last month that most coaches, maybe the first ever, where a large portion of the fan base has been displeased, and you guys had to come into a postseason under some tough circumstances. And I'm wondering, what's it been like for you through this journey, and how cathartic was it today to have the game that you guys had?
Well, in this game, there are ups and downs along the way, and when things are going good, you got to hug the guys you love the most, and when things aren't, you got to hug them even harder, and you just hang in there and you keep swinging. And I talked to these guys about it a couple weeks ago. That's life, and this team is resilient. And when you surround yourself with great people with great character, you find yourself working through difficult times. And at the end of the day, we wanted to win a national championship, and the way that we got here wasn't what we expected. It wasn't what we planned for. But nonetheless, we had an opportunity to come back and play Oregon after we'd already played them early in the season, and that's the only thing that mattered. And the guys have been doing a great job of staying focused. The staff has stuck together, but the players have stuck together, and they're fighting to continue to stay together because the winner gets to play together another week, the loser doesn't. So those guys have worked hard to stay together, and now we've got an opportunity to go play Texas, and a lot of football ahead of us.
We have a question from the front here. Nick, yep.
Nick Hamilton, Nightcast Media. First of all, to all of you, congratulations. Coach, just looking at the enormous impact that Jeremiah has had on this season, on your team, how would you say he mirrors somebody like a Marvin Harrison Jr., who you've seen as well to develop and be able to do great things?
I think we always want to draw comparisons because that's what we do naturally. I think whether it's players or coaches, it's easy for everyone to say, well, he's this person, and not quite put him in a box, but sort of categorize them based on somebody who's come before. And Jeremiah is his own person. I think that the way that he's come in from the get-go, he had a look in his eye that he wanted to make an impact as a freshman. And I think his teammates would tell you the same thing. And he's earned the respect of the teammates, not because of his ability. You guys see his ability, but to me, it's the work ethic every day. And he comes in, he's serious. He doesn't say a whole lot. But when he does, people listen. And his maturity, physically, emotionally, and mentally, has allowed him to play like this. And remember, he's a freshman. And so for him to be playing his best football late in the season speaks to his maturity.
Our next question comes from the middle right. Steve?
Congratulations, Coach Day. When Marcus Freeman was here after they played SC, I asked him, sometimes a defeat is the best thing that happens to a team. I know it's hard to say that when you lose to your rival, but are there some aspects of that loss that may have, in the end, where you're at right now, may have been the best thing for your team? I see you shaking your head no already.
Yeah, it's hard for me to say something like that. But I know that, you're a sum of your experiences. And this team has had great wins this season. It's had some tough losses. And, we have learned from those. And you got to grow and you got to build and you got to make sure you're, focusing on your strengths and making sure that, you understand what your weaknesses are. And I think that's a big part of it. But ultimately it comes down to our guys. And I just keep going back to that because these guys are resilient. And, we're at a place where, you can hear a lot of noise, but they didn't do that. And I'm very, very proud of our staff. I'm very, very proud of our players, but we're far from done.
The next question comes from the second row.
Hey, Ryan, Dylan Davis, Delaware Gazette. I asked you this a couple of weeks ago. You talked about playing free and without fear of consequences, and over these last two games, that would probably look like that's what that looks like. What's been the shift in that mindset? What have you done? What has the team done to allow that to happen? Has there been a focused effort on that, or is it just something that?
I don't know. You can talk to the players about it. I think all year, you make adjustments along the way, but we've really focused hard after the regular season on our execution. And I know that sounds really simple, but it's something that we talk a lot about in our walkthroughs. In our meetings, it might be practices, it might be a walkthrough in a hotel, it might be a meeting, and maybe just one little tip that could give you that little bit to say, hey man, this is going to help you execute this play on this play, on this situation. And then you also have to be, situationally aware, which I think as the season's gone on, we've done a better job of that. And then the last piece is doing your job. Everybody has to do their job. Like, you take, for instance, the route that Jeremiah ran on the play where he stuck his foot in the ground and went across the field. It was a perfectly run route, but the protection was there. The setup by Will of getting the whole defense to run one way looked like it was a naked, and then we came back and threw the ball. Like, there's so much that goes into that one specific play, and I think that we've really focused on that part of it. And I think it's the same thing with the defense. I think that they all understand how they fit in with each other, and then it comes down to execution. But then when you mix that with after the snap is then snap, the physicality and how hard we're playing right now. I think those two things are the reason why you're seeing us play this type of football.
Luke Evans, Southern California News Group. Ryan, there's been a lot of talk in your time at Ohio State just about this program's record in big games, the way that the last couple of years ended. Obviously, this program has bigger goals, but to win the last couple games in the way that you did, do you take any personal pride in that, for yourself as a coach, your journey?
Every game is big at Ohio State, and we know that when we came, and when we decided to come to Ohio State, and certainly this game is huge for a lot of reasons. But I think the most important for our team is that we get a chance to play together for another week. To me, that's the most important thing. Every game here is important, and so when you lose, you've got to figure out how to move forward. But when you recruit great people with high character who care about each other, when you go through difficult times, you stick together. You don't splinter. And again, that's why whenever we're in these situations, I just fall back on these guys right here. I mean, I wish you guys were asking these guys questions because they're the ones on the field. These guys are the ones who are playing, not me. I'm just there to direct them and make sure that we're all going in the right direction. These are the guys who are the warriors who are doing it on the field. And I just can't say enough about these guys.
Next question comes from the front row right here.
AP Stedham with AP As We See It. This is for Jeremiah and Cody.
There we go.
What did you see? What did you see today that was different from the first game? And what are some of the things you practiced that you thought were going to be there?
From the first game, I think our defensive. I mean, that was obviously one of our letdown games for our defense. So one of the biggest things we changed was just our attitude and our mentality. There was a lot of plays in the first game that we weren't even aligned. We weren't ready to go, and with an offense like that for Oregon, they thrive on that stuff. And for us, it was just that mentality we had to change. And we went through a lot of tough conversations after that game, and a lot of changes we had to make. But I think we're better for it now, and we made those changes. And like Coach Day said, it's all about execution. No matter what. No matter who's across the ball, you have to do your job. And if you do your job, you're going to select the result.
Our next question comes from the middle right
Jeremiah's
there.
he's going to answer it.
Yeah.
Offensively, just after that game, we had a bad taste in our mouth. We just had to come in the next day and just see what was the issues, fix the issues, and get on the field and work it. But offensively, we had to get the ball on the perimeter, take shots, and just win our one-on-one matchups, and that's what we did today.
Okay, in the middle.
Kevin Skyver, USA Today. Jeremiah, your offense is so good when you guys get vertical. How does Will kind of help you guys along, and why do you feel like he kind of has to prove himself week after week?
Will does a great job in practice, just trusting us, throwing the ball out there. We just tell him, just throw it out there. We're going to make a play for it. It don't matter if it's a bad ball or not. We just got to make our quarterback look good. But, Will playing with that confidence that he have, just being a leader out there, I feed off his energy. Great guy. I love Will to death, not do anything for him.
Question in the front right here.
Jeff Gilbert, Press Pros Magazine. Cody, Coach talked about his execution, but this is an emotional game. Football's emotional. How have you as a captain worked with your team to just let's balance the emotions with the execution and do this the way he wants us to do?
Yeah, that's probably the biggest part about football. It's a game about getting your body, mind, and spirit right. And I think Coach Day does a great job where he wants us to understand the moment and how the steps of each game goes. And it's not, we don't play that game a week ago, but we have to get our mind ready to be in that sense. And so obviously it was a lot of emotion, a lot of people would call it redemption, but for us it really is just about doing your job because our coaching puts us in the right position. So we just got to go make the play, and they've done that so well this whole season. So I mean, we trust them 100%.
We have time for 2 more questions. The next question will come from the gentleman in the plaid. We'll bring a mic to you just 1 second.
Questions for Coach Day. I'm Andres Soto from the LA Times. With the college football landscape kind of changing every day, it seems like, what does it mean to you guys to win the Rose Bowl knowing that there's more football left to be played?
Yeah, I think for us, we literally are taking it 1 week at a time, but we are, I keep saying it, we're fighting to keep this team together because we have a great group of guys together. And I think that we believe that when we're executing at a high level, that we can play with anybody in the country. And so we have a lot of respect for Oregon. We have a lot of respect for Coach Lanning and his staff and his players. I think they're a very, very good team and well coached. So we knew we had to be at our best today. And it'll be the same thing next week. When you're playing in the playoffs, you're playing against very, very good teams. And so, we hold ourselves to a high standard. And so now we're going to have to get back. We're getting back on. We're not staying the night. We're getting back on that plane. We're headed back to Columbus. We'll get some rest, and then we'll focus on Texas.
The last question will come from the front right here.
Ryan, you always talk in these big games about your best players needing to step up. These last few weeks, or even going back to the Michigan game, the way Jack Sawyer has played, what have you thought about the way he stepped up and made an impact?
Yeah, I can't say enough about Jack as a leader, as a person. He really stands for what it means to be a Buckeye, and to see him playing at a high level, he's the heart and soul of the front. And Cody will tell you, just what he brings every day. He brings a hard hat and a lunch pail and goes to work. And, it's showing late in the season. He's playing a lot of great football, and he's a big reason we won today.
Thank you, Coach Day, and thank you to Jeremiah and Cody for joining us.
Thank you.
All right, so that was Ohio State head coach Ryan Day, Ohio State linebacker Cody Simon, Ohio State wide receiver Jeremiah Smith. Appreciate everyone in their patience, bearing with us. As I said before, we could not do this live due to TV broadcasting rights, so we were able to piece the post game together for you guys. So hopefully everyone got enough value out of that. Great job by our production team to get that all done for us. So I believe Tony and Tom are ready. Okay,
indeed we are.
Yeah. How are things in Pasadena?
Things are pretty good, actually. Mark, you might be surprised to find out. So,
the theme of the Rose Parade this morning was best day ever, and I think there were a lot of people wearing red in the stadium who would probably agree with that.
Yeah, for sure. Mark, thank you, and Devin for handling the first 90 odd minutes of this one, and we will take the next 90 odd minutes of whatever. So thanks, and welcome everybody to the Buckeye Weekly Podcast. I am Tony Gerdeman here as always with Tom. How's it going?
Well,
yeah.
At one point, Ohio State had 41 points and Oregon had negative 16 yards rushing, and I thought, I did not see this coming. We usually have a decent sense for what's going to happen, and we talked about the fact that the Oregon defense was definitely the weak link on the field. But it was like, well, Ohio State might score 34 points in the game, and they might win the game 34 to, I think you picked 34 to 24, right?
Mm-hmm.
Something like that. I picked like 28-24. Like, yeah, sure. They had 34 points at halftime. They were on pace at one point for more than 70 points and something like 800 yards of total offense.
Mm-hmm.
Like, that's what you do to Florida A&M. That's not what you do to the nominally number one team in the country.
Yeah, well, let's start out with a super chat here from Mike Farino. How's it going, guys? I owe Ryan Day huge apology. I'm fully back on board now. Don't know how you couldn't be after that. It's been a pretty good couple of pretty good 10 days for Ryan Day or so. Mm-hmm. This one, you have to give the team credit, give him credit for getting this team back together, because there were some uncomfortable conversations after that Michigan game, and it wasn't just immediately after the Michigan game. It was days after as well, where there were a lot of communications and a lot of things said. Talking to Emeka Ibuka in the locker room, he was asked, what did you say as a leader? He's like, well, I'm going to keep that in the locker room, things I say in the locker room after that Michigan game, about the Michigan game. But yeah, this was one that I think should get some people back on board. But there will always be the contingent that is like, well, I still need to see more. And then even if they were to win 2 more, it's like, yeah, but I still would have liked to have that Michigan game. But you can't make everybody happy.
Yeah.
You can make the majority of people happy. Then that's pretty good. That's where they are right now. Because how can you not be happy after this one?
Yeah, I mean, this is the first time since the 2014 Big Ten championship game that I thought, hey, this game reminds me of the 2014 Big Ten championship game, just in terms of you came in with expectations of like, yeah, I don't know. Either team could win, probably going to be close, and then it was just murder from top to bottom. And you have not seen that since that game. But, it was just in terms of the offense, just everything looking like they were playing on JV level. And then the defense looking like they were playing everything on JV level. And just mashing Oregon into the ground on the offensive line and the defensive line. Just Oregon didn't win anything in the trenches. Like if they got 1 sack on Will Howard, something like that. But Ohio State's pass rush was dominant, and they were. I don't know if you could tell on TV or from up in the press box. There was hitting going on that field. I went back to remember the Clemson Fiesta Bowl where after the game it was like everyone thought, oh boy. They needed about 3 weeks to rest up on this one. Oregon wasn't really hitting like that. And that Clemson Fiesta Bowl, I mean, Oregon had some hits, but it was like consistently Ohio State, like Sonny Styles. I thought Sonny Styles might kill someone.
Lathan Ransom hit Jordan James. He may have sent Jordan James out of the game on a hit early on. I was talking to Ty Hamilton in the locker room about this game, and he said you could tell pretty early on that Oregon didn't want to play anymore. And this is like first or second quarter, where it's like they knew they were in trouble, and Ohio State just kept coming after them. One of the things that Caden Curry said in the locker room was that this time around, Ohio State played their game instead of playing Oregon's game last time.
Yeah,
and that was pretty clear. And then I was asking all the players, "What is your game?" And they're pretty much like, "You saw it,
you seen it."
And then I got to talk with Larry Johnson. We'll get through all of this, but talk to Larry Johnson about getting after it. And he was a pretty happy camper too.
All right, Mike Ferguson, Super Chat. We got to get to this one right away. FYI, the NCAA bylaws clearly state that any slander towards Buckeyes is a Class 1 felony and thus will not be tolerated regardless of this week's opponent.
Hey,
I mean,
you're not going to hear anything bad about Buckeyes from us.
I don't remember if is there a Buckeyes in Dallas? I know we hit a Buckeyes on the way back or down to Atlanta the last time, so that might be a one more game. You gotta. There is in Dallas. Okay. So
Buckeyes correspondent Kevin Noon lets us know.
Buckeyes, regional Buckeyes correspondent has logged on. So yes. So we will perhaps be Buckeyes adjacent in a matter of a week or whatever it is.
We also like to go to Gas City. No, Fuel City.
Fuel City tacos. Yes, we gotta stay. There's so much stuff we gotta talk about that is not tacos.
But we're going to be all over the place. Normally, we like to let's go talk offense, let's talk defense.
Yeah.
And I'm sure people will be throwing super chats and we'll just get so distracted.
I did want to say hi to Doreen real quick. Kevin punched up her comment. I was just thinking about Doreen yesterday because she has a daughter who's in the OSU marching band, and I went over and did a story on the OSU marching band practicing and getting ready for the Tournament of Roses parade, and then was out at the parade this morning. So if I fall asleep about 45 minutes from now, that's why. But yes, I think this is the most band content we've had for a while.
Yeah,
but it's gotten people like it, so we'll probably try and do more band.
If you're
content.
a band person, Tom has thrown out a ton of videos now, and I feel this is. I was hoping not to see this. Go ahead.
It's a new year, Tony.
I know,
and that means it is time for Jordan Kapler to just take one step to the left. He says, best thing about following Buckeye Huddle is you get the two smartest and most handsome guys in the business covering Ohio State. Then there's Kevin. I mean, no lies detected, as the kids say.
I hope this is a quick year. I'm glad it's not a leap year like the last year. But thank you for that super chat. Kevin thanks you as well. No? Okay, a little. Yeah. Odysseus 2002. Well, that's
we'll get back to that. Let's save the non-football stuff for later. We may get to that 3 hours from now. Who knows? Todd says offensive defense played great. I'm proud of Jaden Fielding. Hopefully the aggressive play calling continues. Safe travels home. Yeah, you had to feel good for Jaden Fielding because he had the two misses against Michigan. Got put in a terrible position against Tennessee that you didn't expect him to make it. But, I think we got so many questions this week about, will the better weather help?
Yeah.
And it feels like the answer, those got answered pretty clearly because, I mean, you had a better view of these than I did, but it didn't look like it was like he was just barely eking them in. It looked like most of them were kind of just right down the pipe.
Well, that 46-yarder was good by a mile. And he had
his season long, right?
Yeah, I believe so.
Yeah.
Also, his kickoffs were going through the end zone at times.
Yeah.
So he was showing off some leg, if you will. And I also thought being up 14-0 and then having that kind of freedom and security to attempt, and if you miss it, no big, this is an opportunity to see where his head's at, where his leg's at, and then it led to another one. I predicted 2 field goals in this game. You said I was crazy.
Did you really?
Well, I mean, they had 34-24, so how else are you going to get there?
I thought you were talking about the bold prediction show.
No.
Ryan Does says, defense good, offense good, kicker made field goals, everyone happy. Seriously, though, Happy New Year's, everyone. Take care of one another. Yeah, I mean,
absolutely.
I was trying to think. My years of covering Ohio State always have me thinking, okay, what are people going to be upset about? Because there's always something to be upset about. And I thought, well, the drive right before halftime, and then, they came out and they scored again.
They lost the middle eight.
They lost the middle eight, which, okay. But even it was like when they tried to run the ball and you're getting away from running, throwing the ball, and why are you doing that? And then Travion Henderson goes 60 whatever yards for a touchdown. This was a game where I talk all the time about like percentile outcomes, and 50th percentile outcome is like about what you would expect a game to, if everything just kind of goes like normally for both teams, that's kind of the 50th percentile outcome. This is what the 99th percentile outcome looks like. That's what that first half was for Ohio State. Like everything went right for Ohio State. Everything went wrong for Oregon. And, everything going wrong for Oregon had a lot to do with everything going right for Ohio State. Ohio State made a lot of things go wrong for Oregon. That was as complete a half of football as you've seen against a team, that's a top 10 caliber team. And this is obviously a little better than top 10 caliber team. But since that 2014 Big Ten championship game, and that was such an outlier game that you were like, well, you're never going to see this again. And it took 10 years. And then, 10 years to the day since the last time they beat a number 1 team in the college football playoff. They beat a number 1 team in the college football playoff. That was January 1st, 2015.
390 yards of total offense in the first half to about 139 for Oregon. So this was complete domination all over the place. Super chat from Dave K.
Okay, let's hit the stat. Okay, let's hit the super chat real quick, and then we'll get to the game stats. Or not. Okay, here we go. Dave K says, most of the season, the pass rush was close, but no cigar. Why are they getting home now? They dominated.
Well,
we talked about this yesterday, where I had a stat that I retweeted yesterday, and you could probably find it back in my Twitter feed, but it was how many times Ohio State had rushed with 5 or more guys in the first 6 games versus the 7 games more recently than that. And it was basically like 3 times as many times they'd rushed with 5 or more guys. And in terms of getting home for sacks, it was like 5 times or 6 times as many times. And at some point, you don't even need to you don't need to bring 6 guys to get there. You just need to be unpredictable, because it felt like you probably have a better idea for what the blocking looked like in the line of scrimmage stuff than I do, but it felt like there were times that someone was coming free and someone on Oregon's offensive line was standing there blocking air.
Yeah, well, and they were effective with some of their blitzes, but JT and Jack Sawyer were also very effective just beating their one-on-one blocks. And you could see that Jack Sawyer, two sacks and a couple tackles for loss, and Cody Simon gets Dylan Gabriel down as well. We talked about before the game, disrupting him is great, but when you have an opportunity to tackle him, you have to do it. And they did this over and over again all night long. And that would, to me, not just to me, to everybody, that's one of the keys of this game, because if you just sit back and let Dylan Gabriel find something, he will find something. And he still was able to do that at times.
Dylan Gabriel, long rush of 5 yards, right there. That to me that's a winning stat. If all you tell me is long rush of 5 yards for Dylan Gabriel, that's probably a winning stat for Ohio State. 12 carries, negative 43 yards. That's how often Ohio State got there. Jordan James, 7 carries, 11 yards. 14 yards. 14 yards with a long of 11. So he had 6 carries for 3 yards and then 1 of 11. Averaged 2. Noah Weddington, 6 carries, 3 yards. Averaged 18 inches per carry. I mean, that is 28 carries, negative 23 yards.
How about 6 catches for Tez Johnson for 30, or 6 touches for 31 yards for Tez Johnson on offense?
Yeah.
They stopped him, dominated everybody. I guess Evan Stewart got hurt in pregame warmups. So
did he?
That's why he wasn't out there.
Okay.
Jordan James, I believe, went out at some point, and he was hurt for a while. He may have missed most of the game with a head injury of something. So
Trayshawn Holden picked up where Evan Stewart left off. Trayshawn Holden missed most of the first game after spitting on Davis and Igbinosun, and he had seven for 116, a couple touchdowns. I mean, but
that's all.
The touchdowns were kind of like, oh, all right. They were against the ones, but I was talking to someone on the field after half. Oregon has scored a touchdown right before halftime, and they go for 2 and they get it. And then they go down the field again and score in the third quarter. And it's like they're still in trouble because even though they've scored on the last 2 drives, this last drive, the first drive of the second half, took 6 minutes off the clock and they burned a timeout. And it's like, and they still need 3 more, even if they stop Ohio State every time, which there's no indication they're going to stop Ohio State every time. The Oregon was basically running out of time the entire second half because Ohio State, they hit all those big plays in the first game. They hit nothing in the second game.
No, and in the first game, Ohio State had 2 completions of 30 yards in the entire game against Oregon. They had 2 completions of 30 yards in their first 3 pass attempts in the first drive. In this game, Will Howard, after his first 14 passes attempted, had 255 yards passing. After Dylan Gabriel's first 12, he had 47 yards. This is at roughly the same point in the game. And you could just see, like, Ohio State's tackling was on point. That Oregon running on first down as often as they did, picking up a loss of 1 just about every time. And then there was one time where they got they picked up a yard on first down run. It's like, well, that's a season-long rush or a game-long rush on first down. It's better than the usual.
Well, I have so many pictures because I shoot behind the Oregon offense, so I always have the Ohio State defense coming towards me. I have so many pictures of the back of an Oregon running back and Cody Simon and Caleb Downs or Lathan Ransom and Jack Sawyer or JT. It's just like, here's 3 guys. You're probably not going to beat all 3 of them. And then, the next picture is everyone's horizontal.
Yep. No, it's tremendous one-on-one tackling and then tremendous team tackling. Super chat from Mike Ferguson. Still no holding calls that favor OSU. The tradition continues. Apparently, there looked to be some holds on the Oregon offensive line.
There were Jack Sawyer got a lot of attention. I will tell you, I went up into the stands to what ended up being the Oregon section during the end of the third quarter. I was fighting a flow of Oregon fans coming down the stands with about 4 minutes left in the third quarter, which, again, didn't anticipate that. But I was up there and just sort of amidst Oregon fans and just sort of standing there and just shooting some pictures and waiting for the color to change a little bit and shooting some more pictures. And there's a lot of crabbing from Oregon fans about, well, Ohio State was getting away with a lot of holding. It's like, well, yeah, I mean, there was not a lot of holding calls really either direction. I don't know how many penalties there were in the game. It was just a game where that was kind of like a let them play game. And yeah, I mean, there were plenty of times Jack Sawyer's coming around the end. Jack Sawyer's taking a stunt. Yeah, two penalties for 14 yards, 3 penalties for 13 yards. And at that point, I mean, they're letting them play. That's fine. If you want to let them play, that's fine. If you want to not let them play, that's fine to a point. Like we watched some Tennessee games this year where it was like, all right, we don't need 270 yards of penalties. Like I would rather see 2 for 14 and 3 for 13. And you just have to accept, look, if your offensive line's not getting called for holding, then you can't complain that their offensive line's not getting called for holding.
So I did ask Larry Johnson about it after the game in terms of, hey, like you guys never get called for holding. He's like, it's crazy, isn't it? How is this possible? So yes, it turns out he is well aware that they don't get held at all, or they don't get called for it. So kudos to Denzel Burke and Davis and Igbinosun for their redemptions. Offensive line did great as well. Will the low snaps catch up to OSU? There were a lot of low snaps in this one. That'll be something that they focus on. They'll fix that. But yeah, that was a concern because it disrupted the timing of some of the plays. Now, if all of those snaps are on point, maybe Ohio State has 600 yards of offense instead of 500. But if we're looking at nitpick, and really That's not a nitpick. That's something that does need to be addressed, and they will address it.
Yeah.
But maybe tomorrow, not today. But
Yeah.
I mean, it was noticeable, and they'll fix that. But Denzel Burke, there was one where Dylan Gabriel went deep on him, and Denzel Burke was running the route. He was the guy that broke open.
I know exactly the
and
play
it was overthrown. And Davis Ignosin was really, really good. Those guys.
Davis Ignosin was the subject of my favorite photo of the game, and we don't have the photos loaded, so you're gonna get to see this later. But Davis Ignosin is running away, like covering like the far corner of the field, and the receiver's a little bit behind him. He's kind of just going up. He's not making contact. He didn't get flagged. Hit him right on the helmet. I have the ball like sitting on top of his helmet. But we talked about that this week. He was someone that Oregon thought he's going to get got, and he did not get got at all. Did he give up one completion? Maybe it was.
I mean, you're gonna
give up. Yeah, but you give up one completion.
Yeah,
that was not what the first game was for these guys. Denzel Burke deserves a ton of credit. I mean, this was a little bit of a redemption game for a lot of guys. Denzel Burke on defense, Will Howard, who Will Howard played a great game in the first game, but had the last play, and he talked about how much he thinks about that now. And for him to have the game that he had there, that's a little bit of a redemption thing. And I did see earlier when he was talking with the offensive line, we need to talk about Donovan Jackson. Because man, oh man, like I always say, Ty Hamilton is the most underrated player on this team. I think Donovan Jackson might be the most underrated, underappreciated. And it's not like people don't know he's a great player, but it's like I don't think people really have a grasp of what he's done, where he is in his career to make that move, and to be willing to do it in the middle of the season, and just how screwed they would be if he hadn't done that.
Yeah. Well, I said it before, he's a better left tackle than left guard based on what we're seeing. And not that he wasn't a good left guard. He's just been really, really good at left tackle. You don't see him. You don't hear about him. This Josh Fryer they got after a little bit in this one. But Donovan Jackson, no issues there. And he continues to play really, really well. And unselfish and team guy, team leader, that everything you would want from a fourth-year guy that chose to come back to solidify and accomplish some things. And it's like, things didn't go exactly as you wanted, and yet he's still overcome all of that, and he's playing his best football as a Buckeye right now.
Yeah, and I just saw It's Just Me, Tim on there. Okay, well, hang on. We'll get back to It's Just Me, Tim. Remind me, we're going to go to the Will Howard sound in a minute, because Tim asked for it.
Asked for something.
We are all about audience service here, but we're even more about super chats here. And Treebuck says, just for fun, I timed the last 40 yards of Trey's 66-yard run. Definitely a flying start, 3.85. That was such a funny play because I'm sitting in that corner of the end zone. That came right to me. And he kind of goes around the edge, and I'm looking through the lens. So it's kind of, I just see him, and I'm just kind of like waiting for someone in green to show up, and just no one in green shows up, and he just keeps running. And I was like, where is everybody?
Well, and I actually missed the start of that one because I was doing something else at that point. Like, I don't know what I was doing, tweeting something out. And it's like, you could not turn away for one moment. From this game because something was going to happen, and that was one of those things. And I looked up and I had to find him. He's like already hitting the corner, and it's like, this is insane.
I will say I'm getting prompted in our chat to tell everyone that our producer predicted that Travion Henderson would have a big run one play before it happened. That is factual.
All right.
That is
okay.
It was. I didn't see it, and then I just got a text that was like all caps, "Told you so," and I'm like, "What? Tell me what? What are you talking about?" But yes. It was just he had the weirdest stat line. This is a game where you just look at all these stat lines and it's like, how this doesn't make any sense. The fourth quarter of the game, Ohio State's up 41-15 or whatever it is, and Travion Henderson has 4 carries. Like what? What?
He had 2 for 70 for a while.
Yeah.
And finished with 8 for 94. Pretty good 11.8 yard per carry average. At one point in this game, well into the game, Ohio State was averaging 14.9 yards per play, like 14.7.
Is that good?
And it's pretty good. And then Oregon was averaging 2.9, so not as good. So.
Well, and we're talking about Travion here, and I promise are going to get to the Will Howard sound. But when we're talking about the running backs, Quinshon Judkins, 17 carries, 85 yards, no touchdowns. Long of 18, not 66. Travion Henderson had 2 touchdowns. Quinshon Judkins, that was a big time game for him. 5 yards a carry against that defense without having, we talk about it all the time, without having the number skewed by one long run. 5 yards a carry for if, again, you tell us on Monday this week, hey, Quinshon Judkins is getting run 17 times, average 5 yards a carry, and his long's going to be 18. You're going to go, that's a pretty good game for Ohio State.
Yeah.
All right, so let's get to the Will Howard interview. I get a chance to talk to him. He was doing an interview on the field with Big Ten Network, and then he was kind of walking. He finished with them. He and Emeka Ibuka, so we'll get to Emeka later. Tim May and I were out there, and it was like, well, all right, you get one of them, I'll grab the other one. And so just talk to Will Howard as we were walking off the field, just to get his thoughts on the game. So here's Will Howard.
Yeah, how satisfying was that game against that team after how the first one ended?
Very, very. I was licking my chops for another chance at those guys. And, I was just so happy to go out there and right the wrongs from that first game because that one hurt.
You guys felt like you were pretty confident this week when we talked to you, but were you confident like it might be 34-0 at halftime, or was that a little bit of a surprise?
I was really confident. I'm not going to lie. I loved our game plan, and I knew our defense was going to go out there and stop them. And, I knew if they did what they had to do, offense was going to do what we had to do. And we played great complementary football and, just did what we had to do, man.
How impressive was that offensive line performance? I mean, to go through so many different iterations of offensive line this year, and they just keep giving you time and opening up lanes on the ground.
They did a hell of a job, man. I'm so proud of those guys stepping up to the challenge. After all the flack that they got after that Team Up North game, man, I'm so proud of them. I'm so proud of them.
And then got to ask you about Jeremiah.
It's a stud, man. He's different. He's I think, man, when it's all said and done, he could be one of the greatest, to ever do this thing.
All right, thanks, Will.
Yeah, thank you.
Right.
All right, so that was Will Howard. You heard me at the end asking about the offensive line. It's just so impressive what that offensive line has done. And yeah, you can nitpick the snaps and you can, but these are two good defensive lines that they've played in a row, and they got another challenge coming next. I don't know, what is it? The 10th.
The 10th.
The
yes.
10th. Okay, the 10th down in Texas.
Against
congratulations, you just blew the number one team into low Earth orbit. Congratulations! Now you get to go play Texas in Texas.
Yeah.
What a fun reward that is.
Did you see how Arizona State kind of got?
I have been told that Arizona State got hosed on a targeting call by like 4 completely unrelated people. So I assume it's probably true, but I have not seen it.
Even the guy I always go to for targeting, Marcus Hartman, said it was targeting. So.
Okay, there you go. Okay. So let's. I know we have a bunch of graphics that we can get to.
Yeah.
Let's throw up some of that because we have a million different directions we can go with this stuff. So
we will.
Well,
I guess we'll talk about the running game then, because you mentioned Quinshon Judkins and not having a big run. They were able to stay on schedule the entire time.
Yep.
And you see it there. Travion Henderson, 8 carries, 94 yards, 2 touchdowns, a 3 catches that were important in this game.
Yeah.
And then Quinshon Judkins, 17 for 85. I would not have pegged them for running for what they did in this one. This is a winning number clearly.
Yeah.
Like this should have been knowing this. If we had known this, then yeah, we could say a 41-21 kind of prediction.
Yeah.
But this now I think is what the offense is, and now this is 2 games in a row.
Yeah.
And yeah, you've got the long one, but that's not all you had in there, and so the potential for those long ones can take you from like 150 to 200 and really get you over the top. But only 31 carries in this game, and there was a sack in there. Will Howard ran it a couple of times, but getting those 2 guys going at the right time this year, and it makes everything better. And the offensive line, the rotation continues to work at guard. You saw that Luke Montgomery coming in again at left guard, moving Austin Searveld to right guard. So things are going well. I saw Justin Fry after the game, very, very happy with wanted people to take pictures of him and Donovan Jackson out there. So they were quite pleased.
I got a picture of him and Mike Soleni, who's the GA, who actually just took a job at UNLV as their new offensive line coach. He will have to tell them, sorry, I'm not going to be in this week. I have another football game to coach at Ohio State. But yeah, that was like there were some real bear hugs there. That was a win that meant a lot to this team.
Yeah.
And to win the way they did, I mean, you're talking about the rushing. 5.8 yards per carry for Ohio State, negative 0.8 for Oregon. If you told me Ohio State outrushed Oregon by 6.4 yards per carry, I would ask if which of Oregon's team buses got lost on the way to the stadium. That's you couldn't have gotten me to believe that in a million years.
Outrushed them by 6.4 yards per carry, and also will only average 5.8 yards per carry. So I asked Ty Hamilton about that, and it's like, they do take quite a bit of pride in that. JT Tuimoloau said that that's a number that they're going to celebrate, and that's quite the accomplishment. As you look at the first quarter comparison where the domination really began, and there was when you start out with that first touchdown drive, and then there's this sense of that was really, really easy. 1 minute, 3 plays, 75 yards, and Jeremiah Smith. We'll eventually get to Jeremiah Smith.
Who?
He's a freshman wide receiver. Set the he's got some records. Set the freshman receiving record in terms of yards in a game. Chris Carter held that one, and now of course
Chris Carter also had a pretty good Rose Bowl as a freshman.
Right. So Jeremiah Smith 7 for 187. We'll get to that, but there's the drive chart.
Yeah, the drive chart for Ohio State. Yeah, 3 plays, 75 yards. That was another one where the Travion Henderson one I talked about earlier. I'm looking at him running. I'm like, where's everyone? It was the same thing for the Jeremiah Smith. The first Jeremiah Smith touchdown was just kind of like, it looked like just a nothing little little crossing route, and you'll pick up 6 yards and maybe the first down, and then he just kind of kept running. And it was like, where is everybody?
Yeah, we're watching the replay, and Kevin's like, yeah, he cooked him. he cooked that defensive back trying to tackle him, and just another impressive thing. But you look at it, even their bad drive, still 6 for 42. But
that was one where they ended up punting at the plus 38 or something like that, and I was expecting where they were, plus 38, that's a 55-yard field goal. So I thought, okay, it's 3rd and 9, 3rd and 10, whatever it was. I bet they go for, 4 yards or something like that here, 5 yards, just to try and get it to 4th and manageable, and then you have a play you can make. And then I think it was an incomplete pass or something like that. So I think they were probably trying to, because it was, I think, Travion Henderson over the middle. So they were like trying to set that up. And then it didn't work out.
I wouldn't have had a problem with them going for it.
Yeah.
But, it's just unfortunate for Ohio State there that the punt went into the end zone. But, it all worked out pretty well for them.
Yeah, they had 2 touchbacks on punts, and both of them they had a guy down there, and it was just, it just didn't quite get the play.
Lorenzo Styles kind of deked him a little bit.
Yeah.
And he wasn't able to get there.
But and then 3 plays, 53 yards. So you get the touchdown, the scoring drives in the first, the first 4 drives. 3 plays, 75 yards. That is big play, explosive. 3 plays, 53 yards. That is big play, explosive. 10 plays, 63 yards. That is, I'm going to punch you in the face repeatedly. And that was, and then you keep going. 2 plays, 48 yards, touchdown. 1 play, 66 yards, touchdown. 10 plays, 43 yards, field goal. I mean, that's the second quarter. They still are just scoring.
So the first game was won partly because of Oregon's field position. They won the field position battle. They won the special teams battle. In that game, Ohio State's starting field position was their own 22 on average.
Yeah.
Oregon's was their own 36.
Yeah. And then the 48, 2 plays, 48 yards, that's where Dan Lanning went for it, that reminded me, Dan Lanning is a much more aggressive coach than Jim Tressel was. But do you remember in the 2006 season, 2007 BCS National Championship game against Florida, where it was 4th and 1, like deep in Ohio State's territory, and Jim Tressel goes for it. And it's like, statistically, this is the correct play. And I think Beanie Wells might have gotten stopped on it. He did. Okay. But it was like, statistically, this is correct play, but you never statistically make the correct play. And this was a little bit out of probably Dan Lanning's comfort zone, but it was like he sees what everyone else sees, which is the defense is not getting off the field unless Jaden Fielding is kicking a PAT. So you gotta figure something out. And then they didn't get it, and it was like, oh boy, now what? And even another layer on that was like 4th and 3, and I'm like, they're using one of their good 2-point plays here because they know, like, you gotta just burn it all right now, because if you wait another 10 minutes of game time, you might not have a game that you can win.
Yeah, and real quickly, the average starting field position this game for Ohio State was 9 yards better than the last game, 10 yards worse for Oregon.
Yeah.
To give you an idea. But yeah, Lanning, everybody loves him, and the mistakes just kind of get glossed over. I do wonder. We talked about it yesterday or the day before. Will there be any criticism for him coming from this one, or this one is this such a blowout where it's just like, well, nobody would have done anything against this team.
Well, you have a talented roster. I mean, this is a talented roster. They have, you have your Phil Knight money. You have all your, and everyone gets very defensive about that. But it's like, guys, when guys are signing and talking about their custom shoes, it's like, well, I mean, clearly this is a factor here. But you have all the stuff. Like you've been. This is, you're kind of, Dan Lanning and Ryan Day both were kind of in the same spot this year, where it's like, boy, you've been given all the toys that you could possibly want to have. It's like you got everything you asked for, everything you needed, and Ryan Day did that with it, and Dan Lanning did that with it, and it's like, boy, I think the boy wonder thing. Now you're looking back and you're going, well, he blew it against Washington in 2022. He blew it against Washington in 2023. He blew it against Washington in 2023 in the Pac-12 championship game. And then he's the number one team, undefeated, and they just get launched into low Earth orbit like that in their first playoff game. It's like, well, now you look back and it's like, well, now he hasn't won any playoff games, and he got stuffed in the locker in the first playoff game he had, where he, was supposed to be a competitive game, and it was like immediately, instantly, like, what did you guys work on this week? Because I can't imagine this was the game plan.
No, definitely not.
Dave K says, how big is Super Chat to have Tom and Tony do a hoedown like Jack and Ty?
I tried to show you the video.
Yes.
I don't know if you saw it, but yes, that was during the third quarter. Oregon, fourth quarter Oregon. What was it? Twist and shout, or is it?
No, they do shout.
Shout.
Yes,
Yeah.
yes.
And everybody was dancing along from the Ohio State sideline, much like when Ohio State goes to Wisconsin and they do jump around. When you're winning like that, when you're feeling your oats, you can do that. And so I did tweet out some of that, and I did give the trigger warning to the Ohio State fans that there were both handshakes and dancing. So please, if this is going to upset you, do not watch. And I will also say, after this, the handshakes and the dancing, Ohio State still went on to win the game.
Yeah, well, that's good. That's helpful. Maybe everyone will take a little bit of a deep breath. I think we talked about this yesterday, right? We've had some long days here, but the Ryan Day press conference with Dan Lanning, and Ryan Day is frowning. Like, he smiled once when he was talking about his wife, but that was it. And then Dan Lanning's happy and cheerful, and and it was like, well, if Ohio State wins, this is going to be Ryan Day was laser focused, and if Ohio State loses, Ryan Day was tight. Well, I guess Ryan Day was laser focused, and Dan Lanning was too busy thinking about smiling and not. He likes smiling. Smiling's his favorite, but. So and we talked about this yesterday. Like, you end up with some sort of stupid narratives coming out of games like this, where it's like hyperbolic overreaction. I'm sure Oregon boards are like going Chernobyl right now, but this is still a good Oregon program. They still had a whole bunch of very talented recruits who are signed for Oregon now, guys who Ohio State was going after. I did think it was a little bit funny that Tennessee brought David Sanders to Ohio State and then just got lit on fire a couple weeks ago, and then Oregon brings Dorian Brew and Trey McNutt and Neem Offord, and it might be someone else, but at least those three guys, and they just watched their team just get their heads caved in for 60 minutes.
Yeah, and Ohio State's freshmen were already also there. I saw Bod Miller and some of the other incoming freshmen there. I saw Bod Miller walking out with the rose in his teeth already, so they're already doing it. It was also neat to see after the game the players trying to get into the crowd to their families and trying to implore security. Hey, can our families come down? And no, I can't do any of that. But they went and celebrated with their families. Things not going. Probably not great. So we'll just on the message boards don't need the negativity right now.
Surprising.
Yeah. Bootzilla said that he's loving this because Oregon fans were talking a lot of stuff. There was a lot of, in replies to some of our videos, like silly Buckeye fans think that they have a
Right.
chance at this one. But there's some condescension. But overall, like when we interact with fans from the other team, like they're all pretty good. Or the majority of them.
So you're saying that every fan base has a lunatic fringe?
Well, you could say that, but
in fact,
what percentage of Oregon fans?
Tony,
15, 20?
I wouldn't want to put a number on it, Tony. That would be stupid and irresponsible.
No, let's not do that. The Oregon boards are quiet according to Sage Ohio. Well, it might be quiet. It's New Year's, plenty to celebrate, and maybe there's a resolution to log off the internet for a while.
Yeah. Do we have the Emeka thing? Is Emeka ready? Okay. So let's go real quick to the Emeka Ibuka sound. And I asked him, the first thing I asked him about was that catch, that touchdown catch, because he's like juggling the ball. That was an incredible catch, and he kind of downplays it. But then
he downplays everything.
I want you to listen to the last question, because I think, there's a little bit of now they're going to be fat and happy, and they're going to be. Listen to the last question where I ask him about the offensive line. So here's Emeka Ibuka.
All right. Walk me through that touchdown catch, because that was one where I'm watching and I thought he's got it. Oh no, he doesn't have it. And you had it. That was an incredible catch. Walk me through that one.
Yeah, it was just a perfect ball for my quarterback. I can't say too much more. They wrote down to a 6 opposite look, so it's a look that we practice many times in practice. And he throws a great ball every time. So all I had to do was make the play.
And he had a heck of a game. He felt like he did exactly what you guys needed him to do. What does that mean to have a quarterback who you guys know you can rely on in games like that?
Yeah, it's very it's a lot of relief. I think when you have that position on your team taken care of, a lot of things just naturally fall into place. And he's a fearless leader, and he kind of gets everything rolling the right way. So having him at the helm of our ship is really good for the Buckeyes.
And that offensive line it felt like they were dominant all game and opened up some holes in the run game, but really protecting Will as well. To go through as many versions of the offensive line as you guys have this year, and then have a performance against that kind of a defensive line, is that something that's a little bit surprising to you? I know you believe in your teammates, but is that still a little bit surprising that you guys were able to put together that kind of performance?
No, not at all. I think the offensive line faced more scrutiny than any position group on this entire team. 5 weeks ago, all of them are getting death threats in their DMs, and then after today's game, I'm sure everyone's going to be singing their praises. So we try not to pay attention to the media at all about what anybody has to say about our team, because we wouldn't know what we have inside of our building.
So there you go. I mean, there's just a little bit of an edge there still, and I said this down here. We're in the photo workroom, if you're wondering where we are and why I'm like, we haven't provided any context to where we are. I said, at one point, I was thinking on the field, I was like, was the Michigan loss the best thing that could have happened to this Ohio State team? And then I was like, do I want to say that out loud? And I was like, well, everyone will be in a good mood. It'll be fine. I can say it out loud and it'll be fine. But, there is no chance this team is getting fat and happy at this point.
No.
They are locked in, and they just beat. I mean, correct me if I'm wrong, but I think they just beat the only team that is like potentially a contender for most just pure football talent on the field. That's left in the field.
I think, and now they will play the next most talent-laden team, and they'll do it in Texas against and probably this. I think the crowd here was probably 60-40-ish Oregon, maybe a little higher for Ohio State, maybe 57-43, something like that. But in the Cotton Bowl, I do wonder if you'll see. I think you will see an uptick in travel for Ohio State fans, but yeah, you're going into the Lions' Den there.
Right. It's you're driving down the street for Texas.
Yeah.
And Texas. Austin is only, I think, 3 hours from Dallas. Houston's 3 hours from Dallas. There's a bunch of Texas fans there. Dallas is right where Dallas is, so there's a bunch of Texas fans there. It's like a drive. You don't even need a hotel. It's a day trip. It's like Ohio State fans going to Indianapolis, except if Indianapolis was also in Ohio. So this is going to be another game where we have the whole, look, the Ohio State fans are outnumbered, which,
I think they like that.
Well, here's the thing. I haven't watched any of the broadcast, obviously, so I have no idea if that was any part of the conversation. Let me explain why that happened. Oregon fans knew they were coming to the Rose Bowl on December 7th, so they had lots of time to buy plane tickets and hotels and game tickets. Ohio State fans found out on the evening of December 21st. So you had like a week. So it's not like a big mystery why there were a bunch of Oregon fans here. But Ohio State fans, I was pleasantly surprised at how many Ohio State fans there were. It was probably 60-40, something like that.
I just said that.
Did you?
1 minute ago.
Well, listen.
You would just listen.
Did I tell you what time I got up this morning, sir? You're lucky I'm forming sentences right now.
I will say, right now, the way the defense is playing, if they play like this, then it doesn't really matter who they're playing.
No.
And that was kind of the words that I was getting from some of the players. I talked to a lot of defensive guys, because to me that was maybe the main story. Is just the domination, and the confirmation was, and it's not cocky. It's just like, when we're playing our game right now, the way we're playing it, it's going to be difficult to beat them. And talking to Larry Johnson about when Jack Sawyer and JT Tuimoloau are playing like this, what chance does an offense have? And he just kind of shook his head.
Yeah,
just the knowing.
Basically a football coach right there. I also shook my head.
The knowing laugh, and it's like, oh, have fun. Good luck with that.
Well, what's so interesting about this is how the season turned after the Oregon game, the first Oregon game.
Yeah.
That's when everything changed. The whole defense changed. And the productivity out of the defensive line, who for years was like, oh, they're almost there. Oh, ball's out. Almost so close, so frequently. And you didn't see the production. And it was like, well, boy, it's so weird. And then you come back from Oregon and they just strip it to the studs and look at everything. And they're running more of a traditional Jim Knowles kind of defense. And I was thinking, I think I might have tweeted this out. I was sort of half expecting Jim Knowles to say, I'd like to know where Nick Saban is right now after Saban called the defense antiquated after the first Oregon game.
I think he was in the stadium.
He was in the stadium, yes. I saw him earlier. If you go to one of those behind-the-scenes videos, I walk right past him and Desmond Howard and Reese Davis sitting on the set. But this is such a different Ohio State defense and such a better Ohio State defense than it was at the beginning of the season. And it's like Jim Knowles had his Happy learned how to putt. I don't think Happy ever forgot how to putt. I think Happy was maybe not allowed to putt for a while. And then when it was kind of like, okay, strip it down, try it. And we've talked to Ross about this a bunch, where he'll say, like, yeah, it's a much more Jim Knowles defense. Well, guess what? Jim Knowles is pretty good at running a Jim Knowles defense, and he has some pretty good players to do with it.
Well, let me tell you this, Tom. So I asked Larry Johnson the difference between this game and the last game, and he said that they got less complicated, and they just got back to the simpler things. And it's like, okay.
I mean, I don't know. Yeah, I mean, it just feels like they're just doing more stuff. They're doing like
more stuff
twisting.
They should be doing instead of more stuff that they
yeah. Twisting, stunting, blitzing. Showing pressure and then dropping out.
There were several times where it looked like Sonny was going to blitz and he didn't. And I'm sure Dylan Gabriel thought he was going to blitz and he didn't.
There was one play, and I'm like firing off shots of this. Jack Sawyer's split out, like covering a wide receiver. Like he's got outside leverage on a wide receiver. And it was like, maybe it was Terrence Ferguson, the tight end.
Yeah, probably.
One or the other. But I'm looking, I'm like, that's new. And I think he may have like sort of shown a rush and then dropped out of it again. But it was just kind of like, I've watched every snap of Ohio State football this year. I have not seen that.
Yeah, and he almost had a pick six. He finished with 3 pass breakups in this one.
Mm-hmm.
And the defensive front six in the last game only had 1 pass breakup. This time they had 9 total in terms of the entire defense. But Cody Simon had 1, JT Tuimoloau had 1, Jack Sawyer had 3 on his own. And they were getting to Gabriel. They were containing him. They were tackling him. They were knocking the ball down when they couldn't get to him, and eliminating these short passes that Tez Johnson could make somebody miss and go 60 yards.
Yeah.
Terrence Ferguson has been able to do that as well.
Yeah.
And they didn't even allow that to happen.
Yeah.
And it started up front, and you can't give the defensive line and give everybody credit, Jim Knowles credit, all of the coaches. I was leaving the locker room and I stopped, and CJ Barnett, who's part of the team, I'm like, as a safety, how good is Lathan Ransom? And he's like, we got the 2 best safeties in the nation. I don't think people appreciate Lathan Ransom enough, and I think they're going to miss him. But those guys are, you could say that Cody Simon and Sonny Styles have gotten so much better. Cody Simon is incredible right now. The safeties at the back end, throw Jordan Hancock in there as well. There's not a better duo. There's not a better trio in the nation.
Yeah, it feels like Caleb Downs is the Jeremiah Smith of the safeties. Lathan Ransom is the Emeka Ibuka of the safeties, where everyone talks about the fact that he's underrated, but he's still probably a little bit underrated. And then Jordan Hancock is the Carnell Tate, where it's he's like the third guy, but he's still good, but he's the third guy.
He'd be one somewhere else.
Right, exactly. Yeah. No, Lathan Ransom and Cody Simon. I mean, once again, I'm looking over at the stats.
Yeah.
You're not going to believe it, but Cody Simon and Lathan Ransom are the top two guys in tackles. 11 tackles for Cody Simon, 7 tackles for Lathan Ransom, 3 TFLs for Cody Simon. Holy Moses. 3 TFLs, a couple sacks, a sack for Lathan Ransom. I mean, that's just
graphics there.
Here you go. Yeah, it is Jordan Hancock 5 tackles. It's and JT Tuimoloau. How many times did you have people tweet at you something about, anytime I put out a picture of JT Tuimoloau, you had people in the comments like, oh, is that picture going to go on the side of the milk carton? Because he always disappears and you never see him. And boy, you've seen him, you've seen Jack Sawyer, you've seen Lathan Ransom, you've seen Cody Simon, you saw Sonny Styles, you saw Caleb Downs today. Tyleik Williams isn't even on this list because he didn't have a huge statistical day, but he was in the backfield constantly.
Yeah, he was.
It felt like he spent half the day flushing 3 tackles for him, 1 TFL, but it felt like there were several times that he flushed Gabriel out into someone else. So it was like, you don't get any stats, but you were a big part of what happened.
JT Tuimoloau now on the season, 10 sacks and I believe 17 tackles for loss. So that's a Chase Young type of number as a sophomore. Yeah. And now this is 14 games, which is what Ohio State used to play. So he's turned it on. Jack Sawyer, as we know, has turned it on. 8 sacks this year now for Sawyer, and 9 tackles for loss. So they're getting after it. Even there was a corner blitz at some point. Davison Igbinosun was almost in on a sack, but I think JT Tuimoloau got to it first. But they were attacking from all angles, and Dylan Gabriel wasn't seeing all of them because he couldn't.
No, and that's one of the really impressive things. And we should talk for a second when we're going to go to Lathan Ransom sound in a minute. You know what? I'll tell you what.
All right.
Let's go to Lathan Ransom first, and then we will turn the corner to talking about Dylan Gabriel and Oregon a little bit. But this was outside the Ohio State locker room. Got a chance to talk to him for just a few minutes, and he talked earlier in the week about the fact that they, and Will Howard did too. But hey, we feel like we beat ourselves in the first game, and you hear that, and you're kind of like, that sometimes that doesn't play well, and you watch that game in the Rose Bowl, and then it's like, they might have just beaten themselves because it did the second game bore no resemblance to the first game. So here's Lathan Ransom after the game.
It feels amazing. I mean, I'm just so thankful. But I'm ready to go. So thankful. I thank God just for giving me another opportunity to come here. I mean, so many people helped me get here, whether from trainers, from coaches, from my family members. I'm just thankful, man. That's it.
In a nutshell, different about this defense. What felt different tonight?
We were just doing our jobs, executing. We beat ourselves the last time, and we made sure not to do that this time. That's it.
Was there anything that's
negative 26 rushing yards?
Yeah.
What does it say about the way that you guys can?
We're flying around. Coach Knowles was dialing it up. And we were executing our job.
When did you get the sense that tonight was going to go the way that
When we went up big in the first half, we had a good feeling, but it's just because of the preparation and how we prepared and stuff. The coaches came out with great game plans, and we made our fixes from the last time we played.
What did you guys do last time? You said you beat yourselves in October. What did you do last time that you didn't do tonight?
Not beat ourselves.
What did you do to beat yourself in October?
Just miscommunication, busted coverage, and stuff like that.
Lathan, 2 straight dream starts. Can this keep going?
Yeah, as long as we keep executing and doing our jobs, we can keep going.
What do you know about Texas in a nutshell?
Man, I'm just focused on this one. I know they got a lot of good players, explosive team, and we'll worry about them tomorrow.
What did you see in prep ahead of this game and based off last time that let you guys do what? I mean, you got a 34-0 on it.
We beat ourselves, so we went out there and fixed our mistakes and execute on a high level. And they were dialing up on offense, on our offense. I'll tell you that.
They didn't have a gain longer than 12 yards till the last drive of the first half.
How important was it to limit their explosive plays?
Yeah, I mean, we did a great job of doing that, communicating. We're mad about that last drive. I mean, we did that to ourselves too. So we're going to go and fix those mistakes.
What's it like watching the offense do what they did?
Oh man, extremely exciting. Seeing JJ do that, Meg do that, Will run the show. Man, I love watching them play. But thank you guys.
Yeah. Thanks, Lincoln.
All right, so that was
the most underrated man in America.
Yeah, that I mean, it's not untrue. I mean, there are people who are.
He's just really, really good.
Yeah.
He's solid. He doesn't make mistakes, and he hits like a linebacker and covers like a safety. And there was one where I think it was Jordan James, and I don't know if it was the hit that took him out of the game, but it happened, and you hear like 3 or 4 people in the press box like that had to be Lathan Ransom. You don't know who it is. You just see like I thought it was Cody Simon because of how hard it was hit, but like you see somebody crashing down, and like Caleb Downs has his own style of tackling. Like he'll come in and he did it in this where like there's a one-on-one tackle. He's able to grab ankles and grab knees. Lathan Ransom just grabs faces and smashes them.
He did not have the best face grab of the game. That was I don't remember who the face mask was on. I think it might have been on Quinshon Judkins, but that was like, boy, you know the phrase "get your money's worth." That was about 47 yards worth of face mask, and they only got charged 15. That's like Black Friday pricing on face masks.
Did you see all of the flags? There are at least 3 flags thrown on
the back judge. I was looking at that from across the field. The back judge is like 10 yards away from me and like 40 yards. It was one of the more impressive flag throws I've seen, where he's like on the dark side of the moon, and he throws the flag because it was like, boy, heads do not normally spin that way. So
no, not supposed to.
Not supposed to. So, all right. So, thank you to everyone who is hitting the like button. We appreciate that. Share this as well. If you're on social media, throw this on your Twitter feed. Say, hey, come join us. We love having a chance to talk to you guys, and we're planning on. I just sent Kevin over to figure out how long we can stay, and we were planning on staying as long as we possibly can.
I got nowhere else to be other than on a bus eventually.
Other than a place where I can eat some food. We'll probably do the morning show back at the hotel. Sorry to tell you. So let's get real quickly to we was going to talk about Dillon Gabriel. I know we have a graphic about the quarterback comparison. It is that was not the game you were expecting, because Dillon Gabriel has been since basically, we have the running bit about not since Abraham Lincoln. He really has. It feels like he's been playing college football since the days of Abraham Lincoln. He almost passed. And I'm going to forget the name of the Houston quarterback who was the all-time leader. Like he could have, if he had kept playing, ended up the all-time leading passer in NCAA history. Ended up falling just short. 29 for 41, 299, 2 touchdowns. It was like that was a gamer performance out of him. It was just that was just and no one's going to think about this as like, wow, what a great performance that was out of Dillon Gabriel. He was running for his life. Yep. They had no running game to lean on at all. Ohio State, when you can't run the ball, the opposing defensive line can just go, okay, well, see that dude? Let's tackle him. And so he was fighting uphill all game long. He really had that was a hell of an effort out of Dillon Gabriel. And I just wanted to mention that because it's like, we're talking about all the Ohio State stuff.
Yeah.
And obviously that's the big story, but man, you have to kind of like tip your hat because that was a really impressive effort from Dillon Gabriel.
Yeah. Kind of going out on his shield there last game. It was not going well, and he kept going and had a good second half, but when Ohio State is like, feel free to take 7 minutes on this drive.
Yeah.
But they got after, and they were still getting after him. When I'm leaving with like 7 minutes to go to get on the elevator to come downstairs and walking through the concourse and hear sack Cody Simon. It's like another one.
Yeah,
right. I think that was the 8th sack at that point. And as long as Oregon wasn't going to stop playing, Ohio State wasn't going to stop playing, and they just stayed after him the entire game.
I was a little surprised that they didn't put some of the backups in. There was like Jeremiah Smith was out there with 5 minutes left in the game, and I'm like, you're not throwing the ball. Everyone knows you're not throwing the ball. Like I would put him in bubble wrap and you're going to need him in Arlington in about a week and a half. Todd says, seems like there was much more rotation on the defensive line. And there was, but I feel like that's been kind of a constant. That's one of those things that has sort of changed following some of these losses in the way that they kind of did a whole thing, a whole overhaul in the defense. They recognized, hey, you've got Michigan, but then you've got Tennessee, you've got Oregon, now you got Texas, then you're going to have the, probably Georgia, Penn State, Notre Dame, whoever that is. Like, there are no more freebies. You're gonna be in a bunch of physical games. You have to rotate more, and I think that there are folks on that staff who maybe would not have chosen to do that, but it's like you got to take the big picture view, and so they are. And man, Caden Curry's played well. Kenyatta Jackson, holy smokes, Kenyatta Jackson is playing his way into some preseason awards hype for next year. If he's, when we're having JT and Jack are gone, but boy, Kenyatta Jackson.
And there you see Kenyatta Jackson right there. Edric Houston is out there early. Hero Canoe is out there early. Mm-hmm. Taiwan Malone was out there, and I think some point in the first half, maybe the third quarter, talking to Larry Johnson about that afterwards. He's like, we have to rotate the way that Oregon likes to play. If they had their druthers, it wears them out. Ohio State, I think Oregon said Ohio State, they could tell, got tired in the first game in the second half. And so they didn't want that to happen this time. And they were rotated constantly. There are plenty of big situations where Jack Sawyer's on the sideline because he's getting a breather, and either Mitchell Melton or Caden Curry or Kenyatta Jackson were out there.
Yeah, there was that rotation was deep but effective.
Yeah.
David Turkaleski says, is it too early to ask about Texas and how we match up? If I just say yes, can we move on?
Well,
no? Okay.
As soon as I saw this, I realized, we've got to watch some Texas football games.
We do. Yeah, I'm sitting on the field, and I'm like, do we need to watch the first Texas game before we leave the hotel tomorrow? We might, but
because there's some good ones, and we can just watch maybe the last 3 or last 4. We don't need to go past that.
Yeah.
Because if we go with the last 4, and I don't think we have enough time, frankly, we may, but it's at Texas A&M, Georgia, Clemson, Arizona State. Those are all legit games to learn from.
I think my broad thoughts on Texas, and I have not, I will probably modify my thoughts on Texas to a certain degree, but when I look at Texas, I think that defensive line is going to be a challenge. And we said that about Tennessee, and Ohio State handled it fine. And we said that about Oregon, and Ohio State handled it fine. This is probably the best of the defensive lines that you're going to face. And then if you face Notre Dame, that might be the best of the defensive lines you face. But although they just lost Riley Mills. In that first
they're
game,
really
so
banged up.
They're banged up. So either way, I think the conversation with Texas starts with that defensive line. They're running the ball better now than they did earlier in the season. Although I walked in here and looked at the TV during that game today, and I looked up, and they had the stat broadcast thing up there, and they have all the stats up there, and it's like Arizona State's completely, I tweeted this out, it was like, these numbers don't make sense. It was like Arizona State was completely dominating the game in everything except for the scoreboard, and it was just Texas up 17-3, and Arizona State's outgaining them 2-1, and is running 3 times as many plays. It was like, this doesn't make any sense.
Yeah, 214 yards rushing for Arizona State, 296 yards passing for Arizona State in that game that they probably should have won. They didn't get it done. I saw there was a comment there about Will Howard being happy that he's going to play Texas because he's played against them 4 times and never beaten them. It's come very, very close to beating them, and I'm sure that's what
they
he
have
really
a slightly
wants.
better supporting cast this time.
Yeah, slightly, and there was one. It was in 2023, I believe, where he played his guts out and didn't quite get it done. Yeah. That was one of his better games. I'm just looking real quick.
He had 300-something yards.
26 of 41 for 327, 4 touchdowns, 1 interception. Didn't quite happen for him. It was a 33-30 loss. They came back in that one big time. 9 rushes, negative 23 yards. Texas got after him. Mm-hmm. Texas will be the most talented defense I think that Ohio State plays based on overall talent. But again, I'm interested to see the secondary because we're seeing Ohio State play some teams that have some good defensive lines, but then the secondaries are very questionable. And as long as Ohio State holds up on these pass rushers, then nothing else matters.
Right. Yeah.
They can just throw on it, and then you have to now we got to we need to add another defender to the pass defense. And it's like now we're going to run it.
Right. And I will maybe modify my opinion on Texas to a certain degree after we get to a chance to watch them, but I think the general safe assumption is Texas probably does not have three corners as good as Ohio State's three wide receivers. So you're going to have a mismatch somewhere. And Ohio State's been very, very good about moving guys around and getting, using formation, using motion to get guys in advantageous matchups. And it feels like there probably will be an advantageous matchup for them to get somewhere.
So 316 odd yards against Kansas State, 336 the week before against Clemson, passing yards allowed. So, I mean, we will see. The way Will Howard's playing right now, what was his worst play in this game? Where was the bonehead
funny. I was just
mistake
thinking
that quarterbacks make? Like, because I don't know that he had one. I asked Chip Kelly after the game, was this Will Howard's best game? He's like, I don't know. He's had some really good ones. And then he looked at me and he said, I hope not.
Yeah, right. Yeah,
because they still have 2 more games to go.
Yeah. Was this Will Howard's best game yet? Is a different question.
Right.
Was this Will Howard's best game?
And it wasn't his most accurate game, but he was also throwing the ball away. There was some really good coverage on some third downs that didn't go Ohio State's way, but he made some incredible throws in this one. Pinpoint the one to Emeka. We could talk about Jeremiah Smith at some point. The throwback to Jeremiah Smith when he's rolling left. And,
let's pump. I know we have a graphic about Jeremiah Smith. So let's punch that up while we're talking about that.
Yeah, because
again, he was incredible. I mean, I feel like we just constantly have this conversation of like, boy, we keep saying wow, and it's like, well, certainly we must be, we must have seen the best of Jeremiah Smith. No, he's got. This was. Both those photos are from that first touchdown where he's he just cruised in, 7 catches, 187 yards, 10 targets, which is probably not enough, but but it wasn't. But this is now 2 straight college football playoff games where it has been non-competitive in the second half. I mean, there was once Ohio State scored the first touchdown of the second half, like after when they scored their first touchdown, it was kind of like, all right. Oregon went down the field. They scored. They're still down 3 scores. So Ohio State just needs probably a 5-minute drive, even if it's just a field goal or something. That's probably enough. But if they score a touchdown, the game's over because there's no way Oregon's saying Tennessee because I feel like we just watched the same game twice basically. There's no way Oregon's going to be able to come back because there's just not enough time. And boom, they went right down the field and scored. And then you don't need to throw to them after that. You can just kind of run the clock out, and that's what they did. Here's freshman receiving yards in a game. Jeremiah Smith, number 1 on that list, the Rose Bowl against USC. Number 2, Chris Carter, also the Rose Bowl against USC. Rose Bowl against Oregon, Rose Bowl against USC in 1984. So 15 more yards than Chris Carter, 153 for David Boston against Indiana in 1996. And then, but after that, it's just Chris Carter, Jeremiah Smith, Garrett Wilson. Garrett Wilson is in there, and it's like, oh yeah, Garrett Wilson. He was amazing as a freshman, and he's on this list.
30 receptions.
He's on this list once.
Yeah.
And Chris Carter, NFL Hall of Famer, is on this list twice. And Jeremiah Smith, it's just okay. Well, 100 yards, 119 yards. There's 2 of those are against Oregon. That's
same year.
That's not your running up. That's not your running it up on Akron, and it's just like these poor overmatched.
That's not Western Michigan.
Yeah. Doing it against Western Michigan is one thing. Doing it against Oregon twice is entirely another thing.
So now Jeremiah Smith on the season, 1,224 yards receiving. Last year, Marvin Harrison Jr., 1,211 yards receiving. As a sophomore, Marvin Harrison Jr., 1,263 yards receiving. So the next game,
I think he's tied Marvin Harrison's touchdown number from last year as well, because Jeremiah has 14 now. Marvin Harrison had 14 last year. And Marvin,
in 2022.
Marvin Harrison, I will remind you, went number 3 in the NFL draft and was like the most pro-ready wide receiver and he's a freshman.
This guy would go number 1 right now based on the quarterbacks that are out there, and that they're not great because and that's not just me saying that. That's from other people saying that, me talking to people, that he would be, because again, what he's doing, and we talk about it, and I wanted to ask Chip Kelly, like, is there anything you haven't said about him that you would like to? Because what more is there to say? It's just you watch him, and I asked Brian Hartline the other day, like, when was the last time you're surprised by him? He's like, I'm always surprised. And it's like, I'm surprised every day by him. And you're like, but you shouldn't. But then you're watching it, and you are wowed by him every single time. And let's go back to spring, Tom, when there were closed practices, and we would talk to people, and there would be the one was that he takes your breath away. And then the first time we got in there to watch him, and he was lighting up Denzel Burke, he was lighting up Davis Nigbinosin. It took your breath away.
There was one where it was him going up against Denzel Burke, and Caleb Downs was back there, and he caught it, and it was like we spent the whole spring going, listen, we are not going to tell you what we think about this, because it would be like reckless to say the words that are in my brain right now about what this guy might be able to do, because he just turned 18 years old. Like, that's not fair to put that. Think about what you were like at 18. Like, I was not ready to handle that kind of spotlight, that kind of,
I spilled cereal in the car once when I was 18.
We'll get to that story later. It's not fair to put that on someone. And then, but you can tell right now, like, he knows, everybody knows. And when we talked to him before we came down here, that was by far the most outgoing he'd been
for
in
sure.
terms of an interview. And it was just kind of like, and it's like the Lathan Ransom or Will Howard saying, like, well, we beat ourselves the first time. Like, it sounds cocky, but then if you go out there and back it up, it's like, well, no, that's just factual.
Told you.
When he says, if I'm bracketed, am I covered? No. How many guys would have to be on me? I don't know. Like, I think Will Howard. The entire team. I think Will Howard said like 3 or 4. They had 3 guys on him on one, and he caught it. Yeah. That was one where I popped the camera over, and I'm like, oh, this is a bad decision.
Yeah.
That was like what I thought was going to be the Will Howard bad decision. It was like, nope. Jeremiah Smith's just going to go up between 3 guys and bring it down.
Just throw it where they can't get it, and he can. And he did it repeatedly. And every time the ball goes to him, something can happen. And it's an incredible thing when you're like, oh, and then he does it. And it's like, how did he do that? It's like, well, he's Jeremiah Smith. That's how he did it. Yeah. Why are you doubting him?
Yeah,
like,
right.
Who do you think you are?
Yeah. Mike Farino says Jeremiah Smith also set the Big Ten freshman receiving touchdown record today.
I don't know.
Who would have held that?
No idea who would have held that.
That's a good question. Here's the Ohio State freshman receiving touchdown record. And look at the names on this list. There is nothing but how many?
All first rounders except for Chris Carter because of the
because he went in the alternate draft, the supplemental draft. So you have a NFL Hall of Famer, and literally everyone else is a first round draft pick.
Everybody's top 12.
He's lapping the field at this point. He's and he's played. He's going to end up with more games than some of these guys. But Marvin Harrison Jr. Look at Marvin Harrison Jr. on that 3 touchdowns. Do you remember when Marvin Harrison Jr. got those 3 touchdowns?
It was in the Rose Bowl in 2022, the 2022 Rose Bowl, that was his coming out party. Mm-hmm. This entire season has been a party for Jeremiah Smith. And again, none of them are surprise parties, but you're always amazed at what you see. It's like, he's incredible.
Yeah, he does something. I think it was the 3 guys on him, and he caught it. And it was just like, what? Yeah. How?
I don't know if it was that one. There was another one where I was like, what the hell? Like, what is this? What are we watching here?
Yeah, I constantly think, well, we understand who he is now. We understand what he is now. We're not going to be surprised anymore. And then it's just like, oh, nope, here's another thing. And very clearly, everyone knows he's the guy. He's the guy they're going to. Very clearly, the game plan in the first 2 games has been throw it to him deep early on. And 2 pretty good secondaries, Tennessee and Oregon, have just been like, well, nothing we can do about that.
What do you want us to do about it? And you go to this game thinking, well, we can't let Jeremiah Smith beat us. And it's like, well, we didn't let him. He just did it anyway.
Yeah.
Like, there's no letting him do it. He's just doing it.
Yeah. So there's conversation about the crowd breakdown, and we talked about this earlier. I know you talked about this earlier.
Yes.
But yeah, 60-40 is about right. It was more Oregon than Ohio State, but we talked about this a little earlier. I was like pretty surprised at how many Ohio State fans there were. There was up at the parade, it was probably pretty close to 50-50.
Yeah.
And then coming down, I thought Union was pretty close to 50-50, and then more Oregon fans certainly, but as we said, Oregon had a 2-week head start on Ohio State in terms of being able to book flights, buy tickets, all that kind of stuff. Doug Shepard says, Jeremiah Smith, the most complete receiver I've ever watched, and I've been watching football for 50 plus years.
Yeah. Who are you going to put over him right now? I mean, yes.
Randy Moss.
Well, in terms of
Jerry Rice.
I'm just thinking of Ohio State, but yes, no.
He didn't say Ohio State football. He said football.
At this point,
yeah.
At this point, you can't compare him to anybody.
No,
there's nobody you can compare him to.
No, because Marvin Harrison talked last year about Carnell Tate being ahead of where Marvin Harrison was at that same point in his career.
And it's
there's not even a conversation.
Here's the thing: we were trying to be cautious in how we talked about him before the season, and eventually we're like, I think you before me, he's starting this year, and it's like, well, come on, it's a freshman.
Yeah.
Don't say crazy things. And then I think after one of those spring practices, I'm like, he's getting 1,000 yards this year. At this point, what is there to be cautious about in terms of talking about what he is, what he could be? Because if you talk about what he could be, just go ahead and say that's what he is, because he's going to get there.
Yeah.
He is determined to get there. This is what he wants to do. This is all he wants to do. He said, I want to play football for the rest of my life. And nobody's been able to contain that yet. Nobody's been able to stop that yet. So if he is the trajectory that he is on, it gets a little ridiculous. And so then you can only do so much. Like, there's no such thing as a superhuman. But if there were,
I'm not saying
if Superman did, Superman was not allowed. Clark Kent was not allowed to play football. Because this is what would have happened.
And the other thing I remember from the spring was we were trying to be so cautious about him and not get out over our skis at all. And then I think it was during the Ohio High School Coaches Clinic. We were in there and watched him pull in a one-handed ball over 2 defensive backs or something. And it was like we weren't allowed to shoot video. So we're watching and we're like, well, I don't know how we're going to talk about this without gassing him up even more. And then one of the coaches who was there put the video out on Twitter so everyone saw it. And it was like, okay, good. Well, now everyone's in on the secret.
Again, I don't know how much more we can say about him. We'll just talk about him again in the next game about what else he did. But this was a career high for him. And would you be shocked to see another career high before this season is out? Because he was headed for 200, no doubt.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. If this was a game like the 2022 Rose Bowl,
correct,
where the defense was allowed 42 points or whatever it was, and he had to play for 4 quarters, are you telling me he couldn't have put up that? Because Jackson Smith-Njigba was 15 receptions for 347 yards and 3 touchdowns. And I mean, I don't know what his numbers in the first half were, but it was probably. There
was a point where I'm sitting next to Andy Anders and Dan Hope of 11 Warriors, and I'm like, I don't want to tell you guys how to do your job, but maybe if somebody could find out where exactly was Jackson Smith-Njigba at this point of the 2022 Rose Bowl, because at this point in the first quarter or so, he had 5 for 132 or something. 4 for 132 or something. It's like I'm saying, I don't want to tell you how to do your job, but I would also like to know the stat, and I know that they would dig it up.
Yeah,
and
you tweet it out, and I'll give you credit.
And so it came back. It was like Jackson Smith-Njigba had 5 for 160 or something in the first half, but at that same point, and it's like that was an incredible game. The reason that he had that game was because the Ohio State defense had the game that they did, which was not great. There was not enough opportunity. There was it wasn't needed in this one for Jeremiah Smith to have that, but I don't think there's any doubt they could have, unless they put 3 guys on him. And then, like you said, then it just requires a good throw from Will Howard.
Right. Well, then it's like, well, you've got to put it in the one spot, but it doesn't matter. I guess we're going to hit some photos now because we have one. This is one of them, and this was a great Will Howard throw. This was, the coverage wasn't incredible, but this was not a huge play, but it was just like the touch on the second touchdown against Tennessee for Jeremiah Smith, where he just kind of puts his arms up and the ball just drops in there. And this was like a play that I think was probably pretty forgettable for people. It was just like, was this the 40-yard touchdown? No, this was like a, first down, whatever. But it was just such a well-thrown ball. Now this is the end of the Emeka Egbuka sequence. If we can go back, there is the Emeka Ibuka juggling touchdown catch was, again, like we've spent all this time talking about Jeremiah Smith. Emeka Ibuka, 5 catches, 72 yards, touchdown, and 42-yard touchdown, 5 catches on 6 targets. It's just
no big whoop.
And he's just, his entire career has just been like, well, this is the first shot from that sequence. And he's, there's pretty good coverage there. There's the second shot. Like, he kind of gets it with his hand. It kind of bops up in the air a little bit, and then he has to bring it back in. And, and look, his if you see, his left arm's being held there. He's got to do this with one hand, and boom, just brings it in, and then boom, touchdown. It just looks so effortless. That was one where I went, I'm watching this, and I'm like, oh, I could tell where the ball was going. I got there, got the camera there. I had it focused properly. I'm like, this is gonna be a great shot. And then he tries to catch it with one hand. I'm like, oh, that's too bad. It's gonna be an almost, too bad. And then nope, caught it, touchdown.
This was another one, kind of like the touchdown to him the last time that was against Tennessee. That was just a dime right down the seam.
Yep. Here's this is Jeremiah Smith's first touchdown. And again, look at how far back everyone is. It's just, who's number 0? I'm forgetting now who number 0 is. Jabbar Muhammad is number 5, I believe.
Is it Johnson?
Yeah, it might be Johnson. But it's just you look at the body language back there, and it's just like, well, crap. They figured out that he's good.
Remember when Ty Hamilton said we knew they didn't want to play? I think the Oregon defense probably got to a point where they didn't want to play either. Yeah. And you could see the execution of Ohio State. It didn't really matter whether Oregon wanted to play or not.
Yeah, and that's Jeremiah Smith after that first touchdown, letting the Oregon crowd know that your presence is not required here. And this is the second game in a row where there's been lots of conversation about, there's so many fans for the opposing team. How many times did it get loud?
Never.
I mean, it was loud at the start, and it was loud when they scored it was loud when they scored the first touchdown in the second half, and it was like, okay, it's 34-15 now. Like, maybe maybe they have a chance here, and then you didn't hear him again. Yeah, this is the long Travion Henderson touchdown run. That was the bolt of lightning moment for me. It was going back to the 2014 Big Ten championship game. There was a long run, I think, right before halftime. It wasn't like Joey Bosa had the scoop and score fumble on the Melvin Gordon fumble, and that made it 38-0. So it was probably the score that made it 31-0 in that Big Ten championship game. But it was the same thing. It was just like, they're off to a good start, but can they sustain? Oh, there he goes, gone. Just gone. And it was just, that was the Henderson touchdown was the moment where it was like, they might score 60. And if they had really wanted to, they probably could have. This is the second game in a row. We've talked about overage before.
Yep.
This is the second game in a row where they came with a 60-minute game plan and then a whole bunch of overtime game plan, and they burned like half of it, maybe. They have a whole bunch of stuff that they have not had to burn. And
both sides of the ball.
Both sides of the ball. And Texas just had to play a 4-quarter plus game. And, they were probably the closest of the first round games against Clemson. Here's Will Howard running the ball. And he wasn't super effective on the ground, but he did what they needed him to do. It wasn't flashy. It was just kind of, okay, you needed it a couple times. You show it, you make them respect it. And that was it. And that's all they needed there. But, Texas has had some close-ish games and had to fight and had to burn a lot more of their stuff than Ohio State.
Basically, the entire second half of the season, they've had to do everything they can. The 3-point win at Vandy, 10-point win at Arkansas, the Texas A&M game, and then losing to Georgia, playing in playoffs against Clemson, where Clemson came back into that game, and so they had to fight for their lives, and of course the Arizona State one. Super chat from Erwin Lichtenberg. On to Arlington, where we last won a national championship. He was there. Safe travels, gents. OH. Yes, looking forward to getting there. And it's been a minute since we've been there. Oh no, it actually hasn't. But I suspect this game will go better than that one. Whether or not Ohio State wins, the game itself will be better than the last time Ohio State was in the Cotton Bowl.
Dave K says, super chat, Herbie saying Carmen, Ohio on the broadcast, kind of like a lunatic, trying to make amends, I guess. Enjoy that in the rewatch. Also, Tom wears green, SMH hater. Listen, this is the Rose Bowl photo vest. They make you wear it. And this is also, you never see me in the photo vest on the postgame show because normally you have to turn them in. Because it's printed as College Football Playoff quarterfinal in the Rose Bowl presented by, they're not going to reuse this. So therefore, they said, no, just keep it. Because normally you turn them in. So I did not have.
So you got something? I got a hat.
Oh, look at
Rose
that.
Bowl hat.
That's not a Rutgers sponsor. You're not allowed to take a hat. That's not a Rutgers sponsor. Please.
I didn't take it. It was
given to you. Yeah, okay. That's fine.
Purloined. Stolen.
Yeah, I know what it means. Thank you. I'm the smart one. We've talked about this.
Smart adjacent.
I'm just trying to think through what else we haven't talked about. I know we've gotten all of our sound bites. We got to our photos. I think we've gotten through all of our graphics. I guess we can talk.
Do we have any questions?
Yeah. Do we have? Yeah. Okay. Let's hit. Yeah. Let's hit some questions. William McMillan says these last two games have been like a ritual cleansing. The coaches and players have seen and done things that are proof of what can be. From now to the end of the next games, make it so. Next two games, make it so.
It's best to be playing your best at the end of the season. And November is for contenders. What is December? What is January now? Nothing rhymes with January.
Toyotathon?
No. TND 2468 from an Oregon fan. Congrats on the win. Much respect. I don't know. As an Oregon fan, this is one you just have to accept. It was a great season, but this was an overwhelming thing. Sometimes that happens.
Well, and this is we've heard lots of people talking this week about this is sort of a budding rivalry. Guess what? Remember when Ohio State lost to Clemson and how that was the? Guess what? Oregon's going to have Ohio State circled on the calendar next year, and with the way they recruit against each other and all that. I mean, this is going to be Oregon. Oregon has, I'm going to say this as respectfully as I can, some real main character energy, like everything from like bringing the big duck to float on the river in Indianapolis to like the whole series of videos of the duck mascot going to every Big Ten stadium and they win the Big Ten championship in their first year and it's all about me and they got a reminder that there was a landlord here before you moved in, and
it's tough to beat a team two times in a season, as everybody says.
Well, but guess what? This is not going to be the last time these two teams play two games in a season. They may. Oregon's not on the regular season schedule for Ohio State next year, I don't think. Are they?
They still may play them twice next year.
Well, they very well might play them twice. Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah, this is now certainly a rivalry, and it will be interesting to see if they are as driven by Ohio State, even though they won the Big Ten championship. Which do you think they'd rather have at this point, a win tonight or a Big Ten champion?
Well, is that a serious question?
No, it's not. That's the point.
All right, what do we got next?
From the Oregon fan.
We already did that.
Oh, sorry.
Pablo says Ohio State shut it down when they went up 34-0 against the Ducks, just like when they were up 42-10 against the Vols. And
why not?
Yeah, well, that's smart. Like I'm sure. Like I was thinking, I'm sure Ryan Day would absolutely love to just rub Dan Lanning's nose in it and put up 50 or put up 60. But that's not the ultimate goal. No. And that's not, I don't think that was out of sportsmanship as much as there are two more games. Like Oregon can torch all their stuff in this game because they don't have to play another one.
Ohio State has taken an approach all season long of needing to play 15, 16 games or whatever it takes, and doing so with a slower pace, with as much rotation as they can manage in games when they feel comfortable. So there's no reason for them to try to do more in this game than they need to, because it's not just once this game is considered done, it's no longer about this game. It's about the next game and the game after that.
Well, it becomes, we always talk about this the week before the Michigan game. At what point is it Michigan week? And it's like, well, they're up by 3 touchdowns on Rutgers or Maryland or whoever at the end of the third quarter, like it's officially Michigan week. It felt like it was Cotton Bowl week. Certainly when Ohio State scored the first touchdown in the second half, and it was like that was 41-15. It was just like they needed to score once in the second half to put a nail in the coffin. So that felt like that was kind of the moment there. Wingman Ted, boy, if I say this out loud, Jordan Kapler is going to swing back to hating me this year.
Okay.
So I don't know that I want to be the one that puts this out into the universe. So can we get Kevin to read this? Or
Wingman Ted says, can we talk about how Davis Igbenogson has gone 2 games in a row without being flagged for a defensive pass interference, and really losing Evan Stewart maybe played into that because he's a pretty good guy, but also their inside guy, Tez Johnson, is their best receiver, and he's not necessarily always going to be matched up outside. Although they did move him around, they're going to try to move him around. They just couldn't get anything done with him, and Dylan Gabriel wasn't able to. For one, he didn't have the time, and then he was being pressured, and so the accuracy left right away. And so when in the first game, they gave him time. They're like, okay, we'll just keep everything in front of us unless they get behind us. But they were a lot more cautious the last time. Now it's talking to the players, talking to the coaches, caution to the wind type of thing, and just go attack, play their ball, and whatever happens. And they're pretty confident as long as they're playing their ball, everything that happens is going to be good.
All right, and speaking of things happening that were good, Wingman Ted says scripted play to G. Scott was amazing and definitely not one I saw coming. Now, that was the first play of the game, and I knew they threw the ball to G. Scott, but I didn't know anything other than they threw the ball to G. Scott, and he ran for quite a while.
Yeah, I think he lined up in the backfield, and Quinshon Judkins had split out wide, and they did some motion, and there was a pump fake, and it was a pump and go, maybe a fake screen to G, and then when the defense relaxed, and then he just kept going, and they hit him for 30 yards or so.
All right, so Doug Shepard says Jack Sawyer's playing angry. Cody Simon and Lathan Ransom were all laying wood, and that was I said this earlier, that was a hidden football game. And you see that when you get to these games, like no one is trying to like atomize a Rutgers player. Like there's not any.
Right.
This is a game where there's a little bit of animosity, a little bit of bad blood, a little bit like the whole thing that set up for an Ohio State football team that came in with something to prove, and especially an Ohio State football defense that came in with something to prove. Because Jim Knowles got asked last week, yeah, sure, you fixed it, you think, and the results have been much better, but are you sure you fixed it? Do you know that you fixed it? Because you haven't played a team this good yet. Well, guess what? I think it's fixed, and I think they proved the point they were trying to prove.
Right, but then you'll have to prove it again in the next game and in the next game, because there was nobody satisfied in the locker room, nobody satisfied in the post-game interviews.
All right. Darth Ducky says, yeah, you guys are lights out. Play like that. No one else can compete with you. Congrats. I'm going to go drink some more. I have not looked at the betting odds. I'm going to guess
5.5 is what.
No. I don't mean the point spread. I mean the betting odds for the national championship. Plus 115 for Ohio State. So Ohio State's close to even money as the national. Yeah, and that's, you know what? That's about what I would expect right now.
Yeah.
And that will probably, I mean, maybe that'll shift a little depending on who wins the Notre Dame Georgia game, but Georgia's missing its quarterback. Notre Dame's banged up in a bunch of spots, and Penn State's on the other side of the bracket. And Penn State has looked good, but Penn State hasn't played anybody. I mean, in the playoff. So, you look at the teams. Even if you just set aside, hey, Ohio State has just atomized 2 teams in the playoff. You look at the rosters. You look at no one is close to as complete as Ohio State, and it was. I came into this game thinking, yeah, here we go. Ohio State plus 115, Texas plus 300, Penn State plus 475, and then Georgia and Notre Dame plus 700. Because you got to remember, they got to win another game.
Right, yeah.
That skews those numbers a little bit. Those will come down. The winner of that, the number's going to come down substantially, but because they both have another game ahead of them, so there's it's. Even if it's 50-50, you're losing a bunch of those odds. So I don't know that there's anyone in this field now. Oregon was the one that you looked at and you went, boy, complete team, good offense, defense is good enough, incredible talent, good, really good in the trenches, and then that happened, and so yeah, it's.
When Ohio State plays like this, they're going to beat everybody. Now, can Texas keep them from playing like this?
Right. Yeah.
Yes, but can you keep them from playing like this for enough. And,
Right.
And I don't know that anybody nobody would expect them. Ohio State's the betting favorite right now, and they'll continue to be that as long as they're in this. Texas will be able to do some things, but I don't think anybody expects the Ohio State offense to be stopped all game long, or the defense to be giving up. What is the most that you would expect? Like 24, 27? And if you're not giving up more than 30.
Yeah, who's scoring 27 on
Well,
this defense?
I don't know. But you can have some flukes, you can have some field position.
You could turn the ball over.
Right.
Yeah.
But if you're not giving up 30 points, is Ohio State being held under 30 right now?
I mean, I'd like to look into some of the defenses a little more, but let's watch some Texas.
Not right now.
Not right now. No, we have to get on a media shuttle. But let's let people know what we're about to have a smooth transition here. Back, we're going to hand it back off to Mark, and you'll. As long as you guys are interested and want to keep watching and want to keep talking and want to keep super chatting, we got nowhere to be.
Yeah,
well, that's not true. We have to be back we have to get on the media shuttle so we don't live.
It's a long walk.
I love coming to the Rose Bowl. I don't want to live at the Rose Bowl. So
couldn't afford it anyway.
We're gonna have to. True. So we're going to hand it off to Mark. But then when we go back to the hotel, listen, if you guys are still watching, we can pop back on when we get back to the hotel, which I'm guessing is probably 45 minutes, something like that, an hour. I mean, it's gonna be. It depends on how long when the shuttle comes and how long it takes.
The police escort only took us 25 minutes. The non-police escort, the next one took about an hour and 20. Now, I don't think it's going to be that bad because it is the evening time.
Yeah.
So
and that's the beginning of the game. The photo that you got up there. So
all right, I guess we will wrap it up as we're handing it off to Mark. Go ahead and hit the thumbs up. We would appreciate that. I hope you had a nice break there, Mark. You had some coffee and maybe a little donut or something.
I had some dinner, yes.
Take it away, Mark.
All right. This will be a little more interactive. I've kind of said my piece on a lot of things. I know Tom and Tony covered a lot of things as well. So if you guys want to flood the comments with questions, I can get to those. But yeah, just as I sat down and kind of had a chance to go back over things and kind of what I watched this evening, it just I'm still a little bit surprised at how this all came together for Ohio State. Even picking them to win this game, it was just a nearly flawless performance against an undefeated number one team in a playoff environment. It's just, I've just seen so very few of these. Even a program that wins as much as Ohio State has won over the years, you get so few of these types of games. So going back, I was listening to Tom and Tony a little bit while I was having dinner and getting caught up on some stuff. And it's just like they kind of were saying, like we've all been saying about Jeremiah Smith even. It's like how many times can he impress us and surprise us? And it just – For me, the answer is I don't know, because he's been doing it since the sophomore year of high school, where you think you've seen everything and you just haven't. He just continues to dominate and continues to raise his level. The way he raises his level in the biggest of games, he basically caught a walk-off against American Heritage in high school in a huge South Florida showdown. We've seen him have these big moments here in the Rose Bowl and in the playoffs. He's a guy who's not only very talented and just almost transcendent in his talent, but he just seems to have a knack for the big play and the big moment as well. So, despite everything we thought we knew about this team, I'm still surprised about how well this all came together. But we'll see. I'll start throwing up some questions here. Hopefully, don't miss any, but I'll try and I can kind of favorite things and get back to them. But appreciate you guys being on here. So I guess not that late. It's still 11:30. We've done these till 2 a.m. before, but appreciate your guys' enthusiasm about everything and your support. And thanks for sticking with us here all day. It's been quite a day. So let's get into some questions. Wingman Ted, Mark, what are your thoughts on the low snaps? Do you think this will be a continued trend? Yeah, if you're picking nits today, that's probably the one thing moving forward where you're like, well, that could bite them at some point. It was definitely a thing today. It was definitely a consistent thing today. It wasn't like spotty. There was a lot of low snaps. Will it be a continued trend? It's so hard to say. I often compare like the center snap to almost like a golf swing. Like you can get the yips and it can come out of nowhere and you can't shake them for like an entire game. And then you may never get them again, or you may get them, periodically. I'm sure that's going to be a huge focal point for Carson Hinsman here. When we start talking about things like, okay, this was a great day for Ohio State, great game, but where can you start putting your focus here the next week? I'm sure that's going to be a big point of emphasis because a lot of those snaps were really down below his knees. And I thought Howard did a really good job of handling things today and not letting any of those burn him. It's not like they were rolling ground balls, but they were really low. So credit to Will Howard there. But yeah, it's definitely if we start talking about potential concerns moving forward, that's definitely got to be something to think about. Here's a funny one. Do you think Chip used his mediocre plays in the dark days so OSU could wow the world now? Since you guys are bringing me back into the Michigan game, I don't feel bad about it. I didn't want to get into too much of that in the post-game show when we were live earlier because it's just, you guys don't want to – you guys want to talk about the Rose Bowl and the big win. But since you guys are bringing me in there, I'll go down this path with you. I've never been more surprised by an offensive game plan in 30-some years, 30-ish years, maybe 34 years of going back all the way to my very, very young childhood. I've never been more surprised by an Ohio State offensive game plan than the Michigan game. I mentioned it in our post-game column several times. I don't know who kidnapped Chip Kelly that weekend. Because I thought he called a really good game against Oregon the first time. I thought he called a really good game against Penn State. The score didn't necessarily reflect that, but that was kind of a poor game by the offense. Will Howard wasn't super sharp. I thought he schemed guys open quite a bit in that game, and sometimes plays were made, sometimes they weren't. But I didn't look at anything in that Penn State game as part of like this that was scheme or play calling related in terms of shortcomings. And then we've seen him now back-to-back weeks or back-to-back games here with Tennessee and Oregon, two really fantastic games that he's called. So the glass half full here, or the optimist outlook of this would be that was maybe the weirdest outlier we've ever seen, but an outlier nonetheless. I haven't seen that be a trend this year. It's why it was so shocking against Michigan, because it felt like he really had the pulse of things pretty well throughout the season, even when it wasn't always being executed well. But this was that was shocking. And then, again, he gets back on his horse there against Tennessee, and now the game today was that was something there, the way they came out. So I tend to think what we're seeing is what we're going to get, but you never know. This sports always can surprise you. I don't think a lot of Oregon fans woke up this morning thinking it was going to be 34-0 in the second quarter. So things always can get weird. Mika Hanna's with us. Great. Regular. Do you think we get Tate more involved? He was wide open a lot. That's always interesting. The problem is when Jeremiah Smith is in Emeka Egbuka are going to be your primaries a lot, and they're getting open. It just doesn't leave a lot of meat on the bone for the rest of the receiving core. I think Carnell may get more opportunities against Texas, because I think if you've watched the last two games, which we know Texas will have watched and they'll study very carefully, you cannot let Jeremiah Smith get into these one-on-one opportunities. And there's times he beats the doubles and you just have to kind of live with that. But I would suspect that after what he's done to Tennessee and after what he's done to Oregon, that Texas, there's a very real chance that Texas just comes into that game next week and says, nope, not happening. Doesn't matter what we have to do. Don't care. Two guys, two guys with a safety over the top. I don't care what we have to do. We can't let Jeremiah Smith go, 7-8 catches, $150, 2 touchdowns. We can't let that happen. And that is when the Carnell Tate opportunities can really take place, because at this point, it's nice to have this theory of like sharing the ball and spreading it all over the place. But if Jeremiah Smith's open, you got to throw Jeremiah Smith the ball. So it's just one of those things where their top guy is getting open so much that you're not getting down to a second or third look. You're just throwing it to Smith. So I think there's a possibility. I don't know that it'll necessarily be game plan so much as I think maybe Texas will try and force the action on that a little bit more. But it's a good problem to have, right? Like you're talking about, Carnell Tate being your third receiver. That's the definition of first world problems. Terry Slusher, Mark, curious what the Ohio recruits that picked Oregon are thinking now. Any regrets? Well, I've been on with you guys most of the evening, so I haven't had a chance to kind of take the temperature on that. I will say this. I generally, the results of a single game don't really impact things too much with recruiting. Now, if it's a trend over a season or something like that, I think that's when it starts to become a big thing. But generally one game, we didn't see a bunch, we didn't hear a bunch of like guys regretting committing to Ohio State after the Michigan game. Like, I think people just kind of, unfortunately, were just looking at it as like a one-off. But it's just one of those things where I think generally speaking, even young kids who can be impressionable and a little volatile, I think they understand like it's just one game. So I don't know so much that we're going to see like all of this regret, but if this becomes a trend, if Ohio State and Oregon becomes this rivalry that I think it's going to become the next 5 or 6 years, and Ohio State's constantly on the best end of it and is winning national championships and Oregon isn't, then I think you start to have those kind of what if conversations to yourself. But I'm sure what the Oregon guys are telling themselves right now as well, they played twice and they split. But it'll be interesting. This will be the impact it may have more so than kids who have picked Oregon is there's going to be some, there's been a lot of battles here in 25, class 2025. There's going to be a lot of battles in 2026, 2027, 2028. Maybe this game, if there was a narrative developing that Oregon was going to come in and take over the Big Ten, and Ohio State's been kind of relegated behind Michigan and Oregon now in the Big Ten, I think maybe this game helps shift those narratives back to the middle and may help moving forward as Ohio State tries to win battles against Oregon in the future. So that's kind of my take on that one. But we'll see how things play out. Here's a really good question. Janiro Dingle, who has been the unsung hero of the playoffs so far? My vote is Donovan Jackson. That's a great vote. It's a great thought. I don't know. I think everyone's definition of unsung hero is going to be a little bit different. Obviously, I don't think anyone's going to say like Jeremiah Smith's an unsung hero, but I think someone like Cody Simon, Jack Sawyer, JT Tuimoloau, they tend to be the lightning rods of the defense. Caleb Downs as well, but particularly those defensive linemen, like when things don't go well, they take a lot of blame. When things go well, they get a lot of credit, a lot of hype around those two guys. Cody Simon, I don't know if it's his personality, what it is. He just kind of stays kind of pretty steady and below the radar a little bit. I think he has played his best football of his career the last couple of weeks. Thought he was amazing today. I gave Jeremiah Smith my game ball. I know Jeremiah got the Rose Bowl MVP. Cody Simon could very well have been the pick there as well. So that would probably be my pick. But yeah, there's a few guys certainly that you could point to in that regard. And they're getting contributions from so many guys right now, and it's been one of those things I talked about earlier, where it's like in years past, it's like like JT would have like the Penn State game that he had, or Jack Sawyer would play as well. Like he would have a stretch like he played last year toward the end of the season where he was really hot. but it never seems to line up. Seems one guy's going and another guy's not. And these last couple weeks, everyone's going. The linebackers are going, both defensive ends are going. Tyler Williams is going. It just seems like everyone's going right now. And when you get that, when you can kind of capture that lightning in a bottle there for a few weeks, that's how you can win a championship. So it's definitely good to see for Ohio State to have all these guys playing. But yeah, I mean, Donovan Jackson is a great story. He did play tackle in high school. I think people he did play tackle in high school, like most offensive linemen do at Ohio, like Ohio State caliber offensive linemen. A lot of them are tackles in high school. You just put your best offensive lineman in high school at tackle. But hasn't played it at this type of level. Just a amazing job by him to make this adjustment on the fly. And he's getting better and better. I mean, even those early games, he played well, but like Abdul Carter got him a few times. Abdul Carter's a great player. And you just wondered, like, okay, he's done well against some of the lesser teams. He did pretty well against Penn State, but Abdul Carter was able to get him. So what happens down the road when it's Oregon and he's facing a high-end defensive lineman on every rep? Is this going to be an issue? But he has just continued to get better. He's gotten more and more solid. And I think he's probably made himself a lot of money, because I don't know that he's a tackle in the NFL. But what I do know is the NFL loves guys who can be versatile and can play tackle in a pinch if they need to. And so I think his value has really increased here the last 2 months. I think he's made himself quite a bit of money the last 2 months, and maybe went from like a mid-round pick to a guy who could go up into the second round. So we'll see. We'll see if that continues for him. There's going to be other games, like Texas has a really good front. That's going to be another big challenge for him. But yeah, it's been really it's been pretty amazing to watch him on the fly, just kind of adjust like this. So get to more questions here. Here's a good one for now. NBA fan, thoughts on Fry's job security? They seem to be playing well, but so did Staduar's lines, and he recruited better. So right now, I think obviously the way the offensive line has kind of come together the last few weeks, you're not making a change there at this point. So I think his job is pretty safe. I don't think Stud recruited better, and here's why. Fry just lost his first Ohio lineman that he's pursued, which was Will Conroy in the 2026 class, just came into Oklahoma the last couple weeks. Until that point, Fry's hit on all the Ohio guys he's wanted to. Now, that's not enough. You have to go get your out-of-state guys. You got to be able to land a national guy at some point. Every position group, you need to be able to go out. You can't just get Ohio guys. If it's even, do you take the Ohio guy? Of course you do. But you have to be able to go out and get that 5-star or top 50 type of player from out of state. And that has been his weak point so far. He has not been able to do that. And we've seen several examples of this the last couple of years. And so that's going to be a focal point. A guy like Champ Smith in 2026, that's a guy they should be able to get. So he can be able to close on a guy like Champ Smith. But the problem before Fry was they weren't even getting the Ohio guys. Jackson Carman, Zeke Correll, Blake Miller, J.D. Duplain, Nick Samac. I can go just rattle off 6 or 7 Ohio guys. They were not getting the Ohio guys, let alone the out-of-state guys. And they did get a couple of guys who, either Urban or like Jamarco Jones. When Ed Warner was there, Jamarco Jones was largely a Mike Vrabel thing. So there's been guys that they got, but it's been one of those things where a lot of times it's been the regional coach or the head coach that's really had to kind of do the groundwork first. Even DeJuan Jones, Kevin Wilson, that was his Indianapolis connection. So I don't necessarily agree that recruiting has gotten worse under Fry. I don't think it's gotten substantially better. I think he's done better in Ohio in terms of his batting average, but they're still having some of the same issues in terms of maybe not landing those high profile out of state recruitments. But at the end of the day, The offensive line is playing very well right now. They're in the middle of a playoff run. Like, I think the wheels would really have to fall off with the offensive line to see a change this offseason. And I think, again, 2026 recruiting class is even with the Conroy decision, is teed up very well for Ohio State to sign a great offensive line class. And so there will be, obviously, the drum beats will get loud if 2026 is not a really good offensive line class. They've went into the portal, and they've got 2 really good offensive linemen so far in the transfer portal, which should help them immediately next year, which should help buy some time to get those high school guys up to speed. They have some talented young tackles in the program, Carter Lowe, Ian Moore, Deontay Armstrong. So those guys need to develop. So I think, the combination of 2026 recruiting results with development of the young players like that in the next 12 months will be big. But Fry, to me, is probably as safe as he's been the last 6 months, would be my read on the situation, just based on how things have played out here the last several weeks. Robert Howard, can we stop with the Ryan Day slander? The dude has not been perfect, but there's not a coaching staff in the country that I would take over this one. Yeah, so I've kind of been called a Ryan Day defender. I guess that's accurate. I don't think I've never gotten to the point where I felt a change was necessary. I've never got to the point where I've fully understood the names people have thrown out. Like, people get mad at me saying this. They get mad at this stance, but you're not going 6-6 every year. Like, if you're going 6-6, or if you're going 8-4, 9-3, if you're going 9-3 every year, then you fire your coach and you don't really worry about like what's next. You just sort of make the move because you're going 9-3 every year. When you're finishing in the top 5 every year, when you've got a top 3, 4, 5 team every year, the risk in making a move is high. It just is. It's higher. You have more to lose. So if you're going to make a change when your program is in the top 5 every year, you better come at me with a name, and it better make sense. Like, don't come at me and say, "Oh, well, we'll figure that out later," or "That's not the real issue." Why? Or get angry with me because I'm challenging your opinion on this to go find me the guy who you're replacing Ryan Day with. You should have that replacement already. That's how coaching changes in college football at the elite level work. Schools do not, top 5 programs do not make changes to their head coach without knowing who they're getting first. That's how this all works. So to sit there and call for Ryan Day's job, but then not be willing to give a name, or be willing to give a name, or give a name that doesn't really make sense, that's been my issue. If you've got someone that you think's better, great, let me hear it. Like, if you're telling me Nick Saban's ready to come back to college coaching, okay, then let's have that conversation. But that's not the case. And, at first, there were early calls for Luke Fickell, who's not been very good at Wisconsin. There's early calls for Marcus Freeman. Freeman has done a really good job, especially the second half of the season. He's really got them playing well. If Ryan Day lost to Northern Illinois and Marshall in over like a 2 or 3 year window, I don't even want to know what that would look like for Ohio State fans. Mike Vrabel, someone I personally like very much. I like Mike Vrabel. I like Mike Vrabel, the coach. I don't understand moving on from Ryan Day in favor of someone who left college coaching because they didn't like recruiting, they didn't like sucking up to 16 and 17-year-olds, and they didn't like sucking up to 16 and 17-year-olds before NIL and before the transfer portal was a thing. Now you want him to come back, and he's already doesn't like recruiting, and he's been on the record about this a million times. This isn't just speculation. Like I said this when he left, he didn't like recruiting. He was good at it, but he didn't like it. And he's even made comments since then about how he was so annoyed that he'd be at home on like a random off day that he thought it was an off day, and like some kid from Georgia or Texas would just be driving through like on their way to Notre Dame or Michigan or Penn State or something. And Vrabel knew they weren't getting the kid or had no shot at getting the kid. He was going to stay somewhere south, but he had to still like pack up whatever he was doing that day, even spending time with his kids, whatever he was doing, and go over to the Woody and pretend to, to kiss this kid's ass for 2 hours. And he hated that. Well, I got news for you. There's more of that now than ever with NIL, with the transfer portal, with fundraising. You think Mike Vrabel wants to fundraise? That's why Chip Kelly's at Ohio State right now. Chip Kelly was tired of fundraising. Like Ryan Day used to have May off because coaches are allowed on the road for half of May. So you would have like your assistants are allowed on the road. So you have the spring evaluation period. So your receivers coach, Brian Hartline's on the road, your coordinators are on the road, they're recruiting, but the head coach isn't allowed. So the head coach would do things at the facility, obviously, but he would get some time off in May. That doesn't happen anymore. Now you're doing NIL fundraisers. Like you have like a week in July now. So all the things Mike Vrabel didn't like about college football that caused him to leave the first time are now even more magnified. You have to do more of those things than you did before when he was coaching, and he didn't like that. So nothing has been brought to my attention that has made sense. Now, that doesn't mean I don't agree with some of the criticisms of Ryan Day. I've been very clear. If you read kind of my post-game observation pieces that I write, I have been critical of him. I've been critical of him kind of paying way too much attention to outside noise, like toughness narratives, stubbornly, running the ball right in Michigan's strength because you want to prove a toughness point versus kind of playing loose how you should. Kind of how I did with, when they were going to the Peach Bowl against Georgia, I said, just go be a 7-on-7 team. That's kind of what I said before the Tennessee game. Same thing. So there have been many valid criticisms of Ryan Day and his staff, but I think there's a line between this needs to get better, he needs to do this better, he needs to do more of this, less of this, whatever it might be, and saying he has to be fired, and who cares who you're replacing him with, because this just isn't good enough, and whoever, any old, Joe off the street can come in and win nearly 90% of their games. I just think that's a delusional take. The idea that just any replacement level coach out there is going to come into Ohio State and win 90% of their games almost is just not reality. Because if that were the case, we'd have a whole long list of Ohio State coaches with this type of winning percentage. And guess what? There isn't. It's not a very long list at all of coaches who are in that realm, winning percentage at Ohio State. And they've had quite a few great coaches over the years. So I know that was long-winded, but that's been my take on Ryan Day. I agree. I think regardless of how you feel about Ryan Day at this point, I do think if you're an Ohio State fan, the best thing you can do right now is just throw your support behind the team for the next week or two or whatever this is going to be, and let the chips fall where they may. And then, on January 21st or whatever, you can have a more informed opinion of it. But I don't think there's a real reason right now to be, banging the fire Ryan Day drum. I mean, your team is in semifinals now of the playoffs. Like, you should be supporting your team. And I do have some news for you guys. Like, unless he chooses to leave to go somewhere else, which would be the NFL, I guess, because it wouldn't be college, he's not getting fired. Like, his seat with the administration has never been warm. So he's going to be, if he wants to be the coach moving forward, he's going to be the coach. So I just think, again, I think the criticisms are fair at points, and he just kind of needs to continue to improve, like any of us do at our jobs or any of us do in our lives, continue to improve the things he doesn't do as well as some other things. So that's kind of been my take on Day. But you're not always gonna convince everyone to see things your way. So people are gonna have their opinions. Dave K. Mark, so our kicking game is fixed now, right? Oh boy. I'll say this. I said this on the show earlier. I do think the first kick Fielding made was important. It was important for the game. If he misses that kick, it wasn't a chip shot. It was 45, 46 yards. If he misses the kick at that point in the game, you do breathe a little life into Oregon. 14-0, still early. Pretty good field position now. Kick's been missed. Ohio State's going to feel like they left maybe even 7 points on the board on that drive. They're going to feel like they left points on the board. Kill some of that momentum. But the fact that he was able to hit that kick and eat like easily, it was right down the middle, there was no doubt, was important moment in the game. And I do think it is an important moment moving forward for his confidence. I think it was important. Not that that was the highest leverage kick of all time. Like, obviously he had an even less, an even lower leverage kick later in the game that he made. But just to see the ball go through the uprights from, 45 plus, whatever it was, and to see it at a point in the game where they needed to have it, I do think will help. Obviously, the next 2 games are climate controlled. So, any talk about wind or conditions, or that's not going to be a thing. So we will see. I'm not, I love your confidence, your optimism. I'm not going to sit here and definitively yes, it's all good now, but that I do think that those were good steps tonight. It was good for him to have kind of some of those opportunities and to cash in on those. William Mance, I tend to think Chip was not only one calling plays in the Dart game. You know what? I agree with that because once again, one of my criticisms of Day over the years has been that I call it rabbit ears. Like your like the ears are so big, like rabbits, so you hear everything. Is that he does have a little bit of like rabbit ear syndrome, where he gets impacted a little bit by narratives that are out there, particularly negative narratives, soft and not physical, all that stuff. We saw with the Lou Holtz situation. We've seen examples of this. And Michigan game screamed to me of Ryan Day trying to prove a point. Instead of doing the best thing they could do to win that game, he wanted to win it a certain way, even though that was not the best way to attack Michigan. So I don't disagree with that. That it felt to me like that had more of Day's fingerprints on it than maybe some of the other big games they've played this year. Jake D. Mark, how much do you think these last 2 games mirror Day finally letting go and trusting his staff and players in totality? In my opinion, these last 2 games were directed by Knowles and Chip. I would agree with that. I thought for the most part he had kind of turned that corner in the Georgia game in the Peach Bowl a few years ago. But now it seems more of a Michigan block versus a big game block. I thought we saw him, particularly on offense, we saw him trust Chip against Oregon earlier. I thought they played well. And then I thought he trusted his coaching staff at Penn State earlier this season. And it feels like Michigan is now just kind of like the mental block there. So, to get 100% of the way there, I kind of need to see them play this loose and free and air it out type of thing against Michigan next year. But I do think a lot of progress has been made, toward that in terms of hey, just let it hang out and let the chips fall where they may, because the last thing you want are, regrets or sitting back and wondering, boy, did we really put our guys in the best position, or did we play it safe, or did we try to prove a point that wasn't, really needed to be made? So I agree. I think we've seen a lot of maturity there. And we've seen it now a couple weeks in a row. So it's not like it was, because that was my thing after Tennessee. It was like, okay, we're going to see this again against Oregon, or are we going to revert to maybe some of the old tendencies? And they once again played the same way. So I think we're seeing him kind of grow in front of our eyes here the last few weeks. Look for some more. Here we go. Thoughts on the tight end room? It is 180 from a year ago. They have Kasmarek returning, the new good guy from the portal, and young players up and coming. They are now a plus to the team instead of a minus. Yes, and that is Max Clare from Purdue, is the addition from the portal, who is a really good player. 50-plus catches, 600-plus yards this year for Purdue. So I agree. I think they've had a bit of an identity crisis at tight end over the years. I don't feel they've always recruited the types of tight ends they actually deploy in their offense. they went through some weird stuff where they were kind of getting a lot of like pure flex guys, but they weren't really using them as flex guys. And it's just like a lot of square pegs and round holes for me. I think they tend to have a much better idea of kind of how the pieces will fit and how to use, 12 personnel and what type of tight ends they want to recruit. And so I think they're doing a better job of identifying the types of players they want in that room. And while it may not be a superstar first round pick, it at least fits what they want to do out, what they need out of that position within their offense. So I do like the makeup of the room moving forward. Case Mark's a really good blocker. Max Clare's going to give you a little bit more in the passing game. A bit more in the passing game. He's really good. Jelani Thurman's very talented, and we've seen that in flashes this year. I think that'll be key to keeping him this offseason. Like Case Mark's coming back. You bring in Max Clare. Like they probably have to massage that a little bit just in terms of like, hey, like we didn't forget about you here. Like you're still part of this. But yeah, they're to me the tight end room's in better hands, in better shape today than it was, certainly 18 months ago. Dave K. I'm no draft genius, but I don't understand why Will Howard has such a low draft projection. He's big, athletic, great leader. Is it mostly arm strength? I think it is mostly arm strength. He doesn't have a huge arm. I think that showed in the Michigan game. There were a lot of balls that were floating in the windy conditions. I think also at the beginning of the year, the deep ball was an issue. He's gotten much better with the deep ball the second half of the season. Again, much improved there. And, look, this isn't a knock on Kansas State, but, the Kansas State offense is not really something that particularly translates well to the NFL. It's a much different type of offense than generally what you're going to see in the NFL. So I think there were a lot of questions about that, about what system he was coming from. I think the move to Ohio State will help him in that regard. But there's no question. He's a great leader. He's been really good outside of like one or two games this year. He's been really good on getting the ball out of his hands quickly and accurately. Intermediate throws have been a strength of his, I think, this year, accuracy on the intermediate throws. So I think he'll have a market. Is he as athletic as people want him to be? He's not a statue. He's a very willing runner. He's not Josh Allen. Like he's not like a real running threat. He's just a guy that if you forget about him, he can kind of hurt you in that way, or he can at least be elusive enough to avoid sacks and get rid of the football, that type of thing. So that'll be a relative plus on his, evaluation, I think. But yeah, I think he'll have a market. We'll see what that market is. I don't like this quarterback class. I've said that if you're on our site at all, you guys, Buckeye Huddle, I've been asked about the quarterback class a few times. And I always say the same thing, which is I think this quarterback class is probably going to get a lot of NFL executives fired because I'll tell you what's not going to happen. We're not going to see like no quarterbacks go in the first round. These people can't help them. I know it's like derogatory for these people. These people cannot help themselves. These NFL people. There will be 4 or 5 teams that take a quarterback in the first round. Does not matter what you think of these quarterbacks. If you think they all stink, there will be 4 or 5 teams. This is not going to be the Kenny Pickett draft. There's going to be 4 or 5 teams that take a quarterback in the first round this year. And I think a lot of those guys are probably going to end up getting those coaches or GMs fired. There's not a lot of guys to me that I'm looking at, especially when you talk about the top half, so like the non-playoff teams. Like, there's not a lot of quarterbacks in this draft. I don't know if there's one, to be honest, in my opinion, that if I'm sitting there with like the number 1, 2, 3 pick in the draft, I'm like, yes, I'm staking the next 5 to 10 years of this franchise on this guy. I don't see that player in this draft. I don't see it in any of them. I think there's some guys who, like, if you're a playoff team, like if you're the Steelers, if you're someone like that who could potentially upgrade your quarterback room, or you're looking for the next guy down the road, maybe you can sit for a year or two. I think there's some interesting guys to do in that scenario. But again, if I'm the New York Giants, not a chance. Not a chance. I'm trading down. I'm stockpiling extra picks. I'm going and getting a receiver, or I'm going another receiver. I'm going and getting a defensive lineman, an offensive lineman. It's a really good tackle draft. Like, that's what I'm doing. So in that sense, maybe Will Howard's drafts brings back around. Maybe Will Howard can sneak his way up a little bit because there is going to be, I think, such a variance in who everyone thinks the number one QB. Like, I don't think like Shedeur Sanders, for example, I don't think he's gonna be like the number one quarterback on like everyone's board. I think there's gonna be people that have him number one and that love him, and I think there's gonna be people that have him like 4 or 5 on the quarterback. Like, I think there's gonna be a lot of variance, and so whenever that's the case, you can kind of have dark horse guys come out of nowhere and go in the second round that you thought were like 5th round picks or something like that. So like Howard maybe could sneak up on some people in that way. But yeah, I think it's gonna be a really interesting draft in terms of the quarterback position and what teams see out of these guys, because I don't see it, but we'll see. Odysseus, game versus Texas should definitely be a pass first game to set up the run, 1,000%. But I've said that the last couple of weeks. It should have been the case against Michigan too. This is a team. This was one of my criticisms today. Not just the toughness narrative, but he kept saying we have to establish the run. We have to establish the run. Running the ball is important. You don't have to do it first, though. You don't have to come into every single game making sure you establish the run on the very first series or the very first quarter and that you're running the ball down their throat. You can do the opposite. You can 180 that. You can pass. You can make them lighten the box for you, make them take away Jeremiah Smith. I mean, that's what I would do. Make them take away Jeremiah Smith. At least do that before you start, pounding the rock. And that's been my criticism this year is like they get too caught up. We got to establish the run. No, you got to establish what you do best, which is the throw game. And then you will force teams to lighten the box. You will force teams to worry about where Emeka Egbuka and Jeremiah Smith are. And then you have 2 very talented running backs who will benefit from that. And I think that's what they've done the last couple of weeks. And I think, again, that's exactly what I think they should do against Texas, who, again, is a very good defensive front. If you try the Michigan game plan against Texas, they will lose. Now, I think they're going to beat Texas because I don't think they're going to do that. But if you try the Michigan game plan against Texas, you will lose. If they play the way they've played the last couple of weeks in terms of quick passes, taking your shots downfield, pass them into oblivion before we start pounding them with the run game, then I think they're going to be very tough to beat the rest of the way out. So 1,000% agree with that. Wingman Ted, unsung hero, Lathan Ransom. That's another good pick. Lathan's been so good this year. You almost feel bad for him that he shares the safety room with Caleb Downs. I think it gets overshadowed by Downs, but Lathan's had a tremendous season. It's so noticeable. He's been in and out in the lineup at times over the last couple of years. It's so noticeable when he's not out there. I think that's the true measure. It's not just what you see on the field when he's playing. It's what you notice when he's not. And we've seen that over the years. But yeah, he's one of the more underrated Buckeyes. I think he's a lot like Damon Moore. I'm probably showing my age a little bit. Damon Moore in the mid to late 90s at Ohio State was a very good safety for the Buckeyes. Played for the Philadelphia Eagles for a while in the NFL. Never was wasn't a first round pick. Wasn't like a Thorpe winner or anything like that. But boy, was he good. And that's kind of what Lathan Ransom reminds me of. Doug Shepard, what if Donovan Jackson ends up playing tackle at the next level? Would that help Fry recruit? It won't hurt. Look, I think Donovan Jackson has already helped Fry recruit. I don't know that he necessarily has to do it in the NFL. I don't know that he necessarily has to play tackle in the NFL. I think the fact that Justin Fry has taken Josh Simmons out of the transfer portal and was a guy who people were actually mocking. First of all, they were skeptical when they got him out of the portal. Then they were mocking him like the first month of the season he played last year. And now Josh Simmons is probably going to be a first-round pick. And so when you couple that with the success Donovan Jackson has had moving to tackle mid-season, I think the battle has already kind of been won there by Fry, and now it's just effectively selling it. Now, do I think Jackson will play tackle in the NFL? I don't think that will be his number one position. I think a team will draft him with the idea of like, hey, if there's an injury or whatever it might be to get our best 5 out there, this guy can play tackle. I think that'll be more so the mindset of an NFL team with Donovan Jackson. But yeah, I think anything developmentally that they can kind of, that's tangible, you can see it, you can like, it's obvious, it's right there, it's not speculation, it's not theory, I think is going to be helpful for Fry on the recruiting trail. So that'll be interesting for me. Again, it's going to be interesting for me. I could argue offensive linemen are so important. You know, Donovan Jackson to me has a pretty kind of a wide range of where he could go in the draft. Like if teams look at him like, does he have the wingspan to play tackle? Does he, can he ever play tackle, even if it's like in a backup role and he's like the starting guard, backup tackle, or is he strictly a guard? You're talking about a variance of like late first round to third round, in my opinion, which is a decent variance. So we'll see what happens. I would probably split the difference and say second round, but you never know. Like I said, versatility is really important. So I do think probably the guard second round would be my guess. All right, Buck 97. Did Titans catch a pass tonight for the Bucks? A very important pass. G. Scott was the first play of the game, right? First play of the game they faked the quick out or the quick bubble out there on the perimeter, and G, instead of blocking, took off and got him going. So I don't know if there was another one. I'm trying to remember that might have been it. But yeah, there was at least one, and it was 1000% a big catch. Terry Slusher, any chance of hiring LaCharles Bentley for the O-line, even if it's an assistant? It would never shock me to see someone brought in that role as like an analyst, or these coaching staffs are getting so big now. It wouldn't totally shock me to see someone like that come into these roles. We've seen James Laurinaitis and Brian Hartley, like we've seen this happen before. I could never rule something like that out. Do I think he's like on the doorstep of being Ohio State's next offensive line coach? No. Does he want to be? He seems to have a pretty decent thing going off the field, but we'll see. I think certainly he's worth he's a good player, or he's a good person to bounce things off of. Not everyone you talk to about these things or you bounce things off of has to be on your staff. I think it's important for coaches to have some outside voices and eyeballs on what's going on in their program and get a little bit of an outsider perspective, very similarly to what they've done with like Maurice Claret. I have respect for LaCharles, but I don't get the sense that like we're at a point where he'd be like replacing Justin Fry or anything like that. Elizabeth, these playoff victories have to help recruiting big time. So here's the thing with like how kind of the recruiting cycle works. What's happening right now with this Ohio State run, and if they continue this run and they, if they go on to win a national championship, for example, will have a big impact on like the young guys. Like, so like guys who are like freshmen right now, maybe even sophomores right now, that'll have a big impact on those guys. There's usually like a 1 year delay on like like everyone's like, oh, the very year after they win the national championship, they're going to sign the number one class. It usually doesn't happen that way because they usually already have like the kids already have like relationships built, and like, they don't just go, oh, they won a national championship, so now screw these other schools I've got a relationship with, I'm going to that school. But what usually happens is like 2 years out, you sign that monster class because they just watched the run you went on and they were like impressed with it, or there was a player they latched onto or whatever. But so long story short is these types of runs don't always produce like the immediate result. What they do is they produce the long-term result. And somewhere, even extrapolating this out even further, somewhere, not just like in Texas or in Florida right now, there's like 10, 11-year-old kids who are going to be the next Jeremiah Smith or the next Quinshon Judkins, whoever, are watching this team right now and this is putting Ohio State kind of like in their brains, on their radar. And so that's where a lot of this helps in terms of like brand awareness, building like these childhood favorite type things emerge. That's where this really, really helps. The other place it does help is if you're already in a kid's top 2 or 3 and it might be neck and neck with another school. You've got the proof of concept, maybe if you win a national championship, you've got the proof of concept. You can walk in when the kids visit, you can show them your national championship ring. And when they go to the other school, they don't have that ring. That's a thing too, as well. So, yeah, I mean, no denying that, making these types of runs on national TV, beating big time brands, Tennessee, Oregon, they can beat Texas, definitely can have a really good boost to your recruiting. NBA fan, I think it's a valid critique that line play needs to step up. OSU shouldn't be forced to play a 7-on-7 game to beat a physical team. That's not what he inherited. Line play has slipped a little bit. Yeah, I don't disagree that line play has been a hot button issue. Certainly there have been plenty of times where it hasn't been good enough. Do I think it was particularly good toward the end of Urban Meyer's era? Not really. But there's no reason I think what your point is, there's no reason a program like Ohio State should not have good offensive lines. Like that's clear. And so I agree with you in that sense. But I think there's been a lot of value in terms of what Ryan Day has brought to the program in terms of modernizing the offense. Losing 31-0 to Clemson was kind of a low point in Ohio State's offense in terms of the offense's evolution. Day was brought in large part to fix that, and sure enough, that's mostly happened. Obviously, that did not happen a few weeks ago in Columbus. But I think we're close here. I don't think we're like super far apart. I agree that the offensive line play at times has not been good enough and needs to get better. I agree that offensive line recruiting needs to get better. I don't think that based on what we've seen the last several weeks out of the offensive line, that we're at a point where there's going to be a change. Let's see what else we got here. Here's something. Here's a good talking point. Wingman Ted, I don't know if LJ is rotating more. Just think that the players are fighting to be on the field more. He's always rotated when guys are game ready. I think he is rotating a little more. And, that's been one of my criticisms of Larry Johnson is I think he's been a little inconsistent in terms of it felt like, under Urban, he rotated more. Now, is that a talent thing? Was that an Urban Meyer demand? I don't know. But I do know that there's been times the last 2 years where I'd look at the game and I'd look at the snap counts and I would be like, boy, do Jack and JT really need to play that much? Is the drop-off so great from Jack and JT to a Caden Curry to a Kenyatta Jackson that they have to and I think the results kind of showed it those fourth quarters against Michigan where it's like, I don't think they've got it much left in the tank. I think that happened this year even. They got a little bit away from their rotations. And it's like, Sawyer made some great plays in that game, but like the very last series, they couldn't get off the field after they'd done so well the whole game. And I just think you have to rotate early. You can't let the score dictate that too much. Like if you get down early, don't worry. It's, there's 50 minutes left. Don't like squash your plans to put Kenyatta Jackson in for a series. I just think they need to be consistent with that. I think they have done a good job of that the last couple of weeks. We're seeing Kenyatta Jackson and Caden Curry make a lot of plays. And I think because of that, I think we're seeing Jack and JT fresher in the second halves of games. I think it helps everybody. I just think they need to make sure they keep doing that. And don't just do it when it's easy to do it. Like it's easy to do that when it's 21-0 against Tennessee, like at the end of the first quarter. Yeah, it's easy to go out there and roll out your second line. It's easy to do that when you're up 21-0 in the first half. What about when it's 7-7 in the middle of the second quarter? Still do it. Still do it. It will pay dividends. The drop-off is not such that, you're all of a sudden, you're going to go from like this relentless pass rush to nothing. Like those guys come off the bench. There's something to be said for it because they know, like Caden Curry and Kenyatta Jackson know, like if I don't make an impact when I go in, I don't know when I'm going to get back in the game. Like Jack Sawyer or JT can go out for a series and not make an impact. They know they're going back in the game and probably right back out there the next series, certainly very soon. If Caden Curry and Kenyatta Jackson and Caden McDonald, if those guys don't impact the game when they get their chances, they know they probably won't go back in. So there's a motivational thing there too that I think gives you an edge when you're rotating up front. There are so many comments, so I'm sorry if I'm pausing too long, but there are so many. I'm trying to sift through comments and find questions. If I miss something, go ahead and like repost it or something in there because there are, again, I'm sifting through a lot to try and make sure I don't really miss anything super important. Hey, a recruiting question. Why not? Mika Hanna, do we offer Nathan Bernard or Matt Ponatoski in 26? Right now, I think Ponatoski is much closer to getting an offer from Ohio State than Bernard. Ponatoski had a huge year for Moeller, was Mr. Football in the state of Ohio, video game numbers, lost in the state championship to Olentangy Liberty, didn't have his best game that night. It wasn't bad, but didn't have his best game that night. But that's a guy I'm told that Ohio State really likes. That seems to be the guy trending toward an offer right now. If I had to guess, I would say they do offer Ponatoski at some point this offseason. But we'll see. I think they probably want to see a little more out of him as far as just in-person interactions. Like they really just started recruiting him a few months ago and like seriously recruiting him. Like they're starting to get to know his family, like get to know him better. Had him up on a visit late in the season. So I think they want to probably spend a little more time with them. Not so much like a football thing as more just like the off the field components and culture fit, whatever you want to call it. There's also with Ponatoski, I'm not a baseball expert, but I've been told he's the number one baseball prospect in Ohio in 2026. So that may be something that they have to navigate. Anytime you start talking about, like does Tennessee come in or, whoever it might be, SEC school X with great baseball program X come in and offer him a dual, like does that entice him more than like the Ohio State baseball program? I don't know. But he, to me, is the leader in the clubhouse right now. Obviously, they're still trying with Jared Curtis. Curtis was going to visit for, I think it was Indiana, but couldn't because of the noon kick. There was a playoff game conflict. So I think they're going to obviously continue to pursue that as long as they can, but I don't think they will, nor should they put all their eggs in that basket. So we'll see. I've got some. The cavalry is here.
This is great. We're reinforcements for each other. We were reinforcements for you earlier, then you were reinforcements for us. Now we're back at the hotel, so we can be. So as long as we just keep, let's just like going through a revolving door.
I'll be back in an hour, guys. No, I'm just kidding. So how do you want to do this, guys?
Well, we were gonna have this. Normally, we sit at the stadium after the game and record a morning show, and we were extremely interested in not missing the media shuttle and having to walk back from Pasadena. So, congratulations! You're about to watch the latest ever. It's actually on the East Coast. It's actually Buckeyes this morning. It's still Buckeyes tomorrow morning in Pacific time. But Kevin and I are gonna do our morning show. We'll kind of go back, kind of reset all that kind of stuff. And lay out the big takeaways from the game, I guess.
Yes.
He didn't get a chance to talk on the show earlier, so I'm sure he's going to have some different stuff. And he was in the interviews as well, so he'll have some different stuff to talk about on that.
Oh, he'll have different stuff, all right. That's for sure.
Yep.
Hopefully not too different. Hopefully not too far out there in outer space.
You never know with Kevin.
It's been a long day for the big guy.
He hasn't gotten to the open bar yet, so it should be.
Okay, that's good.
Should be able to keep it within the lines.
All right. Well, you guys enjoy, and like I said, I'll be awake and my phone's on, so if I'm needed for anything, let me know.
All right.
Continue the marathon, but thanks, guys, for dealing with me. Mark After Dark was a smashing success. So, take it away.
All right. Thank you, Mark. And thank you guys all for staying up late with us. We appreciate that. And welcome to a very special live episode of Buckeyes Tomorrow Morning for Thursday, January 2nd. I'm your host, Tom Moore. The Cotton Bowl game against Texas is in 8 days. The game against Michigan in 331 days. Oh, boy. Ohio State started the 2025 calendar year with an absolute banger in the Rose Bowl. The Tournament of Roses parade theme for the day was best day ever. And Kevin Noon for Ohio State and a whole lot of the Buckeyes, that felt pretty apropos.
Yes, this was Cersei Lannister's best day ever. She chose violence, and Ohio State chose violence. Another tremendous first quarter start for Ohio State, coming off of the heels of the Tennessee game in the first round of the playoffs. Ohio State comes out in the first quarter and really just, I don't even think the score told the story. Ohio State scores on a couple of drives. The Oregon Ducks 3 and out. The drive where they do get a first down or something, but don't really get a whole lot that comes out of that. And before you know it, Ohio State is just sitting in cruise control of 14-0 at the end of the quarter. Where it differs from the Tennessee game is Ohio State puts up 20 points in the second quarter, where Ohio State was not able to do that there. But an interesting factoid, and I think I have the number right. In the first quarter of Ohio State's last two games, Ohio State has amassed, wait for it, 438 yards.
Seems like a lot.
It's good.
Yeah, there were points during that first half where Ohio State was on pace for 70-something points and was on pace for something like 800 yards of total offense. I mean, those are numbers that, hey, you do this against Akron or Kent State, and it's like, yeah, okay, sure. It's a fun thing that you did. Look at the thing that you did. This is the number one team in the country. Well, it was the number one team in the country. And it was over so quickly. And, then it was 34-0 in the first half. And it was like, well, Oregon's going to make a little bit of a run. And they got a touchdown before halftime, went for 2, got it. So it's 34-8. They get a touchdown again right after halftime. 10 plays, 75 yards, 11 plays, 75 yards on those 2 drives. But I think the story there is, even when Oregon scored, they scored 3 touchdowns, 10 plays, 11 plays, 10 plays. For as bad as Ohio State was in terms of giving up big plays in the first game, there was just nothing there for Oregon in the big play department.
Yeah, Ohio State really made them earn it. It reminds me a lot of Oregon's really only meaningful touchdown. And that's not true, but when they played in 15 in the championship game, Oregon, it took them 11, 12, 13 plays with Marcus Mariota at quarterback. And Ohio State was cool with that because they weren't going to be able to do that over and over and over again. That was not going to be something that they were going to be able to replicate. So, kudos to where Jim Knowles has this defense. And, coming out of the Oregon game in October, on October 12th, there were a lot of Ohio State fans who were like, is this really the right guy, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. When he was hired, I said it took him 3 years at every other stop to really get them cooking. Mm-hmm. And there certainly have been some highs and some lows along the way, but they are sky high right now on defense. They are absolutely sky high.
Yeah, well, this was something that you came into the season thinking this is maybe one of the most talented defenses in the country. Just look at the 5 stars. And I know recruiting rankings don't always exactly correlate, but you got both defensive ends are 5 stars. You got Sonny Styles as a linebacker. He's a 5-star. You've got Caleb Downs, 5-star. I mean, and there's a bunch of guys who have been playing like 5 stars who were not necessarily with those recruiting rankings.
Cody Simon
and Lathan Ransom. My goodness. It's just that this is the defense that has been promised. This is the defense when they brought in Jim Knowles in 2022. As you said, you knew it was going to take a little while. And the first year was, oh boy, they gave up too many big plays. And then last year was the defense is pretty good, but the offense wasn't there. This is the year that it feels like stuff is kind of starting to come, into alignment for Ohio State right now, where the offense is doing what the elite Ohio State offense you would figure would look like. The defense is doing that. Heck, they kicked a couple field goals. I mean, that was excuse me, that was as complete a performance as you've seen.
Yeah, I mean, I even go back to 22. Ohio State plays Georgia. We want to see that. We want to see Dark Ryan Day. We want to see all of that going on. But remember, I mean, Georgia put up a ton of points in that game. We're seeing both units. I'm not quite ready to put special teams up there yet, but we're seeing the offense and the defense just really put their will on opposing teams. I mean, and they're just taking the wind out of their sails immediately. And we haven't really gotten to the point of talking about what the next game is going to be, other than just how far away that game is going to be at this point. But this is a level of domination from Ohio State that haven't seen a lot of through the years. I mean, obviously the 2014 national championship year. I think when you could look back at 2018 Hafley's lone year as DC. 19. The defense was lights out, number one, a lot of statistical categories. I mean, that's where it is right now. I mean, it's crazy where they are, and just to think that we are a month plus off of what people have called maybe the worst game in the Ohio State football program's history. We've witnessed 2 of the top tier games.
Yeah, it's that Michigan loss certainly is looking like even more of an outlier than it did at the time. But man, I think there's a certain argument to be made that might have been exactly the kick in the butt this team needed, where, and is it the players that needed the kick in the butt? Is it the coaches that need the kick in the butt? Whoever you think needed the kick in the butt, they got it. And you're seeing the results right now. And, I know that's not a game that any Ohio State fan is ever going to say, well, I sacrificed this one for that one. But yeah, you have to like where Ohio State is right now, because Buckeyes are, you pulled up the betting odds on national championship. They're essentially even money at this point, and they still have 2 games to go. And there's a bunch of other talented teams out there. This is not Ohio State, and they're not in the half of the bracket where all they have to do is beat Boise State and SMU. No, there's nothing but big boys left. Texas, and then your choice of Penn State, Georgia, or Notre Dame. I mean, these are some of the biggest teams in the country. But a lot of other teams are banged up. Ohio State's been banged up too, but Ohio State right now is playing with just the depth that Ohio State has in this roster. This is the time of year when you bring in the extra depth so that then you have guys to put in right now, because you're going to lose people at some point, and they have the roster to deal with it.
Yeah, there was a lot about Ohio State not playing with tempo earlier in the season. Ohio State really keeping a lot of guys on pitch counts. Well, this is the time where guys have a lot of their legs left. And I think that is so important there. And, we've always talked about strength and conditioning and a team that can sit there and excel in the fourth quarter. I mean, Ohio State's putting teams out of their misery in the first half. I mean, if not, beginning of the third quarter, and it's over. So I think Ohio State really is in a perfect storm, and I agree with what Tom said there. I mean, Ohio State has to play the extra game with the first round, and then has to come out to the West Coast to play Oregon. Now is going to have to go out to the Cotton Bowl to go play Texas, and then potentially could have to play Georgia in the national championship game. I personally don't think Georgia gets past Notre Dame. I think that Georgia's offense is horrible, but we'll cross that bridge when we get to it if Ohio State is able to get past the Longhorns.
Yeah, and there's not a team right now. I mean, Notre Dame, we talked about Riley Mills being out on the earlier show, not the last show, the show before the last show, but after the first show. We've done a lot of shows tonight. It's been a busy night, but we appreciate you guys all sticking up there and staying up with us, and we'll hang out here with you for a while. If you have not hit the thumbs up, please do that. That helps other folks find these shows. There's oh boy, someone is in the comments telling me to check my DMs on Twitter because I have some great screenshots for you to share with Kevin.
Oh boy, it better not be Burger King. It better not be Burger King, or I'll riot.
Before we get into the comments and the questions, if you do have questions, throw some questions in there. I've got a couple I've starred already, and we'll get into those. But one of the places where, like, I'm sure everyone's like, why are these idiots not talking about Jeremiah Smith? We'll get there. Like, we got it. Like,
I think in the 4 hours and 15 minutes the show has been on, there's been a little Jeremiah talk.
But one of the things that I think I really wanted to touch on, because I don't know if we talked about it on the previous show in a ton of detail, but it's something I put out on Twitter, and I think Donovan Jackson is really a little bit underappreciated by Ohio State fans. It doesn't mean people are slagging him or anything like that, but it's just, I don't know that people really understand what he did for this team and how important it is that he did what he did for this team. Because you had Josh Simmons go down, and Josh Simmons was actually at the Rose Bowl. I hadn't seen Josh Simmons around the program. I don't think, in recent weeks, but he was out here, obviously went to San Diego State, so kind of a local guy.
He's from San Diego.
Yeah, he's from San Diego. So he, he may have been not around the program a ton, but was at the game again in the Rose Bowl. But he goes down against Oregon the first time, and that's probably one of the many things that went against Ohio State in that first matchup. And then Zen Michalski comes in, and then he goes down. And then you're kind of looking around, and it's like you still got half the season almost to play at that point. That was the Nebraska game. That was the 7th game of the season. They've played 7 games since then, and Donovan Jackson's been that left tackle for, I think, pretty much all of them. There was not a easy, clear answer at that point. We did a lot of shows talking about, well, they could do this, they could do that, like a hat or brooch, pterodactyl, but there was not a definitive, like, this is, absolutely no problem, just do this and there'll be no problem. He had not played tackle before, and then the first game he plays tackle is at Penn State against Abdul Carter, who is pretty good at football and pretty good at making your quarterback run around and be scared.
Big and true.
Yeah, and he had a couple plays in that one where it was like, they really needed to give him some help there. Since then, you really haven't noticed him, and the problem is he's been so good that you're not noticing him, so you forget about what he's done. But what to with an NFL draft 4 months away at this point for him, to make that sacrifice and play it, put yourself in a spot where you're playing a position you haven't played before at the college level, that's an enormous sacrifice. And can you even imagine where they'd be if he hadn't done it? What's plan B there?
It would have been really easy for him to screw up his draft status as well, because you move from being an All-American level guard to tackle a position you don't play, and then you muddy the waters, and you think, well, NFL front offices, they're smart enough to be able to, discern fact from, fluff. And no, we see dumb players get drafted all the time. We make not dumb, but just dumb decisions of drafting these players. So with what Donovan Jackson's been able to do and really just solidify that position has been incredible. And let's not forget, Ohio State went against James Pierce Jr. last round against Tennessee. Did a great job there. Ohio State went against Jordan Birch and Mateo Uiagalelei.
Uiagalelei, yes.
Yeah, I was close. I knew if I mumbled the end of it, I would be okay. And I think it's a testament to what Donovan Jackson's able to do. But I know that Justin Fry's been a bit of a whipping boy. in terms of where fans see things. And this is not a pass for where recruiting is. I'm the first one to admit that recruiting has not been up to snuff, but the development's been pretty good. And I think that everybody can take a moment to appreciate that and then get back to being pissed off about recruiting. And again, I'm not here to call anybody the lunatic French.
Yeah. No, I think it's very easy to go from one extreme to another. I mean, Ohio State loses to Michigan, and they're never going to win a football game ever again, and they should fire everyone.
Shut the program down.
Yeah, and then they beat Tennessee, and like 60% of the fan base is back on the bandwagon. And then tonight, I mean, I can't imagine, if there are Ohio State fans tonight, I mean, that is the lunatic friend who are upset.
You're
like
never
you are never going to.
You're never getting.
Yeah, if a Rose Bowl championship college football playoff win like that over the number one team in the country, where you're up 34-0 in the first half, if that's not good enough for you, like you may just need to find a different hobby. Like this, college football may not be for you if that doesn't kind of move the needle. And obviously, the team is going to be the first ones to tell you, yeah, there's still work to do. No kidding. They're only halfway through. So Reese Davis gave Ryan Day a football on the podium, and I think it had the scores of the Tennessee and the Oregon games where they had the logos of the teams they'd beaten on there. And he said, there's room for a couple more on there. And so obviously there is more work to do for the Buckeyes. But the good news is when they have to do that work, they have Jeremiah Smith on their side.
Oh, that guy. Yeah. Mm-hmm. I mean, he's pretty good. And, heard plenty of talk about him this week, and, deservedly so. He had 7 receptions, a touchdown last time around, and it just, it largely felt like he was underutilized in that game. Well, damn it, Ohio State was not going to allow that to happen this time around and got him involved early. And Jeremiah Smith did not disappoint. A couple scores, a couple of catches that it's like, no, he didn't catch that. How did he catch that? And, that's just a Wednesday for Jeremiah Smith. And we truly are looking at a generational player. And I know I've said this on shows before, but I'm going to say it again. Yes, the Bosas and Chase Young were all generational type players, and they all occurred, largely within a decade plus. But there were guys that were able to kind of step into that role. Nobody is going to be Jeremiah Smith. I'm not going to put that kind of heat on Chris Henry Jr. I'm not going to put that kind of heat on Jameer Brown. I'm not going to put that kind of heat on even a teammate on the team right now, Mylan Graham. Jeremiah Smith is one of one, and just enjoy it. And he's got 2 more seasons, barring something crazy happening within NFL eligibility rules. And this is not a kid that just falls back on his talent and it doesn't put in the work. I mean, no, we've not seen him on the Monarch, basically the jugs machine, the way that we saw Marvin. But I don't know what it is that Jeremiah is doing, but young man, keep doing that.
Yeah. Well, you look at Marvin Harrison Jr., who a year ago was, I think he didn't win the Blitnikoff, right? Or he was a finalist.
He was a finalist.
Didn't Roma Dunze win?
The year that he lost, he should have won, and the year that he won, you could make an argument he should have lost.
Yeah. But he's a Blitnikoff winner, and went number 3 in the NFL draft. And his 3rd year productivity, the yardage, touchdowns, he had 12 touchdowns. Jeremiah Smith's already at 12 touchdowns. He's a freshman. And he's at 12. And that's the guy who was going to go, goes number 3 overall in the NFL draft. And Jeremiah Smith, I mean, people are already talking about him. If he was eligible, he would go number 1 right now.
I've seen several NFL types say that kind of stuff.
And some of that is it's not a great quarterback class, but it's also,
wow.
You watch the Rose Bowl, and he had 2 touchdowns. The play that you're talking about, sort of the wow factor. The wow play for me was there's one where Will Howard kind of throws one up, and there's 3 Oregon defenders. There's 3 green jerseys around there, and Jeremiah Smith goes up and just pulls it down. And it was like, what? Because he in Columbus, before we came down here, gave an interview. This was last Saturday, and he talked about the fact, we asked him sort of like, when you're bracketed, do you feel like you're open? Yes. And so then Tony asked him, okay, so how many guys have to be behind you? He's like, oh, I don't know, like the whole team. And Will Howard talked about it in terms of
I asked Will that.
Yeah, you asked Will. Yeah, what a team effort that was. You, me, and Tony. We tried to we
were onto this Jeremiah kid.
We tried to triple cover Jeremiah, and he moved the ball on us as well.
I tore an ACL.
Yeah. He basically said, it's anyone, and it really doesn't matter if the whole team's on him. Maybe he'll feel like he's covered. Maybe Will Howard talked about 3-4 guys, but he threw it up with 3 guys there, and he caught it, and that is not a normal thing. And what's really interesting about Jeremiah Smith is he's putting up these insane numbers. He had 179 yards or something like that in the Rose Bowl. It was 7 catches, 187 yards, 2 touchdowns, 10 targets. But it was 10 targets. And he put up most of that before halftime because they didn't need him. For the second game in a row, playing the college football playoff, they functionally didn't need him in the fourth quarter. I don't think he played at all in the fourth quarter last week. He played in the fourth quarter, but I don't think I threw him the ball in the fourth quarter this week. These guys are a little more rested than you would think. You would expect this to be 60-minute slugfest, and they haven't been. And so not only are you guys maybe a little more rested, and they're rotating more than you might have expected in these kinds of games, there's also the overage. That's a term that Chip Kelly and Ryan Day will use in terms of we had all these plays, drawn up for this game, and then we didn't end up using some of them. So the overage is we can just sort of throw that back on the shelf and pull it out later. There's probably a bunch of stuff still sitting on that shelf that other teams are burning through their good material right now. And Ohio State, because they've just been able to separate so quickly, hasn't had to do that.
Yeah, I mean, you wonder what is still left out there, and take their 24 hours to enjoy this win, and then it's on to Texas. But I guarantee you that they had lower level staffers going through and cutting up Texas and cutting up Arizona State just to be ready, and they'll start to look and see what things may work against the Longhorns. Because I'm going to tell you this: there's not an offense like the Ohio State offense running around in the SEC right now. Just plain and simple.
Yeah.
Talk about it being a bad quarterback draft. I mean, quarterbacking in the SEC is suboptimal this year.
Mm-hmm.
I think DJ Lagway is going to be pretty good. I think there's some guys that are going to be able to step into roles as time goes on, but there's nothing that Texas has seen that is going to prepare them for what Ohio State does. Now, who is going to be better on that Friday night? That's we're going to have to wait and see, and that's why you play the games. It was really interesting in the build up to this Ohio State Oregon. There were 2 school of thoughts of it's hard to beat a team twice. Ohio State's playing hot versus the Oregon just has their number and they're going to be able to do this. I mean, look, it's the 1 versus the 8 for Pete's sake, but just the overage is going to be pretty amazing to see there. You go back and you look at the Oregon defense, and maybe the pass defense was maybe the softer side of where some things were on the defense, but Ohio State just did some things against Oregon that just were unnatural. I mean, it was pretty darn amazing.
Yeah, and Will Howard finishes 65% completion. He's been at 80% for half the season. So this was a little bit lower on that side, but 319 yards, 3 touchdowns. They finished 8.8 yards per play, 5.8 yards per rush, 18.8 yards per completion. That is nuts. Travion Henderson, 8 carries, 94 yards. That 66-yarder for one of the touchdowns, 11.8 yards per carry. Quinshon Judkins, I know Travion Henderson had the 2 touchdowns. I know Travion Henderson rushed for more yards. I know Travion Henderson had a longer run. I know Travion Henderson averaged more yards. I know all of these things. Quinshon Judkins going 17 carries, 85 yards, averaging 5 yards a carry with a long of 18, which means you didn't do it just, you didn't go 17 carries, 85 yards by going 80 yards on 1 carry and getting stuffed at the line the other 16 times. It was a lot of 4s, a lot of 5s, just keeping Ohio State on schedule. There were a bunch of times when they hand the ball to him on 1st down, and it was 2nd and 5. They hand the ball to him on 2nd and 8, and it would be 3rd and 3, kind of. It was just kind of keeping him on schedule. And they didn't have to run the ball a million times. They ran at 31, which is not, that's a decent number, but it's not a crazy high number. But
they only had 57 offensive plays.
Yeah, but they were able to do this is what Ryan Day talks about, where balance isn't we do the same thing, we run it as many times as we pass it, and we get as many yards as one as another. It's the ability to just do whatever you want to do. That's what balance is, and they certainly had balance.
I mean, they did, and I think I said in one of my pieces that I wanted to see Ohio State go at least 4.7 yards per carry for the game, or at least for the backs, because again, you can have your debates about sack-adjusted rushing yardage. Oregon rushed for minus 23 yards, but that's because Dylan Gabriel had minus 43 rushing yards, and that was largely because Ohio State's defense just smothered and overwhelmed them. So, that balance is important, and it really kept them off guard. I mean, and once again, like the Tennessee game, Ohio State came out, pass. I mean, it was all passing at the beginning, but they were able to move the chains, and 181 yards against a pretty good rush defense is very impressive. So you can go in and I'll start digging into the numbers for Texas probably on Friday and looking at things there. With Ohio State going for 156 against Tennessee and going 181 against Oregon, that's pretty impressive for what I'm seeing there.
And if you're wondering what I'm doing off camera, I'm doing another one of those behind the scenes videos, just like what it's like to cover the Rose Bowl during the game. So you'll watch this and then we'll edit together the podcast clip where we're talking about that. So that's what that is right now. So, all right. So done with that. Now let's talk about the Ohio State defense, because holy Moses, that was Dylan Gabriel, who looked like no Ohio State player was ever going to tackle him in the first game, where he just constantly was elusive, was getting out, was finding receivers down the field. He still had a really solid day numerically, statistically. 29 for 41, 299, a couple touchdowns, no picks. So he completed more passes for 70, a higher completion percentage than Will Howard. He had an okay day, but I mean, a lot of that was because they were desperately down and they could not run the ball at all. And the Oregon offensive line, they couldn't open up holes in the run game, and they couldn't protect Dylan Gabriel. And other than that, Mrs. Lincoln, how did the game go? But the Ohio State defensive line deserves a ton of credit, because that was another just dominating performance.
Yeah, I think in one of my prediction type pieces, I was like, get at least 2 sacks. Well, it was more than 2. And I think when they got the first sack, I was pretty impressed with all of that. But when you end up with 8 sacks, I mean, that is just that is unbelievable. You sit there and you go through there. I mean, just Cody Simon. I know we're supposed to be talking about D lineman, but
you can talk about Cody Simon. It's fine.
2 sacks, 3 TFLs, a PBU, and a partridge in a pear tree. I mean, he really kind of did everything right there. It was just a complete effort. I try to sit there and think of, where did Ohio State really have a breakdown? Because, yes, Ohio State gave up 21 points, but it wasn't effective like a real huge breakdown. Yeah, there were a couple of third downs that it would have been nice if they could have gotten Oregon off the field. Not being able to get to Gabriel or to affect the pass at the end of the first half with 2 seconds left for the touchdown certainly was disappointing. But this is a 41-21. This is a 20-point win that, honestly, that does not tell the full story. It really is more like a 40-point win, in my opinion, from how it felt. Now, maybe as time goes on, have a little bit more time to reflect, watch the TV copy, I may feel differently. But coming out of it, this was just domination in almost every aspect.
Well, when you look at 8 sacks to 0, and then you look at, even if you take the sacks out and you just talk about the yards per carry for the running backs, and we'll just use yards per carry for running backs and sacks. So we got 8 sacks to 0, and the team that had 8 sacks had running backs run for 11.8 yards per carry and 5 yards per carry. The team that did not had running backs run for 2 and 0.5. That is, you got your faces caved in on the line of scrimmage on both sides of the ball, like period, full stop. There's lots of, it's easy to talk and it's fun to talk about Jeremiah Smith, and it's fun to talk about Travion Henderson going 66 yards or whatever it is. You win the game in the trenches, and Ohio State dominated that game in the trenches. And I'm with you. I felt like as I was watching it, boy, it feels like they're really winning the line of scrimmage. but I'm down on the field. I don't have a great view of that. That's like the worst thing for me to try and evaluate live during the game. So I do want to go back and watch that. I will try and probably do that Saturday or Thursday morning before we leave here. But that was Ohio State's defense just absolutely saying, nope, no thank you. Like, you look at how easy the Ohio State touchdown drives were. It was just, okay, well, get the ball to Jeremiah Smith in space and he'll go do something. And touchdown, boom, easy peasy, no problem. Ohio State's touchdown drives, 3 plays, 75 yards, 3 plays, 53 yards. They had a 10-play, 63-yard field goal drive, 2 plays, 48 yards, 1 play, 66 yards. They had 4 touchdown drives that totaled 9 plays. Oregon did not have a touchdown drive of less than 10 plays. Oregon had to do everything on hard mode. Like, Oregon was like trying to climb uphill on black ice, and Ohio State's just kind of like swooshing down the mountain like effortlessly. That was I think that's the biggest takeaway I have from the Ohio State defense is just it just looks so hard. Even when teams score, it just looks like it's so hard to do anything effective against them.
Well, one of my favorite memes out there, certain famous basketball players, and I took that personally.
Mm-hmm.
I think Ohio State on both sides of the ball took this personally and went out and just made it so difficult for Oregon all night. I mean, defense just really, boa constrictor and just choked the life out of Oregon. The offense was more of a viper, a pit viper with the quick strike and the poison. Boom, you're a goner at that point. It's unbelievable with just the precision that they were able to do things. And of course, I'm sitting too far away from the chat to read anything.
No, it's nothing bad.
I know, but somebody probably, I'm sure, has said at some point over the 4.5 hours that where was this against Oregon the first time, or against Michigan, or hell, even against Nebraska, which was Ohio State's stinker of a win. But Oregon had a stinker of a win at Wisconsin as well. So again, I don't know if there are enough platitudes that I can throw out there at this point for what I saw. I mean, it really, for a game that was supposed to be hotly contested and everything else, and I'm like, Oregon very well could be leading in the fourth quarter, and Ohio State's going to have to come back on the pregame show that I did with Tony Gerderman earlier on game day. Well, I was wrong on that one because Oregon never had a chance.
No. All right, so here's a super chat from Jordan Kapler. Probably a dumb question because as media, you can't be biased, but do you guys have a favorite play or sequence of events from today's game? We can watch football and go, that was cool. Like, there's stuff that teams do against Ohio State that's like, wow, that was really amazing. That's not based on you can recognize greatness or amazing stuff without that reflecting bias. Did you have anything in particular?
Because I like every Jeremiah catch. I think a couple of the sacks were pretty amazing to me as well. It's just really, in some ways, it was like you just savored every moment of watching a team go out and play good football. Mm-hmm. I mean, whether regardless of the team you cover, the team you don't cover, a team going out there and executing highly. But at other points too, it was kind of just a flash because Ohio State was just moving around so quickly. And I mean, I think Ohio State's start. I really think it just comes down to the start and being up 14-0 at the end of one, and just putting the vice grip on Oregon on the other side of the ball.
Yeah, that was just the whole first half. Was you never compare a baseball player to Mickey Mantle. You never say someone's the next Patrick Mahomes. Like you never say, boy, this game reminds me of the 2014 Big Ten championship game. And I had not said that in the 10 years and a month since the 2014 Big Ten championship game. That game reminded me of the 2014 Big Ten championship game, where it was just, there's two interesting teams, pretty evenly matched, should be a good game, and then one of them is the Avalanche and the other one is the Skier, and it's like, nope, that's not how that's, this is over early. And I had a stat that I saw in OptiStats on Twitter This is the first time in that the team has had 3 wins by 20-plus points against AP top 10 opponents in the same season since Nebraska had 4 in 1995 en route to the national championship. And that Nebraska 1995 team was always sort of the standard for me in terms of best college football teams I've ever seen. Because they I think had one game against Kansas State that was like 14 points, and everything else was just like, all right, into the combine harvester with you, and then you throw the next team in the next week.
Feed you to the pigs.
Yeah, exactly. And so Ohio State beat Indiana, who was number 5 at the time, by 23. They beat Tennessee, who was number 7 at the time, by 25. They beat Oregon, who's number 1, by 20, and not as close as the score indicated, as you said.
Right.
That's kind of the context around this team right now. That I know this has been a really kind of up and down season for Ohio State fans in some ways. And I know that the 2 losses were stuff that you kind of went, this team is too talented to be doing this. And yeah, they probably were too talented to be doing this, but they're not doing it now. And if they don't do it in the next 2 games, well, then you're going to have a nice shiny trophy at the end of it.
Oh, darn. But it's funny that you mentioned the 2014 Big Ten championship game, because I was sitting next to a couple of newspaper writers, and we all kind of came to the same conclusion at the same moment. And it was all like we were hive mind, and we all had the same thing going, and we're all like, this feels a lot like that Wisconsin game. And I'm glad that we weren't the only ones that felt that way, because it was shaping up to be that. I mean, Ohio State was really shaping up to have the Ducks completely on the ropes, if not for that last, that touchdown at the end of the half. But even with that, I mean, that was too little, too late.
Yeah, and I don't know that I actually gave an answer to this question. I'm sorry, I feel my brain going into power save mode at this point. I got up at 4:00 Pacific time this morning to get to go cover the parade. So I will apologize for if I'm lagging. If you see the buffering thing in front of my face, that's what that is. But I think my amazing play, and there are some good suggestions in here, and I'll get to a couple of the other ones, but the play where Oregon had 3 guys on Jeremiah Smith and he goes up and he catches it. Like, that wasn't the flashiest play. That was he scores touchdowns. Like, you've seen that before. I've seen him going into double coverage. I've never seen him go up and get into triple coverage. That was the one where I kind of went like, whoa, what? How did he do that? And it's just like, yeah, sure. You watch it and it's like, oh yeah, sure. That of course he did it. That's what he does.
That was a more difficult catch than the touchdown where there wasn't a defensive player within LA County.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Yeah. And here's from Robert. He says, the first JJ touchdown was awesome, but the Trey 66-yarder felt like the final dagger. That classic first half dagger, but that was one of the things that made it feel like that 2014 Wisconsin game where Ohio State was up 24, and I think they had a long touchdown run or something like that to make it 31. And then right before the half, you had Joey Bosa with the scoop and score off the fumble from Melvin Gordon, and that was the one where the game just like went to plaid. And that Travion Henderson one was the moment that was kind of like, okay, like what is going on here? Because I'm going to read this to you. 3 plays, 75 yards, 3 plays, 53 yards, 2 plays, 48 yards, 1 play, 66 yards. Those were the touchdown drives. This was, when you get a new copy of EA and you're like, all right, I'm going to play like Norfolk State and I'm going to do it on JV mode just so I get that was the first half. And that was against the number 1 team in the country. That was amazing to me. So yeah, give Robert credit on that one. Now here's a good one from Rick. Glad the tight ends are really starting to cook some really good blocking. I know they can catch the ball, and it did not take very long for them to get G. Scott involved in the passing game today.
Yeah, there was no overage there. They sat there and made sure they were going to get that one in. And again, we always joke about, is this the year of the tight end? And no, this is going to be the year of Jeremiah Smith. But tight ends are doing well, and G. Scott. That was a tremendous concept, and I'm looking forward to watching it hopefully from kind of a top-down view and kind of figure out. I know there was a little bit of a rub route in there that kind of occupied his defender, and he took it for a while.
Leo has a question about the defense. Did Jermaine Matthews get some snaps? And yes, Jermaine Matthews was playing out there. They are, we talked earlier about the defensive line and how they're rotating more on the defensive line. But you're seeing more rotation in a lot of places. You're seeing Arvell Reese in there with the linebackers, where it's, it's Cody Simon and it's Sonny Styles, but also even when they're not, playing a team where they're going to play three linebackers, you're playing more Arvell Reese because he's viewed as a starter, so they're going to work him in there. Jermaine Matthews is someone who they view as a starter, and you're going to start Davison Igmanosin and Denzel Burke, but they feel like they can put Jermaine Matthews in without having a drop-off, and they know, hey, you still have 2 games coming up against big-time teams. You're going to have to continue to play your depth, and you need to have someone ready in case someone goes down. That's true, everywhere around the field. One thing we didn't mention on the earlier show that I noticed, did you see that Mylan Graham was out there at the end of the game? Like they were playing, it was like all the ones, and they had Bryson Rogers out there for a couple snaps.
I was going to say, I saw Bryson out there.
But then they had Mylan Graham out there. I thought that was very interesting.
Doesn't count against the red shirt.
Right, yeah, exactly. He was just like run blocking, but I just thought all right, well, you gotta remember, Jaden Ballard is gone. Kojo Antwi is still around. I saw Kojo today, but they don't need to get him ready for next year.
He's all but gone.
Yeah, he's literally in the portal already. So, Ballard gone, Kojo gone. So Mylan Graham kind of is that next man up in some ways, in that outside of, Brandon Innes obviously is. I wonder if you asked Brian Hartline if he considers Brandon Innes a starter, if he would, because Innes is getting the reps, like he's kind of in that conversation, but obviously not as many as the starting 3. I'd be interested to maybe we'll get a chance to talk to him about that. Be interested to find that out. Jason Warner says Texas can slow them down by getting outside pressure. They have to get pressure though. The Texas DBs cannot hold up without it. I have not watched. I assume you have probably not watched.
I watched Texas A&M. I watched Texas OU.
Okay.
But I watched them both more from a fan standpoint and less from a critical standpoint. Mm-hmm. At no point did I necessarily think Ohio State was going to match up with Texas. So when I watched those games, I didn't watch it with a critical eye. I watched it with a cheeseburger and a cold brew.
Yeah, I've had, I think it was the Tennessee-Arkansas game. I had sort of been passively watching it. And then we sat down to do that as a rewatch before the first round of the playoff. And I turned it on and I'm like, this all looks sort of vaguely familiar, but it's just sort of like you're passively consuming it. Right. And then, 90% of it has flown out of your brain 24 hours later. So yeah, I'm going to start probably watching Texas tomorrow. That might be my homework on the airplane on the way home tomorrow.
We do also have, before that, we had to watch the Sugar Bowl.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, goodness. Yeah, it's – and I don't know if we're going to get to watch the whole Sugar Bowl. We might get to watch part of it.
Well, we're going to watch part of it on the plane, and then we get to Phoenix, and then we'll find somewhere, and hopefully we can watch it close to the gate or on our devices or whatever.
So we'll do some Texas study coming up. But I think my sense for just about everyone in the country is you don't have as many good cornerbacks as Ohio State has wide receivers, just because who has 3 great cornerbacks? Like Carnell Tate is, the third wide receiver, and the Ohio State folks can't wait to tell you.
The third one.
Yeah, the Ohio State folks can't wait to tell you that he's not the third. They have 3 ones. But if you're viewing him as, well, he's the third of their number 1 wide receivers. Who has a cornerback as good as Carnell Tate as their third of their number 1 cornerbacks? I would submit that we have seen multiple pretty good teams the last couple of weeks who could not match up with that. And that, you'd have those. And if you do have those 3 cornerbacks, great. Can you match up with Travion Henderson and Quinshon Judkins? Because that's a different challenge. It's just, I think that the Texas defensive line is one of the best in the country, if not potentially the best in the country. But I think there's questions behind that, and I don't know.
A lot of that too about Tennessee, though, as well.
Mm-hmm. Yep. So we'll be able to give you a much more informed answer on Texas stuff, probably 24 to 48 hours from now. Doug Shepard says, Tom, and have you researched Texas yet? Not yet. We had talked about that on the earlier show. So, no, we did not grind any Texas film on the media shuttle back from the Rose Bowl. Terry says, allegedly Tennessee had the best defensive line in the SEC. What's your thoughts on Texas's defense? Again, I mean,
to be determined. Let us watch a little bit of tape on that one. That's just really, it's coming. I mean, because there's not a lot of time between these. It's a little bit more time than a standard game week. Instead of a 7-day cycle, I think it's a 10-day cycle or so, or
it's a
9-day.
It's
cycle.
on the game's on the 10th,
so a 9-day cycle, but a hair longer. But you had a lot of travel to deal with as well, as do we.
Yep. So here's one from William Vance. Here's a thought. Ewers loses his last game with Texas to Ohio State, enters the portal, and wins his first start versus Texas the following year, because Ohio State, of course, opens with Texas next year. I don't think Ohio State's in the market for a number one quarterback in the portal. So. I think they've got their guy on the roster right now. I had seen him linked to like Michigan State. Like that would make a ton of sense. Michigan State, if they don't think that, now I'm going to forget the name, Aiden Childs, who transferred from Oregon State with Jonathan Smith. If they don't think Aiden Childs is the answer there, you could see them bringing in someone like Quinn Ewers. I think Ohio State thinks they've got their guy in Julian Sayin, and if you bring in a transfer, a one-year transfer, you're going to probably chase those guys in the portal. So I don't think that's how that's probably going to shake out.
There's something about how you build a roster, and sometimes you have to fill things in with transfers, but when you can only play one quarterback, it's not like a case of if you have two quarterbacks, you have no quarterbacks. You can't dance around with that. Ohio State, I think we'll have to kind of wait on what Lincoln Keynotes is thinking. I mean, Ohio State could have to get two quarterbacks out of the portal, but if you believe Julian Sayin is your guy, you can't sit there and say, we're going to have to wait another year as Tavian St. Clair comes up. And, I mean, he's just not going to stick around.
Yeah, and Tavian St. Clair was there at the Rose Bowl today. A bunch of the Ohio State early enrollee freshmen were there.
Devin Sanchez, Carter Lowe, Bachman Miller,
Javon McFadden.
Yeah. I think there were a couple more.
Jake Cook. There were a bunch. Fahim Delane was there. Yeah, they were.
Don't worry, you have photos to edit at some point, like at 4 a.m, and you'll have all of that in front of you. That's what you should do on the plane.
This is not going to turn into a 24-hour workday, he said, trying to convince himself of that. Next up from Hardy Jens, can OSU handle the National Freshman of the Year? Boy, isn't that going to be a fun matchup? Because the Sean Alexander Freshman of the Year award went to
Colin Simmons,
a Texas linebacker, and everyone, Jeremiah Smith got asked about that last week, and it was kind of like, well, he's good, but you could see that being something that. Much like the Kurt Signetti Google Me thing, where it's like no one said anything about it beforehand, and then the game's over, and Ohio State has like Google Me on the scoreboard. You could see that being something that comes up later if the game goes a certain way.
I mean, through no fault of Colin Simmons' his own. I mean, it was just one of those things. But yeah.
Yep. So here's one, and Gary Williams wants to know: has Will Howard played his way into the first round of the draft? You are much more NFL aligned than I am.
This is going to be a pretty weak quarterback draft. I mean, obviously he's doing some things well. I don't know. He's not going to be there. I've seen a lot of top fives, and I question some of the names I've seen in the top fives there. I think he's playing his way up a little bit. So much of it's going to be dependent upon what he's able to do in Indianapolis at the Combine, at Ohio State during Pro Day. But there are some physical limitations as to what he is able to do. I mean, his deep ball is still a little inconsistent. Sometimes the velocity, he either goes rocket sauce on you and throws it like right by you, or he feathers it too much. And I think he's somebody that is going to get picked up, but I don't think it's a case of him being certainly not a day one draft pick. I mean, I think his best case scenario is toward the top half of day 2.
Here's one from Chris and Brenda R. As a K-State fan, I will only cheer for OSU because Will Howard needs to beat Texas and get some redemption for 2023 and previous years. I will say the K-State note that I have from the end of the game was I have a picture, which Lord knows when I will get to edit that, but I have a picture of Will Howard and Kobe Savage, who both played together at Kansas State. They have had interacted a couple times. And during the first game in Eugene, Savage tackled Howard at the goal line, and Howard got up and just kind of tapped him on the chest. And I think people, you heard this kind of whoa, because it looked like he was hitting him or something, and it very clearly was a friendly thing. But it was kind of you can tell they get along. After the game tonight, Howard and Savage had it, came over, had a big hug, talked for a few minutes. It was a nice, very clearly these are guys who respect each other, and each one got one this year. So, but yeah, I think Will Howard is someone who a lot of people are rooting for. He has at times this year been one of those guys who you look at, it's man, this is someone who just the Ohio State fan base is just built to love this exact kind of guy and kind of player.
Wow, I mean he always wins the interview. I mean he does a great job there, and he's gutty when he goes out there and plays. I mean, as Tom mentioned earlier in the show, has a lot of 80% passing games. I mean, it's crazy to think about where quarterbacking has gone in the last 10 plus years for Ohio State.
Mm-hmm.
A certain quarterback on a 4-letter network could have only dreamt of 80%.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, maybe dreamt of only 80 completions. So Will Howard certainly has captured the love of Buckeye Nation. Don't you dare go and lose one now, because we know that love is fickle.
Yeah.
But for now, all is well.
Love is fickle. Luke is fickle as well. Wingman Ted says Trey's 66-yard run was more similar to a certain rush through the heart of the South to me. That was 10 years ago today, by the way, January 1st, 2015. That was the Ezekiel Elliott 85 yards through the heart of the South. That was the last time Ohio State beat the number one team in the country. Exactly. Earlier this year, they had a punt return touchdown for the first time in 10 years in one day. Now they have beaten the number one team in the nation for the first time in exactly 10 years. So that's a nice fun little factoid there for you. Jose Cruz Torres says thoughts on the possibility of a B1G final. So that would be Penn State has already advanced to the semis. They're going to play the winner of Georgia and Notre Dame. Ohio State, if they get through Texas, I mean, you could absolutely have an Ohio State Penn State final. I think, having seen a rematch now, we saw the rematch in 2019 where Ohio State clobbered Wisconsin in the regular season and then beat them not as badly in the Big Ten championship game. I think having seen this now where you got a very different result. It wasn't just here's this game and then here's the exact same game, but in a different stadium. Penn State has looked real good. I think Penn State probably comes into that game as a 13-point underdog.
Oh, yeah.
It's
Abdul Carter's dinged up. James Franklin didn't give a great answer about what his status may be moving forward. And
tonight, Dennis Sutton looked like he might have gotten dinged a little bit. He might have been grabbing the hamstring at some point.
And we talk about coaching kryptonite.
Yeah,
Ohio State is kryptonite to James Franklin, plain and simple. And now, obviously, people, every game is a game into itself, and you can't read too much into that. But Ohio State has owned James Franklin.
Yeah, and James, Penn State has been a very good program that has never gotten over the hump to great. And James Franklin had a soundbite. Remember when he was talking about being elite, and they're not elite? They're still not at that point. And that maybe they could get to that point. You're right at this point. You're 2 wins away from being elite. So
you get hot at the right time, but you're right. Running into a team that's hotter. So
yeah. So I think I think Ohio State would probably be fine with that. I don't think Penn State's the worst potential matchup over there.
You know who else would be fine with that? Tony Petitti.
Yeah. Oh, absolutely. Yeah. Yeah. And boy, if Texas was fortunate to escape. If Texas took double overtime, you're not that far away from Texas being out and Georgia maybe facing a difficult challenge against Notre Dame and the SEC being out even before the semis. Like that was a realistic possibility.
You messed it up.
Mika says, who do you think Penn State plays next? So that's the question is the Cotton Bowl? No, Sugar Bowl,
which has been delayed because of a very tragic situation in New Orleans.
So that's Notre Dame and Georgia. My guess would be, and believe me, no one is more shocked at the fact that I'm saying these words out loud. My pick to win this major bowl game is Notre Dame because, well, I guess they're due. That's one thing. That's been 30 years. 30 years. They won the 1994 Cotton Bowl. That's the last time they won a major bowl game. But that's. I think Georgia without Carson Beck. Not that Carson Beck was great, but just Georgia without Carson Beck and it's somewhat limited skill talent. They really miss Brock Bowers. Brock Bowers.
Oscar Delp is fantastic. I think he's a great tight end, but he's not Brock Bowers.
Right. Yeah. It's Brock Bowers was, Brock Bowers is like the first round draft pick, immediate NFL impact guy. Oscar Delp's a good tight end. It's kind of a different thing. And I'm going to be interested to see how Georgia goes about things with their offense, because I think there was a theory that they might throw someone else in at quarterback, that they throw Jaden Rashada. They might throw Jaden Rashada in at quarterback, the younger guy who's probably a better passer than
Gunnar Stockton.
Gunnar Stockton. So
well, they I'm not convinced they're going to be able to throw.
Yeah.
They haven't been able to run all year. Mm-hmm. How exactly are they going to win this? And they've got a tremendous defensive front. But Notre Dame has been able to run the ball really against all comers. Mm-hmm. I think that Notre Dame wins the game by a couple scores. And I know that that's sacrilege to say about the mighty SEC. Kirk Herbstreit's going to kick my ass, everything else. Mm-hmm. But I know picking Notre Dame in a big game is kind of sacrilege. Mm-hmm. But, here we are at, the 5 hour mark.
At the 5 hour mark. And the numbers,
I was going to say, I guess nobody has to go to work tomorrow.
So Doug Shepard says Kaczmarek has really helped the running game. Will Kaczmarek, the tight end, he has really been a great addition. And he's another one of those guys who's kind of on that Donovan Jackson list where a little bit underrated. You sort of forget about him because, G. Scott has the passing receptions, the receiving yards. Kaczmarek, they brought him in because he was a good blocker. That was the stated reason that they brought him in. And he caught 20 passes last year at Ohio University. And I think it might have been 20 the year before that. So he can catch it. But he just kind of does the thankless grunt work, dirty work stuff at tight end. That is, that's what Ohio State really wants out of a tight end. Because one of the stated reasons for Ryan Day for why they always want to play a tight end and why they don't just go 4 wide with a running back, they'll go 10 personnel. They almost always have a tight end in the field just because they feel like that really helps them in blocking in the run game. And again, to have them go for whatever it was, 5 yards a carry for Quinshon Judkins and 11 yards a carry for Travion Henderson, seems like it's working.
Yeah, it's working. And you can't say enough nice things about Kaczmarek. He's not necessarily going to jump off the stat page for you, but when you're thinking of Kaczmarek, see what's going on with the run offense, see what's going on with the QB protection, and that's really where his stats live.
Mm-hmm. Here Terry says Arizona State had a couple chances to win the games that Texas can be had. I have still not seen the targeting call that everyone was up in arms. Did you watch it?
I don't have a beer in my hand, so it was questionable, and it was a Big Ten officiating crew, so we know they don't know how to call targeting.
It was questionable. It was a Big Ten officiating crew. Well, you don't have a beer in your hand, but if we were playing the Big Ten officiating crew drinking game, that was a questionable call on a targeting. It's definitely everyone has to drink. Rick says, I've already rewatched the game, and quite frankly, it's shocking that Oregon got to 21 points. Yeah, it was, 10 plays, 11 plays on those drives. Like they had to grind it all out, and that took a lot for them to do it. That was not an easy way to do it.
I agree. I think that when we get a chance to watch it, we'll agree with Rick on that statement.
Yeah, it certainly felt like that during the game. My voice is about to go, so
I was going to say we're probably getting to the bitter end. We want to thank everybody for sticking with us through all these hours. These shows are so much better than when the outcome goes the wrong way. But you know what you can do to help us out is, first of all, if you're watching us on YouTube, subscribe to the channel, hit that thumbs up, hit that bell. All of that helps us distribute our content more to Ohio State fans. If you're listening on your favorite podcasting platform, there's a 5-star review. That also helps us there. And lastly, you know how much it is for your first month of Buckeye Huddle as Ohio State is making a championship run? Let me tell you how much it is. It is $4.99. You can't get a little Caesar's pizza for that. Hell, I don't even know if you can get a McRib for that. I mean, so get all the team coverage from Tom, Tony, and myself, recruiting coverage from Mark, all of the X's and O's coverage from Ross Fulton and our team of analysts. $4.99 for your first month. I know maybe you've been on the fence. It's a new year. It's a new you. Be a better football fan by being part of Buckeye Huddle.
All right. Well, thank you all for joining us. We normally, when Tony and I finish, all the listener questions, we'll say we've defeated the listeners. I think this is the first time the listeners or the viewers have defeated us.
And as the clock.
Yes, as has the clock. Yes, our first ever 5-hour post-game show. I can't say it'll be the last ever 5-hour post-game show because
keep on winning.
You could have a couple memorable games coming up ahead. We will be there for them. We hope you guys will be there with us as well at BuckeyeHuddle.com and YouTube.com/Buckeye Huddle. That will do it for today. Thank you guys so much all for joining us. We will talk to you tomorrow.